I mean, where do we even start with that one? Mineski, they play so well throughout the entirety of the series. The first game, it looks like they're going to take it. The third game looks similar in some ways with the fact that for some reason Secret's able to find a crazy opening and get the win. But the big difference this time around, Sind, is the fact that it does seem like Secret does win the lanes.
Yeah, they came off to a better start this game. I don't really know how much it matters in these games to an extent, because one team wins the lanes. It's all about these mid-game and late-game team fights. The advantages that they built didn't seem to directly translate into a clear direction in the game, because there's just so many crazy 5-on-5s where it's down to who uses the Force Staff better, who has the better Lotus Orb, who's better positioned to begin with. And just a treat to watch. The teams were super evenly matched. And going forward in the tournament, the question is, was Mineski amazing today or Secret weak? And you got to think ahead for Secret, right? One of the favorites.
Yeah, I mean, that really is such a huge question, Dove. When you look at the performance here, are you saying that... Yeah, because when we were actually watching this for a while, you were like, oh, Secret, it looks like they're not doing so well. And do you think that this does come down to Mineski playing out of their minds, or is it Secret falling behind?
No, I think just Secret. I mean... I don't think they're happy that the way they won this series, because you can see the eye, like Puppy and even Zai, they look very serious and they're not happy, I can tell.
It happened not only in this game, but throughout like the entirety of the series. I kept saying to some of the other people who were on the panel during the first two games, I was like, Puppy kind of looks pissed off right now, and he just won, especially after that first game as well.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Sunby after game 2, right? What did he say? He said they are angry. They're not in that booth. They're not all super excited. They're just mad, and that definitely translates. They were happy, sure. They popped off a little after the win, but then after that, they came out of the booth back to serious mode, like, let's get through this lower bracket.
Maybe a sigh of relief here, but you don't want to have a sigh of relief, right? I mean, especially when you're Secret going up against the team. It's the story of Puppy trying to go for a second TI chip under his belt compared to an underdog story.
It's also the story of Secret struggling again, and it's one of those things that can get into your head, where we talked about it with VP yesterday as well. Like, you have these teams that get to TI, they're good all season, and then they have a history of struggling sometimes during the season. And yeah, you know, it matters. It definitely matters.
And, you know, we're trying to extrapolate how they feel. We're talking about how they look when they're coming off the stage. Luckily for us, Casey right now is going to throw us to that interview, and we'll see how they actually do feel.
Yeah, okay, thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm with the App Store, and you walked in. I think they were talking on the panel about how must you feel. And I think you and I agreed on a word. Oof. Oof. That's all I keep saying as he's sitting here. You look exhausted. I feel exhausted from watching it. You guys, in every single game, those late game team fights were intense. How were you able to come out and win after all of that?
I have no clue, to be honest. Like, every single game was just a throne. So, like, it was always about the throne. Like, I don't even think we said the word get the barracks once.
You're kidding.
It was always just go throne.
Oh, my gosh.
So, like, it was really stressful to play. But we kept as calm as we can.
That seems to be the story of the tournament so far. Every team that is successful comes back and says, we were just able to, you know, stay focused and trust each other as a team. There are already a lot of people tweeting pictures from inside the pod where it looks like, gosh, how do I put this? Puppy and a few others looked a little intense after the draft and during the game. Your thoughts on that?
After which game?
This was the eye that Puppy gave. I think it was during game 2.
To who?
Zai and mid 1.
Game 2. Oh, game 2. Ah.
Wait, does he have different eyes that he gives for different? Okay.
No. I don't think it was like anyone's fault. We just kind of were out strategized at the start. Then I chronoed my PA and we lost. So,
sorry, bro.
If anything, I should have got the look.
I can bring Puppy in here if you want to get the look from Puppy. No, you're good.
Oh, I'll get it later.
We talked with your coach. I think it was right before this last game, and I asked what the mood was like in the pod, and he said angry.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the good type of anger. Though.
Yeah,
it's not like I hate my teammates. No, it's just like anger, as in like we want to destroy them.
Yeah,
we gotta destroy them, because it's like yesterday's loss was rough, but today it's like it's our chance to redeem ourselves, and like hopefully progress further in the tournament. So we feel like we have and don't have something to prove, because it's like, if we lose, we lose. But if we win...
Is it really if we lose, we lose? I mean, come on.
You kind of have to like trick your mind to thinking that way.
Really?
So that you don't think of pressure.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Even though it's like, we could be a favorites of this tournament, but we're actually ourselves coming into this tournament knowing we can lose to Meneski, knowing we can lose to anyone. Like, we're going to probably, I think we're facing Infamous next, and we know we can lose against them. Especially them.
Well, we look forward to seeing that game. These have all been amazing games. Thank you, Yapser, for talking to us. We really appreciate it. And we'll send it back to you. Do you want to do your...
Indeed. Yeah, I think that we definitely understand how you might be feeling after hearing that, but it's not an easy thing to go through, and you hear them saying, yes, we know that we can lose to anyone, especially when the competition is this close. We talked about the emotions on their side. We talk about Puppy maybe giving a new definition to the word puppy eyes, but we do need to see the emotions on the other side. Let's check in with Shiver and see how Meneski is feeling.
Yes, thank you, Rich. Ninja Boogie, that was a crazy series. It was exhausting to watch. I can't even imagine how it was to play. Do you first want to have some words regarding what you just went through?
It was a tough match. I think we could have won the series, but we made crucial mistakes which caused us to lose. Yeah.
You said earlier that this TI felt very different from you playing last TI. Can you talk about that for a bit?
Oh yeah, well, we came to this TI with no expectations. We were ranked pretty low among a lot of lists. And last year, we won a few minors and a major. So we went into TI expecting maybe top 4. But for this TI, we're just like, let's just play our best and hope for the best.
You guys gave an enormous showing, and TI is not just, the interview that we're doing right here. It's not just about the result of the tournament, but this is like the ending of a year, or in some cases an entire career. You've been playing Dota forever, for feels like almost a decade. With that in mind, can you give us some closing thoughts on your performance, on Meneski's performance, on your team? Because I know that you guys grew a lot as a squad this international.
Yeah, well, I mean, for my personal objective every year is just to keep improving, and I felt like I ended that with at a high note. A few months ago, I wasn't even sure I was going to be in TI, so I'm happy I'm here. We almost beat Secret. And I think the team has, we can be proud of what we achieved. It sucks that we didn't win, but, we still, silence all the haters and we proved ourselves, so. Yeah.
You really, really did. I also know you guys have got a lot more fans since the start of the tournament, and I would like you to address them with some final words before we hand it back to Rich.
Thank you for all the support. Hope we didn't let you down.
Back to you, Rich.
I think that, yeah, you can definitely say that you can be proud of what happened there. It shook an entire arena. I think people here right now definitely respecting everything that Meneski did, especially in a series like that, going up against one of the favorites in the tournament. Now, we're going to start getting ready for another series. We're going to be jumping up now to that upper portion of the bracket. But before we do that, we want to take a peek at what life is like after Dota.
不开心了，不开心。给你个糖好吗？你坐好，好吗？糖好吗？吃糖我们就坐好，好吗？有了孩子之后，感觉成熟了很多吧。巨龙一样吧，也是心里肯定会有牵挂的。基本上有了孩子以后都是这么一个情况，就是以前嘛就只打游戏嘛，就是自己管自己玩。但是有了孩子以后，就多了一份责任吧。就平时打游戏的时候，可能还会想到孩子之类的。 然后在工作方面的话，他们算是我的一种动力吧，会因为他们我更加努力。就是直播的话，我们也直播挺久的，每天要直播大概8到10个小时，再分自己的平时的时间去，比如说这时候我在看电视啊，或者说我在休息啊，再去陪他。我觉得现在这个社会的，就是我儿子这一代还是蛮幸福的吧，所以我还觉得他们比我们小时候幸福多了。 哦，我觉得他太幸福了，因为就比如说我们小时候哪里有这么多玩具，哪里就是能玩游戏，像就比如说6、7岁、7、8岁的都不能去玩游戏，因为一玩游戏就被
怎么不务正业？我说他现在2岁就开始能玩各种游戏，想怎么样怎么样。
他长大了想玩游戏的话，如果 Dota 还在的话，我肯定会教他玩的。
我觉得他适合打2号位，因为他已经会说救救。
那我儿子叫什么呢？叫火猫吧。对，灰烬之灵，一火猫，你叫火猫。
的话，我儿子名字里带一个焰，就是3个火，然后又是带一个智，那肯定是智力英雄，肯定是打中滩的。然后刚好卡尔也是3个火，一个智力英雄嘛，那肯定是要成为卡尔王的男人，我儿子。
那肯定打凯瑞啊，打辅助老被喷呀。
我觉得应该是滚滚吧，因为他非常的皮，整天滚来滚去的，跳来跳去。有时候心情不好，比如说队伍输了比赛，心情不是很好，那回到家里就儿子对着你笑呀嘻嘻，过来抱抱你，就感觉很温暖呀。鱼吃不了这么多，给爸爸吃一个好吗？
家庭吧，家和万事兴嘛。
对。
会走路的时候，会叫爸爸的时候，然后现在到能跟他沟通的时候，这个过程非常的享受吧。对，真的很开心。
自己还虽然做了爸爸吧，但是感觉自己还像个孩子一样。
我觉得尽量把孩子培养成才吧。以后他反正我应该是会看他，比如说他的爱好是什么，就是让他发展什么，尽量让他把他培养成才。
有小宝宝真的挺好玩的，还不如早点生一个。再说吧。
我想等我儿子会带小孩了再说吧。
Man, that actually is one of my favorite pieces from the entire tournament. I can't even imagine kind of what it's like to make that change. Luckily, you're a dad.
Yeah.
You got to know what that's like.
Yeah, no, it's weird. Because everything they said is just 100% true. That's exactly what it's like. Everything changes. It's very difficult to explain. Geez, they're asking those tough questions, though. Like, what hero, what position you play? My son's named Cliff, so I think he'd be a big EG fan.
Yeah.
That would be my only guess.
Sind, what are your kids going to play?
I don't know. You never know if you're going to have kids until you do, right? Except if you plan it, and then you hope you get kids.
Like a responsible adult.
Yeah. What are my kids going to play? I don't know. I wasn't ready for this question. Probably chess.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to the next series. So the next series is going to be Vici up against LGD. We're going to be bringing out the teams here in a few short seconds, and then we'll actually get to give you guys a little bit more information about all of them. And you obviously know more than a lot of us do, so we're going to be able to put them under the microscope. Get some of the nicknames out there and everything. I'm getting word, though, that we are going to be jumping down in just a few short seconds. So, guys, let's take a look at all of the lineups that are going to be playing against each other right now. Now, we talk about potential favorites for the tournament coming out right now. It's going to be Vici. Yeah, I've been waiting for a series like this. The crowd already very excited. We are going to have a matchup of, when you look at this tournament, the most dominant region, hands down, that we have seen. At least one of these teams going to make it to the final day of play. And Sind, I do want to also bring up with kind of how we've seen them play so far. This is just the powerhouse region. They are fueled by the fans as well.
Absolutely, yeah. The crowd is going crazy for these two teams, and obviously we're going to have LGD coming out in a second as well.
Let's take a look at LGD. as LGD takes the stage. I'm actually just intently listening to the fans here, trying to figure out who the favorite really is. They're definitely getting loud for both of these teams. Who do you think the favorite is?
I actually don't know because LGD was very good last year and VG won 2 majors this year, so I think they love them both, but probably a little bit more LGD.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more, and now we're going to get to actually know a little bit more about LGD. Let's see what they had to say with Casey.
那去年的 DPC 排行榜，老干爹是排在了第6。你们对于去年一整年自己的发挥和这个成绩还满意吗？
就我个人而言的话，对自己一整年的发挥都不满意吧。然后整个队伍的状态，就可能因为一些之前的影响，就肯定是整体来说都不太好嘛。
感觉每个比赛都没有发挥好吧，打得不是很好。今年一整年都就一般吧，打的。
那其实感觉这一整年很多选手都有比较大的进步。那你们是否觉得在 TI8 之后，心态上面有没有一些什么进步？
心态肯定进步的呀。
这一整年其实挺难熬的，对吧？那有没有一些比较开心的瞬间？
要说的话，应该是 VG 夺冠的瞬间吧。我们是 VG 老粉，
我是 V 坤，
是 VG 夺冠，我们很开心。
替 VG 开心。虽然去年一整年都很难熬，最难熬的时候是什么时候？
有一段时间 maybe 就逃了，然后回去结婚了，我们非常难熬。
就是在队伍人员不整齐的时候，就会觉得稍微有点难熬一点。但其实那个 Major 你们打的成绩还可以的。
是这样的，但当时就感觉还蛮有希望夺冠的。
查理斯一直在点头，你怎么看那段时间？
那罪魁祸首就是我，别说了。
主动背锅是不是？那问一下，去年有哪个人的哪句话让你至今还记得？
就是开始选人了，搬完了，准备1、2手选人了，他突然问了一句 FY， 这把炸不炸？就转头站，这把炸不炸？那会儿就。
那其实老干爹虽然说拿了第6名，但是前面的5支队伍都是很强的队伍。你们是否还觉得自己依然是一支很强的队伍
？VG 最强嘛 ，VG 跟那个秘密独一档，我们就靠后。
我们在采访 VG 的时候，他们说跟老干爹打训练赛河道都过不去。
乱说了，我们
一看就是造谣。
就我们一过河道就被他们5个人冲出来乱杀，我们就是训练被他们打个什么10比0这种很正常。
就我们的训练就是被 LGK 操盘，就是都在他掌控下，他想让我们输就让我们输，想让我们赢就让我们赢。就我们出发前 LGK 都特意来说了一句：“你们要谢谢我抬了你们一手，就没把你们打得很惨。”
事实上就是我们根本没怎么赢过他们，
真的很恐怖。
现在看到他们，我们都在发抖。
那再次来到 TI， 2个人是抱着什么样的心态过来的？
肯定是抱了一点积极一点的心态嘛，就不能说想着什么复仇这种，就是你要复仇，你要向谁复仇嘛？只能向 OG 啊。但是 OG 呢，怎么说呢
？OG 当然也很强
对 ，OG 当然也很强。反正就不能抱着这种心态，肯定要抱着一点正面一点的心态，就抱着这种负面的心态打比赛不太好。
我们在来之前看过一段 FY 的采访，他说他自己的心理预期是，只要不拿第2名、第1名，其他任何几名都可以。你们怎么去看待？你的心理预期是什么？
没有什么预期吧，因为你有些队伍训练不到，然后你对那几个队伍评估也不太确定。认真来说的话，你也预期不了，但肯定就是越往上越好嘛，就排名越靠前越好，肯定是想着去往冠军那边靠嘛。
那这次 TI 在中国不同于以往，除了好好打比赛，你们有没有一定要做的事情？
没有吧，打 TI 肯定就专心一点吧。
好，那我们也希望老干爹能够打好自己的，好吗？谢谢。
谢谢。
Now, you often gas up your boys. You never want to have one of your lads going out without a full tank, right? I got Kyle sitting right over there. He's cheering me on every time I talk. Absolute dream that man is. But you've been saying that you gas up your boys. You don't usually gas up your opponents, especially at the biggest tournament of the year. And you've been saying that these two teams have just been hyping each other up nonstop and have nothing but praise for each other.
Yeah, I mean, you can see from the interview that they flattering each other. I mean, I heard an interview from Fade, and they asked him, like, who is your favorite team? Fade said, oh, I've been following LGD for 23 years. I'm 23 years old this year, and that's what FaZe said.
It's one of those things where I'm kind of curious where it comes from. Is the fact that they've played with each other so much in the past? Like, what is it in your mind, Sin, that's kind of causing the camaraderie between these two teams that are now facing off on the main stage?
I just think there's immense amount of respect. Like, that's the key word for me. They faced each other many times. They're probably very close practice partners, I would imagine.
Yeah.
They did talk about it in the interview how they've been scrimming against each other. And when you get to a certain level on the international stage, it's honestly it's the same with a lot of Western teams where you'll see when teammates or former teammates go and shake hands or after the games, sometimes there's a little hug, there's a lot of respect, a lot of history. And these teams, they've met each other so many times, they know what each other can do. And at this level of play, the players can also be blown away. It's not just the fans, it's not just the viewers that can be blown away. You can be blown away by another player's excellent play, and these players on the stage have shown so much of that to each other. So
I kind of do want to ask you, as somebody who does compete at the highest of levels, do you ever have moments like that where you really reassess and you're just playing against someone and you're like, wow, it's almost an honor to be defeated in that way?
I mean, it happens. It happens, yeah, for sure. Like, you play against some players, sometimes you lose the game and you're like, okay, we just played bad. Sometimes you play against a formidable opponent, you're like, okay, they just destroyed us and we deserved it. Like, that was incredible. Standout individual performances or genius drafts, whatever it is. There are elements to every game like this. And yeah, these teams are absolutely no strangers to that. They place high in a lot of tournaments.
Now, I do want to bring up something that a lot of us may be strangers to in the NA Dota community, but in the Chinese Dota community, apparently there are a bunch of nicknames that kind of float around. Could you shed some light on what some of those nicknames are?
So there's a nickname of Ori, the mid player of VG, and we called him Chubby Boy, Little Chubby Boy. I mean, when he played really good, you call him Little Chubby God. When he played not that good, just because, I mean, the reason that he got this nickname because when he joined EG like long time ago, and everyone gained a lot of weight except him. So teammates just call him like Chubby Boy, Little. Is that so funny?
It's very good.
Yeah. No, I Little Chubby God just resonates very strongly with me.
I think that's like your Tinder account, isn't it? Yeah, that's
really So, anything you want to talk about besides Little Little Chub, Trent?
Thank you for an excellent handoff and a way to send the question.
We can talk about kids.
I mean, throughout this... Oh, yeah, we'll go back to that. Throughout this season, though, LGD, VG coming to this tournament, you had to wonder, like, who you're going to be rating higher, one over the other, right? LGD had such a good performance last year. VG, the ones who are closing out. The only team to win a minor and a major, which is, of course, still a testament to the strength of the region of China, right? That these guys even had to play in a minor. That's kind of ridiculous. But I don't know. I'm kind of feeling the LGD as the group stage. That's where you got to decide, like, okay, really, who is the team that's on top here?
Exactly, and that's basically what Dove just brought up before we walked into this when kind of trying to ask who maybe had more fans here right now and basing it off performance throughout the entirety of the year. When you actually have gotten a chance to talk to these players, do you think that they really are feeding off of the energy? Not feeding. Do you think that they're feeding off of the energy of the fans and actually playing here in Shanghai?
I think playing in Shanghai will make them feel like better.
Yeah.
Kind of like charging more energy.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things though, where that's always what you assume, right? When everybody's cheering you on nonstop when you have those great moments. But Sin, does it ever backfire? Do you ever feel more pressure when you're playing in front of an audience that wants you to do well?
I think it's very individual.
Yeah, I would agree.
It really depends on the person. You can turn it into something positive. You can turn it into something negative. I think the advice that we've heard from different players that have gone far in the tournament, have just played in big stages in general, is sometimes you just try to switch it off. Like you pretend, you can pretend the crowd isn't there, or you can like pretend they're there more when things are going well for you. So like the cheers build you up instead of tearing you down when it's for the other team, and try to harness the energy basically in the right moments. And these players, like when they're in this booth, you're playing on this big stage, you're aware of what's going on, but you have played this game for countless 1,000 hours. And when you're in that zone, you're just focused on the game, you always look at what's the next play, what's the next move, and you try to concentrate on that.
I kind of think the motto that we've heard from a lot of the players, not necessarily in these words, but is pretty much don't put that Aegis on a pedestal. Try to get to TI, treat it like another tournament. Try to just play a game of Dota and play a good game of Dota at that. And we even heard that in the Secret interview. They were like, if we lose, we lose. And obviously that's not the mentality that anybody has at TI. I mean, you see those interviews when we're actually talking to losing teams. That is not the energy of the interview. It's pretty much the exact opposite. But if you can get in that willy-nilly YOLO mindset, you might be able to pull down a win. I mean, that's what people attribute to OG a lot of the time as to why they do so well.
How many interviews ended in, guys, just, let's play some Dota. Just go out there, just play some Dota. Oh, just cast your spells, hit your spells. Everyone's trying to boil it down to the simplest thing that they can in order to execute up there on the main stage, because that pressure, as you said, individualistic, whatever, it's definitely there, and everyone's scared to make that mistake. But you got to get rid of that fear if you're going to make those absolutely ridiculous plays that we saw from OG last year when they took it.
And we have quite a lot of examples throughout TI's history of teams that people don't think that highly of just getting on a hot streak. CDEC was a great example at TI5. People were like, okay, who are these teams? They just had a style, and they just played their style. They played fast. They went in there to do their best all the time. Didn't get too phased by their opponents. OG last year, they barely got fourth in groups. They just start rolling with it. It's when you get in that zone and in that flow, that's what you're looking for.
And we're going to have to see who is going to be in the zone. We've talked about the matchup, but it's time to get it under the way. We have two Chinese teams going head-to-head.
PSG.LGD versus VG Gaming. Game 1.
We heard a lot from the video series, and being able to get to know some of the players of VG Gaming as well as LGD, what better way to get them know even further as talking to their competitors, talking to Alliance and Insania Boxy. Thank you so much for joining us. I know it's been a rough tournament, but we do really appreciate you bringing your analysis to this. You're pretty hyped for it, right, Insania? I know you're quite close with Fade. You could be supporting VG Gaming here?
Yeah, of course. I've become friends with Fade over the season. He's an amazingly cool guy, and on top of that, he's a very good Dota 2 player. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see him here doing so well, and of course, I'll be cheering a little bit extra for VG in the series.
And I have to ask, going into this series, we know you've got some bias, but maybe Boxy, you could be a little bit more impartial here. Do you think that VG Gaming is still the top Chinese team, or has that group stage performance from LGD swayed your mind?
I think that compared to throughout the year, VG is looking a little bit shakier.
Yeah.
From watching them in the group stage, and especially watching them play earlier. So I would say that LGD right now feels to me like the stronger team, but I also think that both of these teams are incredibly close, and we played against both of the teams a lot in scrims and in tournaments. And sometimes you guys get kind of blown away by their execution and how on point they can be.
Yeah.
So it really comes down to how well they play more than anything. Yeah.
I think the cool thing about both these teams is that they're a little bit reckless, and when you play against them, you can feel it. You can feel it's not this controlled style that's very slow paced, where they're just going to slowly try to take control of the game. They want to let you know that they're better than you, and they play in that kind of way. So a matchup like this, where both teams are going to play kind of the same way, I think could be very scary either way. Even if you might be the slightly stronger team going into the series, it doesn't really mean much.
And what are you exactly expecting out of the draft in that regard? It sounds like we want to see some aggressive heroes on both sides, and we've kind of started with that in this Leshrac first pick into Centaur Rubik.
I think both of these teams tend to pick a lot of control and stuns. They want to fight constantly. Once you lose control, they want to make sure that they can just kind of ravage over you and just keep going and going and going and never giving you any pause to sort of take it back, any map control. So already right now, they pick Centaur and Rubik into Leshrac. I mean, I don't know. What do you think they're going to follow up with?
I mean, it's hard to predict heroes. It depends so much on their preferences at this point. I think I didn't really expect PSG.LGD to open Centaur Rubik, but it's a very solid offlane, and it gives them a lot of control, like you said. It's a great reset tool for teamfights, and if you've been watching the games now, the teamfights is basically the most important aspect of the game right now. That's where everyone is putting all their focus.
A lot of teams have picked a lot of teamfights. I think almost in every game there's this big major teamfight hero. That's Void. I think Void is super popular now as carry. Even Secret picked Enigma, Void, and Tide in one draft, for example, which we haven't really seen at all from them previously. So.
Yeah.
Tidehunter's been one of the most popular heroes starting at the group stage. I think it was 5th most picked, and it's going to be a Shadow Shaman for VG Gaming. But talking about all that team fight, is that part of the reason that I know Blitz told me you guys value stuns really highly.
Oh yeah.
Told me that story about Big K just literally counting the stuns. Like, is that just a general philosophy with you guys?
Oh, for sure. I think it's the more stuns you have, like the easier the game becomes to play, right? It doesn't matter if you're playing in Sumail mid or if I'm mid, if we're both stun locked until we die. So yeah, I think it just makes Dota easier to play. Also, when you're trying to control the map and you're trying to squeeze out the resources, if you have a lot of lockdown in multiple places, it's easier to control the space, right? But if you need always these two specific heroes to be in a spot in order to block the enemy team from farming there, then you're going to have to play a lot better and make sure that you read their moves a lot more correct. And it makes the game harder to play that way.
Yeah. If basically any 2 heroes on your draft or 3 heroes can kill like anywhere, you make sure that you force the enemy team to play careful.
Yeah.
But if you have a lot of heroes that can't really touch the enemy, I would put it, makes it harder to play the game.
Yeah. So it sounds like you're talking about controlling areas, both when it comes to farm and probably bounty runes as well.
Sure, of course, all these things, yeah. Just controlling the map in general. I'm actually very interested in what Vici has to do here. Because I feel like LGD kind of got like a very solid start to the draft with like they can pretty much do anything they want out of this. Whereas LGD, they picked the Sleshrack as this kind of like flex hero, and then they immediately pick a hero that almost exclusively is played as a position 4, which means that the Lesh is now most likely going to be either mid or off lane, as I highly doubt that they play at 5. No. I've seen Paparazzi play it as in one position as well, so almost guaranteed a core Leshrack after like the first 2 heroes.
Yeah, I think it's cool that LED picks Centaur Rubik, which is probably the lane they're gonna run. Rubik on the position 4 with the Centaur off lane, and then Vici plays 2 heroes. I think they have very heavy push, and I think Centaur is one of those heroes where you kind of wanna be able to sit in a lane, you kind of want to be able to run around and do your own thing until you get your blink or until you get your Vanguard into blink, whatever. And since Vici has so much tower push, I think they should pretty easily be able to force LED's heroes around. So I think it's going to be a lot of fighting already from these 2 heroes, like in the early game. Leshrack wants to push, Rasta wants to push, Centaur wants to be on the other side of the map, kind of not really being there defending towers. And they're going to force him to rotate, and then they're going to fight. Probably around like the safe lane towers, the mid towers.
How do you think that lane matches up as well? I think Rasta Lesh might be their dual safe lane against the Rubik Centaur.
I think it's pretty good for Centaur Rubik. I don't think they will lane Leshrack into Centaur. Centaur has like maybe 30 more base damage or something ridiculous like that. While Rasta is also very hard hitting, it's easy. I think it's easy for the Centaur lane to just kill the Rasta when he walks up. If he walks too far up, he's just going to get lifted into stun, into kill.
So that's something I actually want to re-emphasize that point, because I think it was so cool. So you're saying like the passive pressure that a Centaur does through winning his lane, through the return and being able to chip down these towers, the way to be able to defeat that is to actually put as much pressure into tower pushing and force him to come fight. Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
I think so for sure. The hero does not want to... He wants to do his own thing, I think. Yeah. He wants to take his own towers, and he wants to create his own map space. But if he is forced to go to an area where he can die to the enemy heroes, like a lot of his strength of his being super beefy and like a tower hitter kind of doesn't really work out. So, and Stampede also has a very long cooldown, so if you can like take one fight where they use Stampede, and then you group up and fight again, he's not really going to be able to walk into a team fight and stun somebody. He has to have Stampede or he has to have a blink.
So maybe we're going to continue that as Vici Gaming look to be low cooldowns, but they are going to feel good about that Rubik Centaur.
I think you can even see it because they ban Alchemist and Medusa. It's like 2 heroes where you want to shut down very early.
Yeah.
And I think they already know that like Vici is going to be the one pressuring them. And then if they on top of that have a Medusa and Alch that farms super fast, while LED has to respond to all the pushes, they're going to get like very outpaced and like outfarmed. And then the 5th hero that's just farming is going to come like smack them 10 minutes later.
Yeah. It's been a pretty, like what Box is talking about is kind of how you've noticed a lot of these teams playing right now, where you have this, even if you looked at the game from Mysterious earlier today, K1 was just farming jungle with Wraith King until he's level like 20.
Yeah.
While the other 4 heroes are just running at them and putting pressure. And then even though the fights might not go great for you, you have this hero that is basically like your big investment. And once he finally decides to join the game is just free. He's playing with 2 more items than everyone else.
We're going to see the Lion for PSG.LGD, good hero to try and address and burst down that Leshrack and all that damage over time.
Yeah, it also gives you answers at the roster, right? You don't want to sit there and just be shackled forever. So I like it in that aspect as well. I find it interesting that they banned both Nyx and Sven against LGD. I don't know if that's because they feel like the Slash is too squishy into it, but I feel like a hero like Pugna or something could be amazing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the Nyx bomb is always scary when you run like a squishy hero like Leshrack or anything like that wants to push towers and you get like blinked into a Nyx, you can't really do much about it.
That is some serious catch on LGD now, between having Centaur Stampede before, now Lion, now Kunkka as well. And Sadie, you got to be living the dream right now. That's a ton of disables.
No, this is great. I mean, they definitely have a lot of stuns. I'm happy with that. I like it into Fatal Bonds. Like, the boat buff is pretty good at reducing the Fatal Bonds bad damage. It's something that you don't really think about when you're playing the game, but once you're boated, you don't really notice bond damage anymore. It becomes so irrelevant. So it's a really good counter pick, and I feel like the thing is, these two teams must know each other so well, because a lot of the picks that they're picking aren't getting countered, I guess.
It's more like
they're just trying to build their own drafts. Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to get their playstyle to work.
Yeah.
And I think that by picking like Lion and Kunkka, at least Kunkka specifically, you have a hero that very early into the game, he hits level 7, he has a lot of damage, he can like run at the tower, if Leshrac is hitting a tower, he'll X him, he'll boat him, he'll like whip him. That's already like 700 or 800 damage just 6-7 minutes into the game. So it's a way to fight back the
So this goes
aggression.
back to like what you were talking about trying to give the Centaur his own game. You solidify a really strong early game presence like the Kunkka, and that'll hopefully free up that Centaur and not force him back.
That's interesting. I think that both Centaur and Kunkka are very good at dealing with the skeletons, so I would not expect them to have picked Wraith King. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the same thing with Alchemist and Medusa, I suppose, that he farms very fast in the jungle. I'm not so sure.
I mean, he just seems to be a crazy hero right now. Everyone's been picking him, and it doesn't seem like people are shy about going late game with him either.
The good thing about Wraith King, though, is that he's one of the few heroes that doesn't really care about getting X-comboed here or stun-locked off by Lion and getting fingered. So I can see like how they're thinking about it, but like Boxy said, both the Kunkka Splash and the Centaur, just like nature of the hero, all of his spells are basically AoE. If you hit him, the skeletons kill themselves.
I think it's like a hard hero for LED to go on,
but
they also have Lion, which has a very strong mana drain. So I think if Wraith King can kind of play it like Hector, like you said, farm jungle to level 20, get the mana, like remove mana cost of reincarnation, I think Vichy is in a very good spot, like if they can manage to get there. But until then, it might be hard for him to play on the map, you know, walk into fight and stuff. His skeleton's gonna die, he's gonna get mana drain, he's gonna get stunned. He needs a lot of farm.
So do you think this Leshrac is going to be Yang's hero, or is it going to be Ori's? Like,
I think it has to be
it's
mid.
going to be Ori. Yeah,
Okay.
I think Ori's going to be playing the Leshrac. I just feel like it's more of their comfort. It most likely would have been Paparazzi or Ori playing it.
Yeah, I think unless they pick some like super heavy counter pick right now, like Timber.
No, I think
or like
it's Kunkka against Slash mid.
No, I think so. But unless they pick like Timber or Slark mid and try to play off the lanes. But I don't really feel like Vichy or LED tends to do those types of things. That's more like an Infamous thing where they want to play off snowballing.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I mean, if Infamous was in like Vichy's position right now, you could definitely expect the Slark to counter the Kunkka.
You're absolutely right. It is going to be mid Leshrac last pick of bat.
Yeah.
I think that actually solves quite a lot of the
stuns.
Yeah, like, I mean, you pick stuns, this hero removes stuns, and he can remove it from himself as well as someone else at the same time, so...
Yeah. He's very good against both of the supports, I think. Rubik doesn't really want to steal any of Abaddon's spells. And well,
That's pretty good.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like...
Yeah.
I don't think it's ideal, at least.
No, it's not, definitely not.
And also, I think the Lion mana drain is very good, but every time you get locked down as Abaddon, you can also just instantly pop your ulti to go in and save somebody else. So you can like remove your own disable to save somebody else. And they just pick TV.
Into Lash. Interesting.
Alright, what are your thoughts?
I did say before this tournament started that I thought TV was a hero, but we never managed to make it work for ourselves, so... and they just picked it into Leshrac and Warlock, which I think are both very, very good against them. The upheaval of just keeping him in place and the rock to control this BKB, so... Yeah, no, I'm not really sure. I think I like Vichy's draft a bit more. I think they're going to be able to play a bit faster, so... But it's going to come down a lot to the early game team fights and who wins those.
All right, gentlemen, I have to say, I've experienced a lot of revelations about drafting. Can't wait for the rest of your breakdowns, but we've got to get Purge his due before we get Vichy Gaming versus LGD started.
VG Gaming gets first pick in this match, and they're going to open up with a Leshrac. And what Leshrac allows you to do is cast your second skill, Diabolic Edict, and take buildings and towers. You kind of end up being this frontline guy to focus. But one of the weaknesses to Leshrac is that when chain stunned or burst damaged against, it's fairly straightforward to die if they jump on you with a heavy amount of heroes. So what VG Gaming did was they tried to pick heroes that could try to slow that down a bit, because on the other side, LGD picked up Centaur, Lion, and Rubik, who are all very good at blowing him up. So they covered that with the Warlock. They can drop the ultimate to stop the run at you during Stampede or other chain stuns. They also picked the Abaddon for the last pick. They want to remove the stuns that go in the Leshrac as he's the front of the fight. And on the other side, they also have the Wraith King. Wraith King very good at absorbing those spells and being able to run at the enemy hero. So it's going to be a super good match. Vici Gaming needs to defend their Leshrac. That is the hero to watch in the fight. And we're going to send it over to the casters, ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Yes, up in the upper bracket right now, Vici Gaming versus PSG.LGD. I'm ODPixel here with Fog. We've just seen the draw, some exciting picks, and some picks that I feel is a little bit of a risk, right? That last pick from Arme, he feels confident in the Terrorblade, something that we've seen him have a lot of success with in the past. Yeah. But they've got a lot of means to deal with the TB, right? There's a lot of magical bursts coming out from Vici Gaming.
Just immediately, right? Insania, the first thing he said, TB was picked, and he goes, TB at the Lash. The first thing that he says, right? There is a lot of burst damage. That being said, though, there is protection coming from PSG.LGD as well, right? They do have that Kunkka. The Rum is one thing that we'll be able to put into factor. And also, they're going to look to run around and fight as 4, right? We've seen what LGD's been able to do with that, and we've seen what happens when you have like a Terrorblade, anti-mage, something like this, these super farmers. You kind of run around as 4 and put pressure on the opposite side of the map. And the TB, it gives them tower push. I think that's the thing that PSG.LGD was looking for, because they didn't really have anything besides that until that point.
No, absolutely. You look over, obviously over to the side of Vici Gaming. They've got that ledge, they've got that Shaman. They're going to be taking towers like nobody's business. So that pace will be there from Vici Gaming's lineup, which may force Arme to fight a little sooner than he may hope.
Here we are, you know, your versus Centaur, camp the mid lane, don't let him build up those retaliate stacks. So Chalice knows this. Teams have been doing this a lot, camping that mid lane. He's going to even put a Vici spray on their tower. Thank a couple hits. Give him a little bit of a taunt down.
Yeah, playing sort of a step ahead of the game that, as you said, people have started to do in response to the old retaliate stack building.
30 seconds to battle.
We'll see what sort of lanes we have come into play and see if anyone's going to get caught out around this bottom arena spot. So a lot of stuns from both sides, really. A lot of catch and lockdown.
Look at the wards coming out from PSG.LGD. Really focusing on the mid lane, making sure that Somnus has a good time, making sure that he can do rune control as well versus this Leshrac and being able to walk up, being able to see that one immediately. He wants to just prevent getting ganked pretty much, because if he's against Ori in a 1v1, he's going to be okay. If he gets rotated on, he can get killed, he can get set up on from Fade.
Now we see Paparazzi have a little bit of a look towards the rune spot, but knows that with Chalice on the front lines, there's so much stun that there's no point trying to walk up and grab that. Will mean that PSG.LGD are able to start taking the majority of the runes, 3 for 1, as we get into the lanes. It's top lane, X-Nova. The weight is going to be on him to make sure that Arme can farm safely, as the pressure will be there. Yang being joined by the Shaman on the top lane, himself and Fade, ready to make sure that Arme does have that pressure put on him on the early stages. And once those levels are there, right, in the shield and the shock, there's a lot of early game nuke that this TB is going to be very vulnerable to.
Most definitely. Immediately, they're going to use that meta to try to zone at the start, try to guarantee themselves to get these last hits on the first wave. And at least the one thing that TRTB does have is high armor, right? So Fade, your right click's going to hurt a little bit less, but we've seen what these Abaddons are able to do now with Curse of Avernus already.
Absolutely.
He gets bullied, and that's when you have meta bomb.
Yeah, just run down and take him down to half HP. And it's all about how much you can find from those first few waves with the first meta to sort of set your dominance in the lane. And Vici Gaming making sure that he doesn't get that free chance to do so. Fade comes in from the side, drops down a nuke. Again, so much pressure, getting Arme pushed all the way back behind his tower. He's having to pop that early salve. And this first meta isn't going to get him much at all from the lane. He's only managed to touch 3 creeps, 1 last hit, 2 denies. This laning situation from Vici Gaming is perfect to slow down the TB start.
Yeah, super solid pressure lane. And they're going to keep going at it. They're just going to keep looking to put that pressure onto Ame, and they should be able to quite easily continue to do so up in that top lane. So bottom, we'll take a look at this one, how it's been going so far. Looks like it's a bit of a trade for the time being. Once you start getting those level 2s on the Rubik as well as that Centaur, you can easily try to set up for kills. Warlock, more of a, as known, very defensive kind of support, so it's more just securing Paparazzi's farm. They're pretty likely to get a kill down here on PSG.LGD onto the Warlock, or maybe even onto the Wraith King if they step out of position. So we'll have to watch FY, what moves he decides to make on the map as this Rubik, as he's going to be the one to kind of set the tempo for PSG.LGD in the early game.
See already as well, Fade's able to get that first stack going, in fact, for their own benefit up top, as they'll look to try and pull it in, and eventually will have the nuke damage to clear it themselves. Make sure that they can just find so much from this top lane setup. Yang, free farm at the moment on the Abaddon, 11 for 2.
Yep. I love that X-Nova went for the mana drain. You don't really need Hex up in this top lane just yet, because you're not going to really set up for kills. You're all about just trying to protect. Similar, Lion's not like a Warlock, but in this fashion, you can at least try to help out a little bit more than some other heroes could. Just constantly burn down that mana. FY really just camping in the mid lane here. Trying to set up for maybe a courier snipe, but
it's coming out now. So we'll see.
Look at the
see
clock,
how patient he is.
250 is on the mark. It's probably going to be flying as soon as it gets to
No, you're right. FY realizes there's no point in sticking around any longer. Even if he does see it, he's not going to get it. So he backs away. The mid lane, still that slight edge for Somnus in this matchup. I guess sort of what you would expect to see this, right? Early levels for the Kunkka. I mean, even as the levels go on, right? It's this beefy strength hero, hard-hitting, unlikely to be forced out of lane by Lesh alone.
Yeah, it all depends on if you get hit by too many stuns, if you get a couple denies built up on the Lesh from those stun setups. Yeah, but like you said, high amount of physical damage coming up from that Kunkka, and you're not really at risk of dying unless another rotation comes in. And Ori's not really even playing the pressure lane too much. He's actually just playing it strictly to farm. He's not connected on a couple of those stuns onto Somnus. Somnus has been saving the Tidebringer every single time to secure himself a last hit on those range creeps for himself.
Well, looking up at the top lane, level 3, and Ame is going to pop that meta once again, looking to catch himself back up and get ahead of Yang. And they're closing the gap. LGD is able to secure that top lane a little bit more. Another attempt to get the stack going here around this top camp. Xnova with a bit of a setup onto Fade. They started to bring Ame across. It's a little too far for Ame to track and risk missing the creeps in lane. So it'll just be the supports fighting off one another.
He was blocking the pull, right? It looked like Xnova was trying to pull upwards and Fade just hit it to stop that. But now, stun off the mark here, Xnova.
They're going to try and turn him. Shackle's out. He's going to give a chance because Vivernis to build up. The Photic Shield keeps Fade safe. As Fade can back away and Yang just punching into the two of them, taking their attention away from the action and the potential kill and from the creep wave, as that's another metamorphosis that comes to an end.
Solid early game here. Solid early start for Vici, at least in the 3 lanes. But we do see, of course, that mid Somnus really starting to take over a little bit there.
I'm going to pop to Yang. Wants to get aggressive still. Both teams really hunting for that first blood. Xnova a little too far forward. That'll do it. Vici Gaming. That top lane, it was looking strong from the off, and it's just granted them that first blood onto Xnova. Bottom lane, see a quick play in response. They'll look to bully the support. DY, he's got backup. Ori's in counter, so's Paparazzi. They've got the setup stun. Paparazzi's beating into Chalice. Chalice is in trouble. FY also gets taken down as Ori is able to chase him back over to his side of the map. They get both kills down bottom. Vici Gaming making the quick plays here as they get mobile across the map.
I mean, top lane pretty much, I think, has to kind of be abandoned in a way now from PSG.LGD. They can't secure this Tower Blades farm up there. He's going to have to resort to jungle. This dual lane is just way too strong. Abaddon, as well as that Shadow Shaman, just way too much damage. Lion and TB are just a weak dual lane, as we were mentioning before.
I think at the moment for PSG.LGD, it's definitely going to be Somnus saying, hey guys, I've got it good in the mid lane. I'm getting this start, I'm getting this free farm. He's going to be the one that starts to get active and makes those plays, probably when he hits the level 7. And we'll look to respond to these aggressive moves from Vici Gaming on the side lanes to make sure they have the firepower to turn them around.
I think he has to look for runes now, though. We see bottom, when the Lesh was able to get that haste rune, you know Lesh is going to go for a bottle. That's why we saw them ward earlier to set up for that. So Somnus, or at least the supports, have to ensure that they can block out those power runes from the Lesh. They will be able to there, taking out at least a regen rune. Have to be super careful of all those rotations that can come out quickly. As the Lesh has set up in the side lanes, the Wraith King stun as well as the Shadow Shaman will probably be in opposing lanes for Ori to make those rotations.
And eyes on mid, PSG.LGD bringing the 2 supports here to try and put the pressure on. Fade did show Ori. Now going to come back out towards the creep wave. As you can see already, FY's left the area. This is a hard catch to get. He's going to step back over as it's Vici Gaming that begins to jump forward, looking for the Kunkka. He's tanky, but is he actually tanky enough? He's taking so much damage here, Somnus. The boat's not going to be in time. Xnova finally comes in with a stun, but now Vici Gaming, they've brought in more. PSG.LGD have to back off, as that was a bit of a bold attempt from Somnus to step up, and as it seemed, as I said, FY had already started the walk back to top lane, and Xnova wasn't quite in there quick enough to help him out.
Vici is incredibly ready for the rotations right now. You can tell they're looking at the 5-minute mark, or 5-minute catapult wave that was coming in. They made sure, like you said, they collapsed onto that mid lane. As soon as Somnus steps up, he's an easy kill for those two. The Leshrac, high amount of magical damage. If you don't get your rum off early, you will definitely get brought out by that one. Ame, though, he'll be like, okay, cool, thank you. At least alleviate some space, alleviate some pressure that's coming onto me, and I'll be able to farm a bit here. But immediately, Ame is going to step up, and Fade is already up here with Yang.
Yang's more than happy to dive now. He's hit the 6, he's got the borrowed time. They'll get straight in onto the Terrorblade. Right behind the tower, he goes, Ame. Won't dive any further, they'll just opt to continue to put this pressure onto the tier 1 tower itself, and they're bringing in more. TP over from Ori, ready to join the push and make sure that Ame cannot turn back into the lane. He's already TP'd over to the shrine. He knows that it's time to hit the jungle with the Wraith Bands. This lane is well and truly over, and Vici Gaming, with this pressure, should be able to find a very early tier 1 tower.
And we're going to see them do a lot, right? That's what their draft is about. Like Insania was mentioning on the draft panel, you look, they have Edict, they have Shadow Shaman. They're going to want to just keep running at these lanes and pressuring the towers as early as possible. Constrict the map versus that Terror Blade. They know that PSG.LGD is going to be playing mostly 4v5 in this game. You know, sure, they have a Wraith King, but Wraith King can get more involved than a Terror Blade in the early stages of the game, because at least you have a stun, while TB is not really going to contribute too much of anything except for like a reflection, which you don't want to be walking in to do versus a Leshrac lineup.
They will feel a little sort of safer across the map, Ame, as well, now that Chalice has hit that 6. He will at least have that Stampede to offer any time they start to sense Vici Gaming closing in the gap. They will have to be quick, of course, still that lockdown there from both the Lesh and the Shadow Shaman that they have to be wary of. It's Fade, as you can see, once again, just sat behind Paparazzi, making sure that if any aggression comes out, they'll have the backup. Yang starting to see if he can take a little bit of the jungle away from Ame. Ame coming back across and still near that shrine. Yang just have to be a little careful. But I guess every time he has the borrowed time up, he feels very confident, right? He can go over here. If there is going to be support rotations and backup coming the way of Ame, it's only going to open up the other 2 lanes for Vici Gaming to get that pressure and keep that pace up.
Yeah, they're just trying to... Vici's just mostly trying to play fast and keep the pressure up, like we were saying. Like, PSG.LGD, they want to play the farm game much more so in this one. We even see Somnus, like we saw Chris Luck doing actually on Infamous. He's just farming Ancients as the Kunkka right now with his Tidebringer. He stacked them up a couple times, so did his team. So he's going to be able to clear those out at an okay pace.
Yeah, aiming for the double bracer Radiance this game. We've seen a few Kunkkas go for the double bracer Halberd. Is there a reason why this game sort of fits this build better?
I think, actually, trying to think of a good reason for it. I mean, it's good versus the Wraith King, right? He just has the evasion. It's always going to be nice versus the skeletons and everything too, and it gives him a big scaling potential. I think that's what he wants, because I did see the Halberd builds. They kind of fell off, right? The Kunkka builds, it was like, you know, you can understand why they went for it, but... And I do like the build overall, but I think Somnus is more of a player where he wants to be like, I'm going to scale very hard into the late stage of the game, and this is going to ensure that I'm going to farm that one.
And I guess as well, we see sort of the Halberd build in games where the Kunkka has a carry that's obviously building the Radiance, and this time that's not going to be the case. Terrorblade Radiance is not quite the meta build.
Even though you really like it.
Even though it's... do it in your pubs, kids.
Don't do it. Mid lane. DY is already in position there if they get too over-aggressive with the Chaotic Offering ready. Pretty significant steal, actually, by FY. This gives him a pushing tool now on PSG.LGD if he's able to set up and go for the other side lanes with this Diabolic Edict. Because besides that, their push was pretty limited. And we see, like we were saying, Vici, they want to keep running at these towers, bring the fight to PSG.LGD, set the tempo, set the pace, allow Paparazzi to farm.
They really are. They're hitting all their goals so far, Vici Gaming. Everything going to plan. They're sort of ticking off the checklist of what they hope to accomplish in this early game.
Yeah, Paparazzi, it's 11 minutes, phase minus, pretty decent timing for himself down bottom. He actually was not pressured too much by this Centaur Rubik lane, which a lot of times is able to set up for a lot of kills versus most dual lanes. But yeah, that Warlock really allows Paparazzi to get this farm. Rotations now coming in. I saw they were focusing on giving X-Nova some of that XP mid for a while. They really want to have this finger online. It's going to give them that extra burst damage to bring down the Lesh, maybe bring down the Wraith King in some of these situations. We see also the 2 points in the Mana Drain. So we're probably going to see Mana Drain be pretty relevant in this game because he's playing versus the Wraith King. So he definitely can set up for some times to maybe even bring down Paparazzi without getting his ult popped.
Mid lane Somnus, just going to find Fade, stepping forward, sets up for sweet little kill there off the back of the creep Tidebringer hit.
That's a pretty sizable run. 500 XP.
I mean, hey, it's the first kill that LGD's found this game.
Very true.
And with that lead and the gold they're getting from the towers, those little kills, those supports, they're worth a pretty penny early on.
Any type of free kill PSG.LGD can get with this type of lineup, right? They want to farm. They want Terrorblade to just get the farm on. So those are great for them.
And it's only going to boost up that Radiant score. Well, 2,400 at the moment. Somnus on his road to the Relic.
Yep. Or he's making the moves and running around the map more so because he's a Leshrac. While Somnus is he's just jungling. He's just like, okay, I'm going to play the efficiency game. I'm a Kunkka. I farm fast. And he's off to he's going to have a very good timing on this one already if he does not die again.
It's looking pretty quick. I mean, the chances of it dying up, I feel they're pretty low. He's not an easy kill walking around with those braces as long as he gets the boat off.
Yeah. Or if he has any backup. If he has anybody to stop the chain stun of pretty much the shackles is the biggest one that they do have on Vici. They have other stuns, but that's the big one that will be enough lockdown for him to not get the rum off. So Vici, they've got Serpent Wards available again. Immediately they smoke up. They want to look to put the pressure on. In particular, also get some wards down, because right now their vision is pretty much only the one down bottom, so they don't have any information of where Ame is farming. So we see them, they're walking in, kind of scout out the jungle, put down some vision. Even some sneaky one. You see the tree cut there by DY, puts it up on that high ground. So not the most expected ward.
No, it's almost as if, you know, Ame, he's ready for these sort of moves. He knows that with that tier 1 tower going down very early on, that top area of the map, it's not very safe for the TB. He's sort of sticking to the triangle, was able to get another stack going on the Ancients.
Yeah, they circled the whole area. You just see Xnova, he just circled his entire jungle.
That area is
Don't come here. Yeah,
dude. Yeah, they've got to be careful.
Yeah, stick with Somnus, even though Somnus is taking your Ancients right now. You can stick with him, soak that XP for a little bit, and just play on the right side of the map mostly.
Yeah, balance out the farm between the mid lane and the bottom lane.
Yeah.
They continue to get pushed in. And he's now sort of gingerly stepping over back into his jungle. As we say, all going to be underneath that ward vision.
Both of them, yeah. The second ward also will be able to spot out the illusions. As Xnova, he's actually setting up with a wraparound here onto Ori, but there's backup. Yang's already prepared for this.
More of LGD moving over to this half. This is sort of the time where Ame can afford to farm up here. If he's going to go up here, he cannot do it alone. They have to bring him back up, make sure that they've got presence in the neighborhood. So even in these situations where Vici came in, they do have the vision. They're not going to be able to make any aggressive plays off the Terrorblade. He's got his friends around him.
Yeah, they're doing that. Like, we used to see it a lot. Like the smoke rotation through your own jungle, just clear out the wards and protect yourself. They're bringing 2 sentries to try to look for these. Ame.
He needs help. It is kind of close. Is it close enough? There with the Stampede, they'll get out. And there with the turnaround, Ame pops the Sunder. Metamorphosis out as well. He wants to fight. Question is if Somnus can get a grab, but he has got that maxed out X mark. He's got the cast range. Is he going to be able to get close enough? He will. He'll grab Yang. Yang's a bit of a tricky one. Does have borrowed time, so not really a quick and easy kill, as Yang will be able to easily walk this one off. They don't find the kill, but they are at least able to push the wave round, get some damage onto that tier 1 top. Back towards mid, Ori. Set up onto Chalice. Chalice, of course, already using that Stampede to allow the rest of the team to help Ame top. Doesn't matter. FY's in. Telekinesis. The stolen stun thrown out the way of Ori will keep Chalice safe.
Immediately Vici, they're going to respond. They see the aggression happening top. They lose their tier 1 top tower, but they want to make their own move. But the glyph is popped, and these wards are going to get cleaned up, but they should be able to get a little bit of damage here on this tower. Fade's actually just hitting Somnus with them, so not going to get too much damage on the tower here at all, actually. And Somnus will be able to clean these up. More gold. Big movements for PSG.LGD there, clearing out their jungle, getting that opportunity top. If they can get any type of tower early in this game, it's very significant for them. As Radiance is pretty much done.
It's a very quick one. It's a fast timing from Somnus.
Xnova was not able to find... Okay, he actually only used one of the sentries on the ward. Actually, no, he's just holding on to them. So he didn't even look for the wards that were placed inside their jungle. So that tells me they don't want to be playing on that side. That was just a quick sweep through earlier to make sure and guarantee that Ame could get that farm. And then now they're going to play on the bottom side again.
So you say, do you like the...
That sentry ward bottom, it's just shy of catching the ward of Vici. So Vici is going to be aware of this movement down here.
That's true.
It was just right next to it. That's a very clever ward there by Vici, as we've seen a couple teams do.
Yeah, LGD unlikely to find anything big in terms of kills, but at least they can start to push onto that tier 1 tower. They've got 4 heroes down here looking.
Both of the sentries are literally right on the edge of catching that ops ward down bottom from Vici in the lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There we go.
That one right there. Yeah, there we go. Now we see it.
Spots on point from Vici.
It's such a nice ward there. It's going to catch out all that rotation like we were saying from PSG.LGD. They will lose their tower, but they know immediately because they saw the rotation coming, they can do this up top. They can put the pressure on the tier 2 tower themselves.
And so are we liking the greed from Yang this game? He's got the Midas running.
Oh, he went for the Midas as well. Okay, cool. I think he wants to be able to scale super hard into the late game too. They look at the PSG.LGD draft and they're like, yeah, you know what? Both of us can go into the late game and probably be able to take it, either one of us, depending on how the fights go. So he wants to also be super farmed in this game too.
That is pretty crazy, right?
That is very
1K
high.
lead shot, I guess. As you always tell me, Dota Plus, it really favors taking towers. Yes, they did take a tier 2 top, but 73% probability that this match goes the way of Vici Gaming. It feels like it's hard to call, right? We are 17 minutes in. It's only 4-1. There's not that much of a net worth difference. Sure, I guess losing the tier 2 top sucks, but does it suck that much?
I wonder which hero it also really likes on the side of Vici. I know it likes Wraith King a lot. Doesn't like Abaddon. It might like Abaddon and Leshrac also a lot, so.
Maybe it just likes Midas's.
Maybe it just likes Midas's. His bottom, Paparazzi. They're trying to bring him down. He has mana. They will just use the finger to pop the ulti. But it was a level 2 ulti, so it's only that 2 minutes instead of the really long cooldown of like the 3+. Let's look at that efficiency. Very nice. 98%. Grant would be very happy. So Radiance is both about to be online, right? Paparazzi almost having his. But now he does not have Reincarnation. So we probably will see PSG.LGD look to make an aggressive play here. As first, they're going to scout up for some wards. And they will find this one now.
Starting to reclaim some of the safety of their jungle, which is of course going to be hard to do so without those 2 towers standing up top.
Such a quiet game though, 4-1 only.
I mean, I feel like
the lowest kill counts.
You kind of expected it coming into this match because you know that for both of these teams, there's quite a lot of pressure. There's a lot of people in the stadium watching, and this series, you know, whoever wins this, they're instantly going to become the crowd favorites, right? This series, who's going to be the one that the local crowd's going to feel most confident in taking them all the way to the finals and all the way towards that Aegis. Whoever comes out on top here, that's your answer.
Yep, more than likely. As yeah, both teams not really crossing the river too much, just a little bit of fear of doing that as Ame, he's gotten away with, he's gotten away with murder in this one, right? He's 207 last hits. He has treads, 4 Wraithbands, and his Manta, level 14. He's not really been pressured too much from Vici after this early game where they got a good amount of map control. They haven't been able to find him. That being said, though, Paparazzi, of course, is matching that farm, even ahead of that. So we have a very, very close one here. Gold and XP pretty much 0.
Runes are up in 30 seconds. We may see a little bit of bloodshed around there.
PSG.LGD, they have their Blink and they have a full Crimson Guard finished on Chalice. That could be a pretty big timing for them to go look for plays. Surprising he didn't go for the pipe first. I guess he just wanted to have his own tank ability for himself versus just the right clicks. But yeah, they're versus that Lesh, so that pipe definitely going to be really important for him to protect his allies. And of course, the BKBs, the next big timings, PSG.LGD. They're able to get those online. It's going to be pretty critical for them versus Vici's draft, who they have a Lesh. So once that BKB is online, Lesh's damage potential just gets chunked down quite heavily.
Do we have it? We're just 2 for 2 was down the bounty runes by the looks of it.
They're actually setting up here. Won't be able to find Somnus up top. Yeah, continue the farm game.
4-1, 20 minutes. Oh, bit of action down here. The snakes are out. Stampy's there for X-No, but they'll turn. And the snakes will be dropped for nothing. PSG.LGD able to turn. X-Nova's able to get himself that second stack on the finger buff this game. And lane Paparazzi also gets his Reincarnate popped.
Just a quick reflection with that Radiance, even burning him down on top of just a lift and a quick stun. Vici. Looking like they want to they want to start putting a little bit more pressure on. Like we said, PSG.LGD, right now this is them kind of just buying time, waiting till they get those BKBs. When they have them,
they just want to fight.
They're going to look to just fight and run at Vici afterwards. So Vici.
I mean, are they going to want to fight?
When they have BKB, I do think so.
Yeah, well, you think they should.
Versus Leshrac, I'd imagine that they would be running at them and fighting when they have the BKBs, but we'll see if that's the case. And yeah, they're very comfortable just farming. But yeah, double BKB timing is going to be very big for PSG.LGD. As on the side of Vici, they don't have that big timing that can be the same. Sure, they're building the Crimson Guard as well on the Abaddon, but theirs isn't this big, like, they can't get their own BKBs and it's that impactful. It's going to be impactful, of course, versus the Kunkka combos as well as the Centaur, but Kunkka, hard physical damage. Same thing with Terrorblade. Vici, they don't have that same physical damage coming out on their side to pierce through those BKBs. Chalice with fun. Nice little skeletons. Get himself some gold. And yeah, quite the farm game.
All about that farm. These boys, they don't want to make mistakes. And sort of those early deaths really only being those sort of in the lanes in the first few minutes. Sure, we did see that one pick off down bottom. But most of the time since that laning phase, everyone's been keeping it safe. Nobody's messing up. Everyone's hitting their timings. And the difference between these teams is incredibly minimal. Just a 1k lead for Vici Gaming, but Vici Gaming, they do have the majority of towers taken in comparison. You look over towards LGD, they've only taken 2 tier 1s. I don't know. I don't quite know how he did not find him there. I mean, Xnova.
Xnova's still like, he's gone, right?
Is he gone?
He's gone, right?
He's gone. He's safe to move again. With that TP out, Vici Gaming will group up. Now look to go for that smoke. I think, as you said, they are very aware of the BKBs. They want to try and strike before them, but is that BKB done on Arme?
They're both pretty much done.
Yeah.
Somnus is 200 gold away from his as well. So
Let's see how they can bounce up. Arme, they're going to get the instant hex. Paparazzi is going to be able to get the jump forward. Can they disable him down without the chance for BKB? But the BKB's out. Arme's fine. He's ready to turn and fight. Jump forward for challenge against Duban. Who's stopped the Metamorphosis? This is out. The boat down onto the three of them. They're taking out the Shaman. Chalice is focusing now DY in the back. He's got to stop channeling. As Paparazzi's trying for Arme. Arme will fall. They get the big kill onto the Terrorblade. Can Vici Gaming get more? Sideline wraparound from Xnova. Catches out Ori on his attempt to escape. Chase forward for Chalice. Chalice, he's out of spells to use. Hexed up by Fade. Paparazzi on top of him. The Aphotic Shield explodes. They find a second. Still looking for more Vici Gaming. They know that this is their time to pounce. Shackles out from Fade. Puts his hands up as well. Paparazzi's in. They're on top of Somnus. He's tanky. Have they got enough control? Hex is out into the Ray Fire Blast. The shield's going to pop as well, bringing him over. The BKB's delivered. He's ready to turn. Tidebringer here. Cuts down Fade on the backlines. The drag back control, both back online. A big combo gets dropped down onto Paparazzi, but he's into the trees. Heals there from DY, and Paparazzi will be able to back off. Somnus, he does go for the X-Mark, but he's a little low on mana, so both teams will back off and reset. Gold, as you can see, favoring LGD in that scenario.
Yeah, Fade with a die back there. Look at the damage done, though. 12,891 to 15,000. Crazy amount of damage done in the fight there. Ame got to give it separated from his team, but we saw Vici. I thought they were actually going to lose everybody there.
I thought it was going to get a lot worse for the Radiant.
Yeah, they danced really nicely around the spells of LGD. They kited around Chalice as well when he jumped in forward. And then a couple missed spells there from PSG.LGD. A couple missed Tidebringers as well from Somnus, trying to line up those cleaves. Didn't want to get in too close, didn't want to get chain stunned. But yeah, Vici, I think that they're, obviously LGD, they come out ahead of that one, but it could have been way worse, like you said, for Vici. Because that double BKB timing that did come out from LGD, and PSG.LGD immediately, they're smoked up again looking for a fight, even though they don't have their meta available for about 40 seconds. The other four are ready.
I mean, they know that they're strong with those BKBs. And especially when the Golem's not ready to drop.
Yang.
They want to find something. Yang's got the borrowed time ready.
Far up, though.
See the jump from Chalice, trying to look for the backline is behind Jang. Now the ult comes out from Baden. They'll start to retreat. Somnus popping the BKB to commit for this fight. Stampede used as well, allowing PSG.LGD to surround themselves around the Abaddon. They'll get Yang. The rest of them already on the way out. Xnova singing fights to set up some more. Beautiful stun there from Xnova from the low ground, as he'll be able to set up for a second catch. LGD continuing to just come out on top with these small little skirmishes, these little pokes. They're able to use the BKBs, chase down Vici Gaming, and it's very hard for Vici Gaming to stand their ground and turn.
Yeah, especially when Chaotic Offering isn't up. The team friend for Vici is not there because of how squishy they are too, and if there's no Chaotic Offering, they have no counter initiation to kind of run away. That's why we saw PSG.LGD smoke up and go for those bounty runes. Yang, he wanted to assert that dominance, but maybe just a little bit too far that time when his team is not ready to fight. And his Midas is up there during his death, so.
A little efficiency down the pan for Yang.
More space for Ame. For PSG.LGD to continue farming up. These timings, these double BKBs, yeah, like we said, very big problems. Vici, their next ones aren't going to be nearly as impactful.
Oh, no.
I mean, they're getting close to theirs on the Lash, but like we said, they don't have the same type of method as LGD to just deal that straight physical damage to bring down a target. And Ame, he is really the strongest. He can become the strongest one in this game if he sits in the back lines.
And it's, I mean, sure, once the AC's done on Paparazzi, then at least him and Yang can start to try and right-click down the heroes, but the cause is this Centaur, this Kunkka, Terrorblade. These aren't heroes that died to a few right-clicks early on.
Pretty crazy.
They've got a lot of HP, a lot of damage resistance. Crimson Guard, of course, with Chalice is also going to cause issues for Vici Gaming to try and get damage in around the BKBs. It's hard for Vici Gaming to fight, and I think they've sort of started to realize that off the back of the last two plays, and they're asking themselves, what have we got to do? Their best hope is to catch LGD out in a situation where LGD is not going to have the full squad.
They have to get a good Fatal Bonds as well, but that BKBs will always be the problem. It's actually, I was going to say, it's pretty crazy. I'm looking at items from both teams, and we have like mirrored items coming out. We have like the Crimson Guard and the Abad, and we have the Radiance into the AC onto the Kunkka, which is also being built by Paparazzi. So they're both kind of going for like the same exact item builds on both sides on each heroes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, PSG.LGD looking to fight. They're feeling a big power spike coming in after these last few moments.
In the build-up in this game, it's been quite phenomenal so far. Just only 6-7 at 28 minutes in. I mean, this has to be sort of one of the slowest build-ups in a game we've had so far this TI. Just.
Whoop, Chalice will get used up as Stampede. First, he's just going to protect himself, holding onto it as long as possible with that Crimson Guard and Pipe. And he'll be able to disengage. Yeah. PSG.LGD, they just have better forms of initiation as well in the fights too. Vici, they have great ways of counter initiation with that Warlock and also with the Blink Dagger of Paparazzi, but PSG.LGD, they have a very comfortable hold right now. So it looks like AC was finished, so AC Blink for Paparazzi. And they're looking like they're going to try to use this timing to get something themselves too. Constant D-wards and constant trying to control the map. PSG, they're smoked up.
Let's jump. Chalice. She's on to Paparazzi. Stun gets removed by the Aphotic Shield. Paparazzi tries to look to turn. The boat comes crashing down towards Fade. As Fade's dragged back into his death. They'll now turn towards Yang. Yang still has the ult at the ready. X-Mark back, but out comes the borrowed time. Paparazzi's in, but the chainsaw comes through. Ori pops the BKB. He's trying to bring down X-Nova. Finds one, but the finger's already out there. Pump the reincarnate. DY is Golem punching away at Somnus, but Somnus and Chalice, they're so tanky. Ame as well. BKB's out. They cannot kill these cores, Vici Gaming, as they've got to try and get away. They cannot escape. As Chalice's right click brings down DY. And these fights, even though the net worth's even though some of the items are pretty similar, it just seems like Vici Gaming cannot come out on top. They cannot kill any of PSG.LGD's cores. They just do not have the damage output to match the resistances that they built up on LGD's lineup.
It does feel like Vici, they had to play a little bit faster in that early game to shut down these BKBs. They're proving just to be so problematic every single time. BKB gets popped and they have nothing. They just have nothing to deal with those BKBs when they do come out. Sure, they have the Chaotic Offering, but as we've seen several times, they just turn and kill the Golem.
Yeah.
The Kunkka just turns, hits it a couple times. Yeah. Same thing with Ame. It just dies pretty quickly.
It really does, especially when that meta's up. Yeah. The Golem doesn't stand any sort of chance. All it is now is sort of a glorified setup. It's no longer that sort of damage that persists through the fight as it's taken out.
Okay, they're trying to get the Roast Share, and they're doing it pretty fast. There's no meta available for Ame either.
They're heading over. Ame's going to scout it out with the illusion. He's got a full Scud. He's ready to start a walk into the pit. They'll throw down the Torrent combo. Can anyone get in there to go for the steal? Roshan still being focused by the Serpent Wards.
Some people.
It's slowing them all down. Chalice trying to step forward. He's going to have Stampy back up in a second. BKB's popped by Ori as he looks to push LGD away from the pit. Paparazzi getting brought down low. Roshan nearly turns to get him off. Roshan finally falls. Radiant grab it. Ori's going to be able to secure the Aegis. Can they win a fight with the Aegis though? That's the question. They've already killed off Ori the once. Chalice on the sides, locked down by the shackles, will fall. Vici finally able to get a claw out of the lineup of LGD. They've lost the Aegis. They've lost the reincarnation. They're going to try and chase. X-Nova's there. Ame is obviously the dream catch. Get the support. Will they get Ames into the trees? TP out. Will be successful.
Whew. That was a scary one there for Vici. If they weren't able to get that Aegis actually picked up there. They took advantage there, right? Their meta was down, try to make some type of big heads-up play. Even though we don't have Chaotic Offering or anything like that, we have to try to make something happen, because like you said, the fights were not looking good for them. They needed to have something else extra for themselves. Got a little scary too, because FY stole Fatal Bonds there toward the end.
So we can see, I mean, it was so close to maybe going the way of LGD, that Roshan. Chalice so close to the pit and being able to make a move, but Ori, good commitment with the BKB, forces the majority of LGD away from that pit so they can get back in, make sure they grab it. Stuns out from Ori, I believe, onto Chalice just as the Roshan falls, so no chance for Chalice to try and go for the pickup steal. And it's a little bit of light, a little bit of a promise there from their lineup. Absolutely. Being able to kill off Chalice, but they do have to expend the Aegis for it, so now there's no Aegis to really make a play around with. It does bump them up a little bit in gold advantage. 2K lead now. Dota Plus still feeling confident with the lineup of VG Gaming, despite what really does seem to be this flaw with their sort of heroes in the head-to-head matchups down the line. As even with that Roche, even with killing off Chalice, it doesn't seem like the game's going to get any easier for VG Gaming. If anything, it just looks like it's going to continue to get harder. Arme's just continuing to grow.
The one thing they will have in favor, though, is that these BKBs were picked up very early. So those BKBs will tick down to the 5 seconds pretty soon. It's a 6-second one already on Somnus, and I believe a 7-second one on Ame. So that's one thing they do at least have that can start to turn inside of those fights, as they are very heavy magic damage focused. And now an item that I think is really important is Yang having a Lotus Orb, because I saw in a couple of these fights, he doesn't want to shield himself all the time. He wants to be protecting people, and every time a reflection gets popped, he actually just gets silenced. His own illusion just keeps beating on him, and then he gets silenced for the majority of the fight. So having this extra tool to be able to remove that is going to be important for him.
Trying to have a bit of a poke on Yang, see if they can bring down the watch. In fact, the wraparound there on the back, they've managed to get the jump onto Ori, but the turnaround comes through. Fade has the shackles onto Chalice, separated for the rest of the team. X-Nova offers up a stun, and now allow Chalice to get away with the Stampede. BKB's out from VG Gaming, but Arme steps straight to the back with the Metamorphosis, takes out Fade. Fail buyback comes out from Fade. They want to try and turn this VG Gaming, but with the borrowed time already used, Yang falls. The tier 2 is taken.
The way they took the fight, they saw the Glimmer Cape come out from the Warlock. Ame just cuts into the tree lines there with the Kunkka. They kill DY. DY has to drop a defensive rock on top of himself. And then from there, PSG.LGD has full control of the fight.
They've got a good amount of duration left on the Metamorphosis as well, so they can just walk up to the high ground. Yang is 200 gold short of buyback, so they cannot bring in the full team to offer this any sort of a defense.
That's a Rax.
As 34 minutes in, PSG.LGD, they'll walk down the bottom lane. They'll take a very simple, clean melee Rax.
There's just, even inside the fights too, just looking, there's just so much damage mitigation coming out. You see the Abaddon, sure, we were talking about how he's matching the build of Chalice, having this Crimson Guard and all that, but between Crimson Guard, Pipe, and the Rum, I'm seeing heroes on the side of PSG.LGD just get tickled.
They just don't take any damage.
Wraith King is hitting the Centaur, and it's doing like 100 damage, maybe something like that per hit maximum. They're just really tanking up a bit too much here. Still only at 2K gold advantage. I mean, this is astonishing that they're able to keep this gold like this for VG. I mean, the Skeletons in particular, of course, Paparazzi getting a lot of that farm, but they're keeping it very close here, even though the fights are, we're seeing them be pretty dominant for PSG.LGD.
Well, that's the thing, you know, the kills are close, the gold is close. I think if anything, at the moment, it just feels testament to the drafting of PSG.LGD. Being incredibly strong here in this first game. Their lineup just seems so robust and hard for VG Gaming to do anything about. They've got all the answers, they've got all the items.
Yeah, Ori just can't deal the amount of damage. Ori can't do damage in the fights. He just runs in, he pops his stuff, but he's also at risk of dying because, like we said, such high physical damage that comes out from PSG.LGD. So he's got all this armor items now too, but he's still only 1900 HP.
Off the back of these objectives and time being given, FY's just 200 gold away from having Aghanims on Rubik, so you can expect these fights to continue very thick and fast. The amount of spells FY's going to be able to get out.
Yeah, he's got in. I mean, he's been stealing shielded quite a bit here. He's also taken a couple stuns from the last strike in some of the fights. Nothing like super flashy in this one so far here, but he's been just doing his job and sitting behind, getting decent spells to at least protect people.
Very sort of slow, safe performance from both teams so far, but the meticulousness that LGD's brought to this game just seems that a little bit more safe and sort of able to fall back on this lineup. Arme, Butterfly's done. Another fight won by PSG.LGD could easily set up for a quick tier 2 and a tier 3 to fall. VG Gaming, you got to wonder how the discussion's sort of going down in the booth. What is the plan? What are they building towards? What is the move that they're looking to make? Is it sort of just a hope that an overextension comes out from PSG.LGD? Is it a case of waiting, trying to continue to poke these BKB charges out of them, try and get them to use Metamorphosis in a defensive position, fight when it's not up? How do you tackle this game that seemingly is close, but at the same time feels so hard for Radiant?
it's just so hard for them to get any type of like great engagement where they can actually just lock someone down and chain lock them down, because Stampede gets popped and they'll just kind of run away and disengage or get on top of the heroes that they want to. So LGD just has a much easier way of choosing the fights they want to take and how they want to take them every single time. Even though there is, of course, those counter initiations coming out, Vici still just can't take the same type of fights on their own accord. It's just PSG.LGD just gets on top of the heroes that they want to and quickly blow them up.
Paparazzi trying to amp up that damage. Bloodthorn's what he's hoping for. Will take him a fair bit of time, Ori. Shiva's Guard Gold is nearly there, but the speed that LGD push, you've got to imagine that Vici Gaming is going to be holding on to those buybacks. Smoke on smoke. Vici Gaming starting to enter LGD's jungle. LGD sort of a step ahead as they'll be the ones to first sweep over to the Radiant side. The scan will come out, won't connect onto anybody, so PSG.LGD will know they're not going to find any kills. They'll start to take the shrines, continue to clean up gold off the map. Ori will be spotted in the river.
They've got the high ground here.
They do. This is a bit of an awkward fight for Vici Gaming, despite it being on their half of the map, but they try and look for it. Keeping themselves away for now. Ori just trying to shove out the middle lane. But that top wave has pushed round, and Vici Gaming look to lose this top tier 2 tower. The pushing speed is there. There's no reason for LGD to stop. He's hit 25 on Kunkka. He's got the Tidebringer.
Oh, God.
He's ready to just smash through these creep waves, smash through these buildings, as it's another tower down. Vici Gaming unable to get stuck in at all.
See FY, he's even restolen the shield as well, so Fatal Bonds comes out, he just shields it off his teammates, and he's gonna keep able to do that every single time they do try to throw out any type of lockdowns or stuns onto them. So immediately they force rotations back, and they're just gonna back up. They're happy with that, as they forced.
See if they scout out. Roche has just respawned. Could very much be the ticket that allows PSG.LGD to potentially even just close this game down.
Yeah, they've got a gem, so they're clearing out that vision around outside the pit. They've got high ground vision to keep tags of when Vici does come outside. And Ame already starts to walk toward them. They see DY trying to D-ward. They don't want him to.
That's the one threat that they want to get out of the fight. Make sure there's no bonds, make sure there's no golem. There'll be a buyback coming out for DY immediately as the fight will continue. Yang is the focus for now, starting to stand himself in between himself and Ori, making sure Ori can get out the ward to drop, but Xnova's able to force himself out as the Serpent wards will pretty much do nothing at all. Xnova able to turn with the stun on a Paparazzi. BKB now popped, Ori and Fade making a move straight towards the squishier kills. They'll get Xnova, he also having buyback ready, turns straight back towards the fight. They'll get towards FY, they've killed the 2 supports. Now can they get the cause? Ame, BKB's pop, Metamorphosis is out. This is where the difficulty gets stepped up for Vici Gaming. Can they deal with this Terrorblade? Glimmer K buys DY some sort of safety. Yang turning towards them, looking to push them back. The Fatal Bond still upon the 4 of them. Torrent onto the 2. PSG.LGD starting to back up. This would be a huge kill if Vici Gaming can find it. The stone control, it's there. The shackles, they've found it. They'll take Ame down. Vici Gaming finding the big bounty.
An instant buyback though from Ame. He wants to keep bringing the fight to them. Even FY bought back and Xnova to try to join over there. How many buybacks total was this? Like 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5 total buybacks coming out in this game. As Vici, they punch back on top of their shrine there, and like you said, Roche is available.
It is.
Paparazzi.
Is anyone going to die back? That's the question. This could be a turning point in the game. Ame has to be careful.
There's no meta for 68 seconds. BKBs are at the ready.
You've got to push for this Vici Gaming. You know that this game is a rough one. It's a tough one. You've got to take anything that gets given to you. They have this timing. They're looking for Roche. PSG.LGD will be sure to try and contest it. They'll step in. Stuns out onto Chalice. They're surrounded. BKB popped by Paparazzi. He locks down the boat's over. The Chalice has the Kunkka's run, and with the stamping pop, he looks to try and chase down Ori. Ori's going to be the focus. Glimmer K for DY keeps Ori safe. They turn. Stuns out. Chalice is getting control. And the stolen Aphonic Shield buys him sometime, but it's not enough. Chalice falls. Buyback comes out. Same is there by both Ori and Yang. As the 2 cores will fall on Vici Gaming. Paparazzi as well. Dies to once. Ame's on top of them. Paparazzi gets the blink out off the back of the reincarnate. The Sentry Ward and walking the vision today. That's why they turn back in. Challenge in with a Who's-Top. Torrent combo. They've got the mount. Paparazzi dead without buyback available. Xnova's got the lockdown on the side to finish off Fade as well. As Vici Gaming, they took their chances. They tried for the Roshan. but they now will start to fall like flies as there's no buyback for Yang, no buyback for Paparazzi. PSG.LGD know it's time to move straight towards the base, and GG, it's called. This one's over.
That was some team fights coming out from LGD, just knowing how powerful they are and how they want to take the fights every single time. This Centaur seems so crucial to me. I know Samdis had this amazing game on the Kunkka, just getting these conclaves. His damage is going to be probably through the roof on the Kunkka, but just being able to pick and choose the battles every single time.
I mean, absolutely.
They always found the right targets that they wanted to go for in the fights. DY was struggling so hard to find positioning.
This is sort of the terrifying PSG.LGD that you expect to see here in the upper bracket. No messing around, no mistakes to be made, no overextensions. Knowing the exact limits of their heroes, their draft, and playing in a way that it just seemed unbreakable. It was from what, like the 15-minute mark onwards, we were asking ourselves, how did Vici Gaming even stand a chance?
Yeah. The BKBs, the timings that came out, it did feel like Vici, I wanted to be a little bit more aggressive, get more done during that laning phase, get more towers down so they could have a bigger advantage going into this mid game. But PSG.LGD, they got those BKBs, they took excellent fights, they used their buybacks really well, and they did not allow Vici to actually get that big advantage that they probably wanted to have in this game with this Leshrac, with the Shadow Shaman push lineup.
And solid performance all round from PSG.LGD as they look very clean cut coming into this series, taking game 1 against Vici Gaming. And so going to have to be some serious changes in the drafting, I feel, if Vici is able to stand the chance of taking a game off the big boys of China. PSG.LGD taking the lead in this series.
LGD really did look fantastic there, and to break it all down, we got Sin, we got Trent, and we have Dendi. So we got to take a pretty big look at everything that went on here. Vici being one of the very dominant teams this year, Sin, what happened that allowed LGD to get so far ahead?
Well, it took a while, first of all, and I think yes, Vici has been one of the greatest teams of the year, but they also, toward the later stages of this tournament, and even in the group stage to an extent, have looked weaker, in my opinion, than LGD overall. So I was a bit surprised with how close this game was for so long, but Vici Gaming, I think their lineup was a little bit inferior in the playstyle that the game ended up playing. If you remember, the Dota Plus was favoring Radiant by like 3-1. Yeah. It had really high tempo that it could perform. Wraith King, Shadow Shaman, Leshrac, they want to push towers and take control of the map, but LGD managed to slow them down. They got BKBs, and then it became a game of can't die versus can't die, but we can die for a bit longer than you. Cannot die for a bit longer. Cannot die for a bit longer than you.
Killing it.
English.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I think I understand. Dendi, when you look at these two teams, though, what do you think? Do you think that LGD overall is the stronger team?
I don't know. For me, those two teams, actually teams who can take the royal thing. They can win this tournament. And looking at those two teams, it was like, I don't know, looking in a book of Dota, you know, it's so polished, it's so beautiful Dota to watch. And both of them played brilliantly. But yeah, it was getting harder and harder for Vici to break through LGD after the game got a little bit delayed. Like Sindren mentioned, BKB was actually a big problem for Vici.
Yeah, the book of Dota, I like that. Yeah, the honey badgers and the bears. Dendi, you're all about the nice way of explaining it to everyone. And I mean, it's very nice having you on the panel. Actually, I heard Rich was so excited to have you on the panel because he already told the story about the first time he actually he met you. Because he was so excited that he ruined one of his favorite pairs of pants, I believe.
Thank you, guys.
While you're here, actually, if you don't mind. Thank you.
That's our host.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's
okay.
awesome.
You
know what else is awesome?
Me, Rich, or Trent?
No, Sind low. You know what else is awesome, though? What we are seeing in the Dota right now from these guys, and I do want to kind of, you hear polish. Polish is kind of going to be the term that's going on when we talk about why these teams look so good. What is it, though, that you want to see change on the side of Vici if they're going to be able to take this next game of the series?
Well, for me, maybe it's, I don't know, when I think Terrorblade, I think Ame. When I think Ame, I think Terrorblade, but he's not a hero that you see all too often. Maybe it's something that, like, Vici have to still respect that, even if he's not going to be the most popular hero at the moment right now, because LGD have just always been extremely good at playing around both that hero as well as that style of gameplay there from Ame, just like the super hard carry stuff. So I like the idea that they had, where they tried this faster push. It just comes down to execution and, well, as you put it, polish.
I do kind of want to ask Dendi right now, while we do have him on the panel, though, overall, when we start to look at the meta that's somewhat forming here at TI. I know it's one of the most popular questions that we do get quite frequently here when we're checking Twitter and everything on the panel. What's your idea of what the meta actually looks like here at TI?
It's hard to say. I still see that every team plays differently, and we see Vici and LGD here, and they have their own playstyle of Dota, very stable, very balanced drafts. They do very slow games. We're not rushing anywhere. We're farming up their items. We're doing their stuff. Or we see OG, who is going like crazy and diving everything. We're going into your fountain. Bristleback turns back and killing everybody. So it's hard to say that there is some kind of meta. There is so many things, and we might see so many things more. Who knows? Maybe we're gonna see a carry patch.
I do think there's something that I've noticed across the tournament that is a bit more prevalent than before, and that's the idea of having a clear frontliner. And I think that's the reason that a hero like Centaur, I think, was integral to this game. That's the kind of hero that you might want to ban out or look into the next game of how you're going to approach solving this problem.
Good to rally around, yeah.
Another person who's good to rally around is definitely Slacks. Luckily for us, we get to take a we're going to take a look at what Slacks was up to.
Thanks, guys. So, Casey, as we learned earlier today, you have secretly been studying some Mandarin.
Yes, a little bit.
How much?
2.5 months or so. The basics.
That's really great, because now I know that we get a wonderful translator for free. Casey, we're going to do a nice interview. You're going to translate everything, right?
Yeah, I'll try. Yes.
You will.
Yes.
You will, because you are so proud of yourself for your 2 months that you snuck in. So, let's start off with an easy one. Hello, sir. What is your name?
Robert.
Robert. Who's going to win TI?
OG the repeat.
OG the repeat? You believe it?
Everyone should. They're playing the best Dota.
Oh, that man does not believe it, sir. All right. Easy first start.
Okay.
Are you ready? All right. I would like to ask my friend, what was your name, sir?
Kala.
I can ask him his name.
Well, I want you to grade her and tell me how good she is, okay?
你什么叫? 你叫什么?
Chinese name? 张浩.
张浩很美. 张浩很美.
Oh, thank you. 谢谢.
All right, chill out. What?
I'm sorry.
Very handsome. What? All right. How was she doing?
She's very good.
Okay.
Bro, all right. Hold on. Bro, how is she actually doing?
I just have to say she's very good.
Oh, okay. Attaboy. Who is the most surprising pick of the tournament in your opinion?
他是一个goal.
他是一个 what?
I knew it.
他是一个 goal.
Go 是 what? Go is what?
他是一个go.
Go.
I know. What?
She tells me you are a dog.
No. Wow, wait, hey, what? Yes. I do have a dog. That is not the question I asked. I'm asking about Dota heroes. What did you learn? This is.
Well, you would learn the basics and then you work your way up. Try another one.
Okay. Sir, who is your favorite team?
Oh, I know this one. 你喜欢哪个队?
So in Chinese, so 老干爹.
LGD. Oh, LGD. He said LGD.
Yes, thank you. I got it. Thank you very much. Great. All right, complicated question. Can you ask her a question?
How old are you?
No.
I'll answer. 我是爸.
You see that? I don't know what you said, but he wasn't buying that shit. What did she say?
She says she's 18.
18, Casey. How is she doing overall?
Very well.
Oh my, you guys are so nice. You're too nice. All right, I want to learn something. Can you guys teach me something to yell out in the crowd when LGD's playing? They're winning, they're kicking ass, or OG. Can you teach me something to say so I can scream it out? What's a hype word?
I can teach you something. When LGD wins, we always say 老干爹动动动.
What does that mean?
LGD, come on.
So what was that word? One more time.
老干爹动动动.
All right, start us. Here we go. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Dong, dong, dong. Oh, I feel it. Thank you, guys. Great job. Well done. Casey, keep working.
谢谢。
谢谢. Thank you.
Okay, what I had meant to say was 他有一个狗. Not you are a dog, but you have a dog.
Ah, what thing, dong? Mr. Ru. 谢谢.
We're trying, and I appreciate you challenging me.
I didn't learn anything. I'm sorry, guys. They asked me to learn stuff, but I was just grinding Dota games. So, sorry, everybody. Love Dota, though.
Casey.
Yeah.
I'm going to say something in English, or in Chinese. I want to hear you say, I want to hear you say it in English, all right? You ready?
All right.
Okay.
Bi Zoi, Kyle.
Oh, I know that one. Thank you, Rich.
P-Zoy?
Bi Zoi, Kyle.
B-Zoy. I did not learn Zoy.
Maybe you should have.
You could say, you could say, what the new, hang on.
B-Zoy, Casey.
No, what the new baba.
B-Zoy, Casey.
What the new baba.
B-Zoy, Casey.
I am your dad.
Okay, yeah, I've said that one before. I definitely have.
Well, this has been a lot of fun. Thank you. Why don't you, I should take it back. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys very much. So let's see. Do you guys know more Chinese than?
So when I first arrived at China, it was 2010, Wuhan.
Yeah.
Someone told me how to say "I love you," and it was like "wo ai ni." And I was going around the streets and telling to every single person I meet, "wo ai ni, wo ai ni, wo ai ni." And it was like, they were looking at me like, what's happening?
I'm sure some of the people said what Casey just said to you as well, like the Dota daddy right here in Dendi. But now we do have to put our attention back on this matchup, and it's going to be two teams from the same region. And before we start seeing what they're actually going to be bringing in this next game, I do kind of want to ask you, Cinderin, if you feel like the teams from the Chinese region have maybe adopted a play style that does somewhat mark how the region thinks about the game.
I would say this last game was the one where the two Chinese teams played the closest to each other in style overall. Like, there's still some differences. The biggest difference was in draft, but they kind of played the game like they had the same idea. We're going to win this game at 30-40, and then the Radiant just didn't win the game at 30-40. So, but as far as the map goes, where they feel like they should be invading, what areas are safe, what areas are difficult, how you ward, how you rally around your teammates, how you use a frontliner, how you use backliners, it's very, very similar.
And now our teams are going to be taking the stage. Let's see who is going to take this next game. We got both of our teams definitely having the energy of the crowd behind them. But first, we're going to be taking a look at the team that was able to take the first game. Let's see, though, what Vici will have in store this time around. That last game definitely did look relatively convincing. Are we going to see a 2-0 in this top portion of the bracket to send Vici Gaming down to that loser's bracket, or will we see it go all the way to a Game 3? This next game is definitely going to be very interesting, but from what we've learned already, there is so much interesting facts that we don't know about these players yet. Luckily, we're going to be able to take a deeper look at the team itself of the players of Vici.
我这个也他妈太重了吧！这个怎么投啊？上，直接叫冲就可以了。我就知道，
还行，你们不太行啊。我觉得我们的故事线就是一个队伍能真正的成为一个就是兄弟团，这是我们的故事线吧？
哎，开玩笑吧，因为我们现在
我这次就要破纪录。
RTK 太牛逼了 ，RTK 牛逼啊 ，RTK 吃狗屎。厉害在全方面吧，就不论是游戏理解还是英雄的认知程度，都比我们广。
RTK 帮我提升的其实挺多的。
他的团队里不仅像一个就是那个教练，也更像个老大哥吧，这样牛。
啊！滚过去！奇迹，作为一个团队，信任来说，对信任更重要。作为一个团队，必须要是一个团队，团队这两个字很重要。 我觉得赢了Major对我们队来说意义重大，因为本来大家就是一群新人，刚刚我也说了，很缺乏自信，因为赢了一个就是含金量很高，像Major级别的这样一个赛事冠军的话，会让大家在内心里肯定自己，肯定队友，我觉得这个非常重要。
相对来说，夺冠之后，我觉得可能大家都更自信了吧，就打法什么的都会比以前打得更好。
现在中国队的话，我们跟老干爹状态，我们这2个队差不多，但是比起像世界级强队 VP 啊、Secret 和EG 的话，我觉得还有点不足，没有他们稳定。
说实话，肯定是希望危机是走到最后的中国队啊，但我也同时也希望有中国队能夺冠。
因为第一次在 TI 在中国办嘛，所以可能会比较觉得特殊吧，
就想着就是打好自己吧，就是不能把遗憾留在中国吧。
像我个人的话，我也算是现在为数不多的还就是留在赛场上，像以前遗留下来的老人吧。我也不希望变成一个孤潮老人嘛，希望还是能拿出点成绩来，证明自己还是可以的。
TI 的话打了这第3届吧，站在主舞台，就是到场馆的时候感觉那种感觉特别好吧，然后就想一直在这个舞台打下去。
我觉得今年的 TI 如果 VG 夺冠的故事线的话，应该就是因为我们一直以来都不太被人看好嘛。
我觉得我们故事线应该就是在胜这组遨游吧，就一直在想着胜这组遨游，不想下去。
如果能真的拿到 TI 冠军的话，感觉这应该是一个非常励志的故事哦。从 Minor 冠军到 Major 冠军再到 TI 冠军，1年之内，不敢想，很童话了。
Folks, definitely getting very excited for this series. I think that this was one of the series, Trent, that I was actually the most excited for, just to see what the heck the crowd was going to do.
Yeah.
And it definitely hasn't disappointed.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like those matchups when we're back in Seattle, right? Where it's like it's kind of the same idea where the crowd can rally around both teams, be it someone like, of course, like Na'Vi and Alliance, right? You think like it doesn't matter really regions and stuff. Everyone's just super excited. EG, OG last year, I think the same idea of just super excited for the Dota. And here it's just even more intense because there's this idea of just like your entire nation, everyone's just so proud of the players coming from there and see them both battling out on the stage. It's absolutely incredible to watch. And yeah, I mean, we all took our headsets off after the first little panel we did. We couldn't believe how loud it actually was in here.
Yeah, I turned to Dove and I was like, wow, I didn't even realize that it was actually like these headphones obviously are slightly noise canceling, but we know that they are going to be getting loud yet again as they do actually step to the stage right now. We have both of our teams in place. LGD currently going to be leading by 1. We're in the upper portion of the bracket. Whoever does lose this series will still be with us, but they don't want to drop down to that loser's bracket, which is absolutely infested with top teams. Let's see who's going to take this series.
PSG.LGD versus VG Gaming. Game 2.
A team turned into a brotherhood. VG Gaming being down a game now. I've got Insania as well as Boxy joining me once again. Gentlemen, what did you think about that last game? What was really the key point for you?
I think the key things in the last game was you basically saw LGD go for this draft where if they managed to stall the game out and slow it down and, use Kunkka, use these heroes that they had to deflect the pushes and the aggressive gameplay that was coming out of the Leshrac and Rasta, they would rely upon the TB to eventually carry the game out. Whereas VG Gaming wanted to close the game out before the TB really was a relevant hero and just abuse the fact that they were so much stronger in the early game. And I think both teams had a way to win that game, but LGD just executed their game plan much better.
And so what does that mean going into our draft for Game 2?
I think Vichy might try and play a little bit more of a map control game because they played a very deathfall kind of lineup last game where they had Abaddon and Warlock. These heroes don't really have any lockdown, but they have a lot of teamfight presence. And since they felt like they couldn't do it, it didn't work out. Maybe they're confident to try the same thing again, but if it were us, we would probably try to change it up a little bit.
Yeah, I think they probably also realized, like, they even banned out the Leshrac already, so they're taking it a bit of a different direction. Maybe they felt like the best way to deal with LGD was this approach that maybe isn't their most comfortable playstyle. It's, of course, among the styles that they play. It wasn't a draft that I think was, like, new to them or anything like that, but maybe they feel like if they can match their pace a bit more and instead of trying to set this, like, off-tempo game where if the game drags on, they lose, but if they win fast, they should be able to do it easily. Try to just match the tempo and get a more even game.
Does mean Elder Titan will sneak out into the pool. First pick for LGD.
Yeah, it's a very strong hero. Seen a lot of play this TI. I think it matches very well with magic damage dealers, since the aura, the spirit gives like a magic damage reduction aura. And LGD tends to pick a lot of magic damage lineups.
Yeah.
So we might see some Zeus or Lina or anything like that to combo with the ET later on.
I think also it just fits how they want to play. They tend to play X-Nova on this like lane-winning position 5 hero, and I'm expecting him to be playing this Elder Titan. Also, it does a good job of slowing the game pace down. It's one of those heroes that you can position it behind a tower and just keep stomping out waves and slowing the game down. So if, for whatever reason, VG Gaming were about to do something similar to last game, they would already have like a good start to build their draft off of.
Well, when it comes to lane winning, that duo that was just picked up by VG Gaming, the Sand King Mirana, that's going to be hard to beat.
It's very strong. It has a lot of damage with levels, but I think that in early levels, if you have something like a Nyx or something similar, or even a Spectre, I think is pretty good. You can definitely survive the laning stage, but I do think that the map control coming out of it, like Sand King can defend your towers, it pushes out lanes, it's very hard to kill, and Potom, together with Sand King or any other stun, can pretty much kill anybody alone on the map, and it's Potom ulti to get runes, to be like maybe ward out, smoke, whatever.
Yeah.
So they're definitely going the map control already with those two heroes.
We saw that when Sand King was first introduced with his new Sandstorm, that this hero was being picked up a ton. And what a lot of teams were using was to be able to defend these towers. It was so hard to push into a Sandstorm with like a Sand King hiding in the trees. You think that's like another reason it's being picked back up in time for TI?
I think, yeah, I mean, of course it's always going to be part of it. It's one of his many strengths, but I think a more prominent reason is like the rise of the other heroes that surround Sand King, like the position 4s like Mirana that have come into the pool. You see Leshrac much more frequently. Even heroes like Faceless Void like played the draft, makes sense to have Sand King with them, and I think that's a big part of why the hero has risen to popularity now again.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, a lot more about the synergy. I can do that.
And like matchups in general. Yeah. I don't think the hero himself has changed that much over the last month or whatever. It's more so the surrounding heroes.
Ogre. Ooh, that hero just seemed to come out of nowhere just in time for TI and has been just dominating everywhere. This core Ogre, when did you guys first like discover this core Ogre that I'm not sure who actually was the first to really run it, and what you guys think about it?
We saw it. We saw some other teams playing it a while ago, and I figured it feels pretty good. Ever since they changed the multicast chance to be very high, and now that you can use items, you can buy Midas and accelerate like crazy. That was like always the problem before playing core Ogre. You never got any items. You were like super poor. So that made it very strong, and I think now it should be on the offlane. Since ET is normally their 5, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the time it is their 5. I do think FY can also play it though, so the possibility of an Ogre 5 is there. But I think the big change for Ogre was when the Fire Blast stun fully stacked.
Yeah.
So you get like a 3-second stun on a multicast.
Yeah, no, that's very
and I think after that, a lot of people started picking it up again and trying him out, and then you realize, you know, this hero's not too bad.
One of the ways I like to think about it is that Medallion and Solar Crest have been really important items in this current meta, and what's better than one Solar Crest than a multicasted Solar Crest? It's just crazy that you could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's very fun. They recently increased the item buffer range as well. So before you would have the problem with, well, you cast it on one guy, but then there's only like 200 or 300 units for it to reach anybody else. I think they buffed it up to 800.
Yeah.
So you can basically hit somebody on the other side of your screen with your items. So like you just run in, hex one guy, and like their backline supports are also pigs is running around.
Yeah. Believe me, I tried it. As soon as they made that change, I was like, all right, I'm going to get the cast range talent, Ether Lens, and Rod of Atos, and I just want to see what the max distance it can go.
Yeah, it's very
pretty
fun.
crazy.
Yeah, it's amazing. So LGD actually banned out Kunkka. I'm not sure why that is. I feel like it's a very interesting ban. I feel like it's a hero that kind of more so fits them than it does Vici. The only reason I can really see for it is that you don't want to give Mirana this free X setup.
Yeah, might be afraid of the arrow combo.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't want to play this mid heroes that match well into it.
Right. And then there's like Odie and Kunkka, right, that are the primary two, and then I think there's Ember Spirit and Storm, which are like slightly worse, but they can also be this Mirana setup. So it could be part of the reasoning that they're trying to look to set themselves up for heroes that they want to pick against, Ember and Storm specifically, or OD.
Is there any mid heroes that you're really scared of Kunkka?
I mean, there's Brood.
Yeah. I think that most of the ranged heroes are going to be scared of the X into Mirana combo that don't have an escape. But specifically, like, Brood, I guess.
Yeah, but there's also like Lesh and Gyro are out, right?
Yeah.
I would think of them as pretty bad heroes into Kunkka. Ember and Storm, I think, are okay.
No, I think they're pretty good. I think they lane well and they're good in the game.
So, yeah, this is going to be an interesting pick from LGD because they're going to have to reveal one other core. Either they're going to confirm that the Ogre is an offlane Ogre, or they're going to have to pick up what would most likely be their offlaner here. I think LGD generally tries to keep their core picks for later on.
Yeah, and I think with Mirana 4 and the Sven carry, they should be a little bit careful about offlane tri-lane. I think that, or even safe lane. I think that Sanking does very well alone, and he does very well especially in the safe lane alone. And Ogre is... the hero tends to thrive when he can't be killed.
Yeah.
And if you're into like some Mirana, Sven plus another hero, you might just feed on the tri-lane.
Yeah.
And makes it very rough to come back into the game. Yeah, I think Jakiro is very strong as well to ward off any like aggro tri-lanes.
Yeah.
Super hard to play into the dual buff.
Absolutely. I think that was an amazing pick, actually. Yeah. And I think FY is going to be playing it as a position 4. LGD tends to run this like more farmy, whichever of the two supports has an easier time hitting creeps, seems to be the one that FY is playing.
Yeah. It's also, it's kind of beefy support, so even if Sanking and Potom would find him out in the open somewhere in the woods, he could probably survive at least for the first few seconds. Definitely one of the more tankier guys out there.
It's also another hero that stalls the game for you as a support. That was something you mentioned for the Elder Titan.
Yeah.
Do you think with that idea, is LGD going to try and secure themselves a better late game?
I think they're going to try to. I mean, Vici Gaming picked up their Sven fairly early, right? So LGD's going to have they have the opportunity now to decide whether they want to try to, match the pace or try to go for something more outscaling. And I think knowing LGD, they're probably going to try to play something more scaling.
Yeah.
And
they banned Void and Lifestealer. I think I would have liked both of those heroes as a carry. I'm not sure what they will
for LGD, yeah.
But it's going to be a lot about the mid hero, I think. They don't really have any playmakers right now. Like Ogre, he can run in and he can be tanky, but he has kind of short range and it's not really a lot of mobility. So I think they have to pick something, if they want to scale, have to be something that like enables their team to make moves and kill people. Oh,
there you go.
That's the carry.
And you guys nailed it. There's your hard carry right there.
Yeah. No, it's very good against like the Sanking and Potom, like I talked about.
Yeah.
The Spectre, he's like his dagger secures you a lot of range creeps, and Sanking automatically pushes the lane. Either he skills Sandstorm or he skills his Caustic, or you stun, and then you also stun the entire creep wave.
Yeah.
And since you're kind of tanky to Desolate, you can dagger run out into the trees. Like, it's hard to get a clean combo on Spectre in the lane. It's definitely one of the better counters to this dual offlane stun lane, I think.
Yeah, and I played with my fair share of Marana support. It's very annoying to play against Spectre, because even when he just presses Haunt, you're not really a hero that buys a lot of sustain, so just the damage you take from that sometimes forces you back to base, or forces you to play very defensively in a fight, so...
Yeah, both Lion and Marana suffer to getting haunted on. Like, one follow-up or even to the Spectre alone, if he gets Manta, I think they're both dead.
Yeah, Lion is one of the... he has the opportunity to be one of the better heroes, but you're not always,
You need to instantly react to the Haunt and hexing the illusion and mana draining it. But
the Spectre has the advantage, for sure, because he knows when the Haunt is going to come.
So what is your thought process when you're put into this check position, where the enemy team says, hey, we're going to pick this really late game hero? How do you deal with that just with one pick to go?
I mean, I think if you're Vici right now, they changed up their style, right? I think there's two ways to basically beat late game drafts. One is you control the map and you don't let them get any farm, and then you just win the game with an overwhelming gold lead. And the other one is what they went for in the first game, where they try to just push the game and wrap it up as soon as possible before late game even as a factor. So they have a fairly good draft to control the map. If you look at their heroes, they have a lot of tools. They have a lot of heroes that can build into blinks, and they have heroes that are very heavy on damage. And these are the primary two things you need. You're going to need to have catch, and you're going to need to play this fast-paced pick-off game where LGD isn't just allowed to sit back, split the map in half, and farm.
I think the problem for Vici right now is they don't really have any way to get objectives. They're going to have to pick something like a DP or some other type of tower pusher, so they can get Roach, get towers, and make sure that they keep the map small for LED. And LED is going to have to, once again, pick a playmaker or something like that. Tiny spend out.
They need a stall hero.
Yeah. DK, yeah. Alright.
I think they might DP on Vici. Problem is they don't have a save for the ET stall.
Are you a bit concerned about damage? Picking up a DK like this?
As LGD?
I think that with having ET and Spectre, I don't think you ever really run out of that. Like, I think you can run out of damage, but I think if it's kind of only in the early stages of the game.
Okay.
Kind of the way I see it. At least if Spectre is farmed, you're always going to have damage because it's a hero that deals damage by tanking.
So that like that early game is going to be their weakest point. In Vici Gaming, that's the part that they're going to try and hit hardest.
Yeah, I would think so. Before, like before the Jakiro gets a 4-staff, before the Ogre gets a pipe, they're hopefully going to be able to get a few kills.
I think the problem is that they're going to need to use so many spells to bring this DK down, and if any of their like stun flow is interrupted, like, you know, you want a Sanking Blink Stun arrow, and then you want Lion to finger him, or Sven to follow up on that, like, the damage to kill DK in of itself is fairly slow. So the opportunity for counterplays like ET Stomps and Ice Paths and Spectral Haunting in and blocking the arrow, or whatever, anything like this could happen, could really throw off the damage coming inwards. So that means that the DK can play very aggressively.
Necro, alright.
So that addresses the problem you just pointed out about being able to, like, you're going to run out of spells focusing on this DK. Necrophos just cuts that in half. Do you guys like that last pick?
Yes and no. I think it makes sense for what they needed, but I don't believe too much in Necro as a hero of itself.
Yeah.
Fox, do you agree? It's just...
It's going to be hard for them to take towers and roach, but if they can snowball, I think they're definitely going to snowball very
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll have to see if this is going to be good enough.
I think an interesting aspect about this this draft is that you see Vici Gaming kind of like adapt to LGD, and I think this is something that usually gives you an indicator of which team thinks they're better than the other one. And Vici Gaming in game 1 went with the push style, and now they're trying to play this more map control draft. And I think this is like, it's a bit telling to how they see LGD, and how LGD is just like, nah, we're gonna be us. We're gonna go late game, we're gonna farm, we're gonna pick these late game drafts, we're gonna do what we're good at, because if we do that, that's good enough for us to win.
That's got to be tough, going against a team that knows you so well. To have that kind of signature style, you would look like that the enemy team would know you so well that they'd be able to counter that.
I think for sure it's hard for Vici, because now they're pressured in another way, not really to take towers and be able to end the game, but they need to get a lot of kills, and they need to keep the map very closed.
Yeah.
So it's another type of pressure where you need to do well, you need to make sure that you shut down the enemy team, whereas LGD can play more patient and more relaxed, kind of, or like they can sit back and be ready for what's coming. Sort of similar to the game 1.
And is that why we see like so many of these later game lineups? Because there's just, TI has so much pressure already that just being able to keep a little bit off of you by saying, we don't have to be the ones playing flawless here, they do.
For sure.
It helps. And like, when you're the team responding, you have a bit more time to think things through. When you're the team that needs to be hyperactive all the time, you kind of just got to focus on where do we move next? Where is the next micro move that we need to make? But the team that's playing for late game generally has a better macro view of the game.
All right, let's get this game 2 started. But first, we've got ROTK with Casey.
ROTK, one of the original true Dota gods. I will take whatever you are willing to share with us about how you feel about the draft.
跟我们分享一下选完之后感觉如何？
感觉5-5开吧。
I feel like it's 50-50.
A very fair assessment. Thank you and good luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Casey. 50-50, says RTK 50-50 on this one. An interesting approach compared to some of the coaches that come out and say, easy, easy draft. We outdrafted them at 50-50. A lot of respect there from the big man himself. And looking at the two drafts, would you sort of agree with RTK on this one? You think it's a close one?
They both have their benefits, right? Like the draft panel was talking about it too. Vici, they have a very aggressive, you look at them, they have stuns aplenty, lots of ways to lock heroes down, lots of ways to apply that damage, and lots of burst damage too, if they can control the map and if they can come out of their lanes well. When I look at LGD, they not only did pick a late game insurance, they also do have some pretty tough lanes. Jakiro, as we've seen, has been dominating most laning matchups. Same thing with Ogre, and same with ET. These three heroes, they're very strong in the laning aspect. So we'll see if Vici is actually going to be able to kind of run over and get that big advantage and get that map control that they're really going to need versus a Spectre line.
They've got to do it. They've got to do it quick because it's a similar problem down the line, right? There's going to be so much beef and brawniness on LGD's side that the late game is not going to be fun.
I haven't gotten to see this set yet in person.
It's beautiful.
It's the beautiful Ori Necrophos set. We'll take a look at it.
He's got it all right. He's got the Bird Boy, the Sullen Rampant as well.
Yep, it's beautiful.
He is ready to flex on LGD, and we'll see if he can do so. It was a tough game 1 for Vici Gaming. Switched it up a little bit and, to the point that they have so much sort of potential to kill early on, right? If they, as sort of the draft panel was saying, if they can get the ball rolling, start moving around with Ori, taking people out with the Reaper's Scythe, this game is going to get played at a pace where there's not necessarily going to be the same amount of space for Arme as he got in game 1.
Absolutely. I like how they, on PSG.LGD, they tick the boxes though, right? We were saying early game, late game, middle game, they even have tower push thrown in too. With that Jakiro, with that DK last pick, they're gonna have ways to also try to trade and take fights as well. And look to pressure those towers, while Vici is trying to do the same thing. So here we see the runes, the race to the top rune, Ame and Yang. The dagger speed, able to secure that one for Ame.
That's gonna give the edge once again to PSG.LGD to start with. 3 bounty runes for them.
It was so funny because he threw the dagger like 10 seconds ago just to get the movement speed. He's like, nope, sinking. Not gonna let you get 2 because the stun. So there we see the lane swap immediately happening. Xnova wanting to go up top. He has a sentry ward on the ET to be able to try to zone out Yang as best as possible on that sinking. And they know Yang has the stun level 1-2 because of that bounty rune exchange.
Now we're gonna have to watch both side lanes be very careful with the positioning, as both sides certainly having the early game stun and damage to get kills in these laning stages.
Man, this pressure lane by LGD though it's pretty damn strong. Ogre and Jakiro, 2 of the strongest early game. They got Paparazzi down to less than like a quarter HP off of their first nuke combo just from giving him the right click. And immediately we see the Miranda's already moving. Fade initially wanted to get the first blood started bottom just so they could get a good start for Paparazzi, but that's not going to be the case. He wants to secure Yang now.
Let's see what the state of the region and the bottom lane for Vici Gaming. They've got 5 tangos on Paparazzi. No salves on the 2 of them. And we'll see Paparazzi constantly just tangoing himself up to make sure that he can withstand this early game aggression from FY and Chalice and get a look in at the creeps.
He will not have fun down here. I'm pretty sure of that for Paparazzi. He has a Lion protecting him. As we've seen in the last game too, the Lion not able to provide that much inside the lane phase, and as we said too, he's versus 2 of the strongest laners currently in the game, that's Jakiro and Ogre. So it could definitely be a tough one for Paparazzi. That's what you see immediately. DY's like, I don't want a lane. I'm pulling just to get the creeps under the tower so that we can have Paparazzi try to get some farm here.
And so on the other side of the map, the top lane, Arme, what sort of pressure is he going to be feeling? Is there going to be a certain level when suddenly this lane becomes a little rougher for the Spectre against the SK, or with Xnova by his side? Is this a pretty safe lane for Arme?
I think for Ame it could be pretty safe. They could set up kills onto Xnova if he steps up too far, but I think Ame will be just fine. As they're actually getting aggressive onto Yang with that couple heroes, Astral Spirit that Xnova had. But yeah, the lanes are looking extremely good for PSG.LGD coming off of this start. Mid lane could be the one that changes, but we see Dragonite tend to farm really well, even if you're versus Necrophos now at this point.
Now I'm seeing it.
Hard Stop Aurora, it's magical. You know, before in the past, it was pretty devastating because you're playing versus your strength hero, but now you pick up your bracers and whatnot inside the laning phase. Every little thing, it adds up and counts.
That extra bit of magic resistance. And talking about some of the items, Somnus on the DK, Arme on the Spectre. What's the build? Who's getting the Radiance this game?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think we could see Ame just go for some type of Manta build this game. Just wanted to put the pressure on. I think we may not actually see it, but we'll see. It could still be the Radiance on the DK, the double bracer Radiance, but not too sure if we're actually going to see it on either of them.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see what sort of approach they want to take as this game goes on. Let's see if we see any Midases cropping up in this game. There's a lot of potential buyers, as mentioned by the panel. And Chalice, he's going to be dreaming of Midas. Always that want to get it when you're playing the Ogre Magi.
Absolutely. He's gonna free farm down here. Like we see 13-8. I think they've gotten, I want to say, at least 5 or 6 range creep denies now. I kept seeing him just making sure that they can pull the creeps onto the range creep over and over again. And Paparazzi, they're kind of zoning him out of the lane. He's actually having to farm the pull from DY now. So 14 last hits, but you see the 15 and 8 of the Ogre and even 5 for 0 of the Jakiro. Very good early start for PSG.LGD as they're already a 1K advantage, and Spectre is not getting pressured. And whenever a Spectre is not getting pressured, you have to feel a bit concerned already.
I mean, would you have liked to see Vici Gaming sort of switch it up? Maybe if got Paparazzi starting himself up top in some sort of a aggressive lane situation against the Spectre?
Oops, they get the arrow.
They do. It's a long stun. I mean, they'll have it with the 3 of them. So, hey, that'll switch things around. Fade comes in to turn the tables on that bottom lane. A lane, as we've been talking about, was not an easy one for Paparazzi, and they open up the chance for first blood.
They needed that. They really did to bail out Paparazzi down here. And it's lined up perfectly. It was inside the creep wave, too. It just was able to clip him right in the middle of those. So the salvage at the start here, but immediately PSG.LGD will get aggressive on Paparazzi as soon as Fade leaves. They're going to try to set up a kill.
So much damage. And DY has to come in. Paparazzi just beaten entirely out of the lane as soon as Chalice and FY are back to chase them down. They just turn towards DY. He'll get a Hex out, but the Dragon FY continues to breathe down the neck of DY.
Such a terrifying lane. Playing carry versus this lane, I'm sure any carry player is like, oh my god, I would not want to be in that position of Paparazzi right now either. As we see bounties coming up, Paparazzi's going to make his way over. Maybe try to set up for an arrow. As it will fly, but we'll be off the mark.
And they're chasing. FY's trying to turn. A big star still comes in from Fade, bringing FY down low, and Fade gets the Dragon. They'll lose Paparazzi in turn. Continuing to trade kills down on the bottom lane. Top lane, a bit of a dive coming in towards Yang, but he's underneath the tower, and Ame and X-Nova already blowing their 2 spells.
But they're getting the range creeps denied. They get both of those range creep denies. You see X-Nova prioritizing those, trying to shut down the Sanking. Yang still having an okay time top though. Level 4, almost level 5. Going to be going for that Veil build this game as we see a ton of magic damage coming out for Vici, of course.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of success with the Veil first Sankings, I feel, here.
It's just so nice. It gives you everything, right? It makes you tankier, it makes everyone do more damage, it makes you do more damage, gives you HP regen. It gives, yeah, just tons of sustain and all the amount of pressure it can provide. Another range creep deny from Ame.
Yeah, interesting mid lane, it continues to be absolutely dead even. I feel like 6 minutes in, sort of the closest trading of farm we've seen in the mid lane.
I mean, Heartstopper just does 0 damage. It's completely counteracted by the Bracers and the Dragon, but it's the arrow bottom.
Another poke on Chalice. There's 3 of them. Trying to chase, but as you say, with that missed combo, Chalice will be able to walk himself back towards the tower.
And I see he's already got phase boots and a gloves of haste on Chalice. He's already preparing to go for a Midas early on onto this Ogre Magi.
Ori, he's certainly going to go for this one. Has the Reaper's Scythe. One more Death Pulse and an ult will do. X-Nova is trying to do his best to hide, but there's no escape for him. First kill there with the Scythe from Ori. Get a bit of action, and now towards bottom. They'll continue to try and go, but Fade, again, a little late with the follow-up arrow. Won't be able to find the connection. DY does line up the 2-man stun to stop Paparazzi from getting into any trouble as FY and Chalice try to fight back. The waves under the tower. Chalice will be able to continue to find a lot of farm from this bottom lane.
Yeah, Ori looked like he kind of wanted to make the rotation down bottom after he got the kill on the ET, but you're playing versus Dragon Knight. You cannot leave your lane for too long when that DK form is up and available, so immediately has to make the move. And like you said, we're probably likely to see a Midas coming out this game. Somnus queues it up. Getting those high levels on DK, sure, the attack speed's fantastic, but it really is a lot about the levels. I mean, DK, we see these talents, they're amazing. If you get that level 20 mark, we see these players take the 210 GPM, and you start skyrocketing the scale with
that's the, could we see the holy trinity of triple Midas? Spectre's got a gloves of haste.
He's got a gloves. All right,
Chalice, they're triple Midas,
they're
baby.
prepared for that late game. I mean, you look at their draft, and they got
it all queued up. Triple Midas. I feel like we've probably seen some games where we have like 3 Midases on the course, but in terms of them all going for it sort of as their first item, it's not something that we see every day. And LGD, they say that's the best approach to this game. And if they can get away with it, Vici Gaming, the heat is turned up even more. We said they have to play fast. They've really got to play fast. If LGD get away with getting 3 Midases online in the first 10 minutes of this game, the late game it's not going to be fun for Vici.
No, definitely not. And you look at Vici's draft, and them hitting buildings can be kind of difficult. They don't really have your natural tower pusher. Sure, they can get kills that could progress into towers, but them getting towers is going to be difficult. I think that's the idea going behind these Midases for PSG.LGD. They're like, if we just get triple Midases, we don't lose our towers, we're going to outscale.
Oh, absolutely.
By a long shot.
And they really will. They really will. Vici Gaming, they've got to be looking at sort of the gloves of haste on all the 3 cores and saying, right, we've got to amp it up. We have to punish this somehow.
Yeah, got to turn up the pace for sure here as they're already starting to set up onto the mid lane here. Reaper's Scythe is available.
Fade trying to have a bit of a look towards mid, but Somnus level 7, it's not a target that you're going to have any fun jumping on. At the least you can try and keep him away from the tower. Get some right clicks and a bit of a beat down onto it, but killing the Dragon Knight, even at this early point, just with those 2 braces and those early levels, it's a very, very tough ordeal. The space is there for Chalice to take that tower. These early towers, early objectives, that's just going to fund the Midases even sooner.
They might get all 3 Midases pretty much at the exact same time.
Oh my goodness.
So we're about to have Ame's finished up. Dragon Knight's almost approaching that one, and so is Ogre. Oh my goodness.
We'll go mid lane, Fade. Turn, find the arrow, he's going to look to leading. Great stop from X-Nova, catches both Bori and DY. They'll come in with the horn, they're looking for the fight here. They'll burn down DY. Arme's on top of the line. He'll fall, Reaper Suck down onto the DK, but Somnus, he's got the HP to walk it off. The two Vici, Ori and Dag have tried to step up, but another stop from X-Nova catches them out. It's 2 kills for LGD. Yang's trying his best to turn and get Arme. He will find the Spectre, but it will cost him his life as FY with the Ice Path keeps the trade very favorable for LGD.
You know that LGD's loving that though. They are going Midases and they're taking the fight and winning the fight anyway.
It really is about 11 minutes in. You are going to see a Midas on Chalice, Arme, and Somnus. How do you beat that?
Nova, he gets rooted.
Okay.
Did he get the triple stack? He got the triple stack.
He did his job.
He did his job. But he's dead for quite a while now here. But you know what? He's probably pretty happy with that stack anyway.
Triple Midas.
Triple Midases and winning the fight.
Goodness.
That was Vici trying to get a fight so they can progress it into a tower so they can keep something going there. But PSG.LGD, they bring everybody there to make sure they do not.
I just want to see when they're all out. So Arme's the first to grab his.
Somnus has
There's Somnus's. And Chalice is
it's coming.
He's the last one to be delivered to, but it's on its way. So let's have a look. I want to see the exact timing. We're watching that clock. So 10 minutes, 37 seconds in.
Man.
All 3 cores have a Midas.
Did he multicast it?
I think he did. I heard the sound.
No, he did not.
Did you not? Okay. Are you sure?
He did not.
He did not. Okay. But they've all got Midas' fault. What do you do?
That just kind of
They're already at a 2K lead. They're not losing any of the map.
That lights a fire under Vici's ass.
Oh
they have
my goodness.
pretty much start making moves. And look at this. You see cooldown efficiency, of course. The first Midas usage is up by 1 second.
And the stacks are there.
Midases and the stacks.
Oh man, this has got to be daunting for VG Gaming. They're going to see all these Midases. And what do they do? What do you do?
They have to just start pressuring towers, step 1. So you see Yang immediately pressuring up top. Next, they have to start pressuring the next tower, probably the mid lane. I think running around F4 is their best option, while Paparazzi just tries to catch back up. Paparazzi almost has his Midas done, but I think they really have to apply the pressure here for the other 4 here.
I mean, sure, he's nearly got his Midas, but there's already 3 on LGD. They haven't even got 1 on VG Gaming.
Yeah, we're hearing the crowd. I mean,
I think they're just very excited about the Midas. I am.
Oh boy.
VG Gaming have to make something happen ASAP.
They're looking for it though, right? You see them running around as a 3. This is the triple stun kill combo. They have Finger now for burst too, but look at how much focus PSG.LGD is putting on the mid tower. They're like, all right, get ready. We have Haunt. We should have Haunt available pretty soon. Yeah, 10 seconds. Rally everyone around that mid tower. Do not let them try to take this one too early. Make them really work for it.
Chalice. Midas is ready to use. A little bit of efficiency lost. He's waiting for the creep wave. Let's see if he gets a multicast.
He's priming it. He just used that ignite.
Okay. Doesn't want to step forward yet. That Midas. Chalice.
It'll push in. It'll push in. They're actually looking to set up instead.
They are. They're looking to go with the horn. Splitter coming down. X will come out for DY, but he gets dragged back by the ETO. They're on top of them with a brief fire. Yang tries to come in with the counter play, but the macro pie is down. FY making it ever so hard for VG able to fight, and they'll jump with the stars. So Reaper Scythe is there, and VG Gaming will be able to turn, take out both Somnus and X-Nova. Arme is being chased. Paparazzi's got the lead in with the stun. The rest of VG Gaming still looking to just put pressure on that mid tower. They don't want to try and waste time chasing the Spectre. They want to try and continue to get that map control. Take these objectives. Yang falling low. That actually leads in for more. Goes in with the stun. The follow-up from Paparazzi. They get Chalice as well. There's the pressure that we needed to see from VG Gaming. They'll bring it out and they'll get that mid 1 tower.
I'm glad that they're really emphasizing that they need to put the pressure on, and they do. Even though LGD tries to respond and tries to fight at that one, they actually were pretty limited. I think Chalice had like no mana going into the fight before it even started. We saw him like igniting, throwing some type of spells, and throwing his bloodlust on the tower, but he only had like 60 mana. So yeah, PSG.LGD, they commit a bit too far forward, and Vici, they start punching back, getting map control, asserting their dominance, trying to take advantage of those triple Midases. Yang is gonna be big one to watch here soon, as he's going to be very close to the Blink Dagger. So Blink, they're going to be looking to make more aggressive plays, and it's going to be easier for them to set up for those arrows and kills.
Back to the farm game for LGD.
Back to the farm indeed.
More than happy with any breathing room that they are given.
Yep, X-Nova's like, let's Midas, I'll stack.
Oh, I tell you what, Chalice is getting a little unlucky on the multicast. I
saw. He'll get it eventually, and it'll make up for all the ones that he doesn't get.
And anyway, what sort of builds are we seeing coming out after the Midases?
Definitely the pipe on Chalice. You look at the heavy amount of magic damage from Vici, makes a lot of sense. Always versus Necrophos is going to be excellent as well as Sanking. And what? BKBs and magic resistance probably. And yeah, it looks like Ame's just going to go for the Diffusal. Radiance feels like it's a bit too slow after if they're going to go for Midas. I think Diffusal is just a better item overall because the supports just can't play. They just die super easily and it comes out in an earlier time.
Trying for some sort of setup with the Moonlight. Oh, mate. Back on the tower. FY. Actually not going to be hit by the first and does turn for the fire. And that will allow Fade to find the connection with the arrow. They should have a good shot at getting this. Storm comes out to slow down Fade's damage output, but Paparazzi's already trapping FY in. They'll find the dragon.
Yang now also, while they do make this aggressive move down bottom, he has the Blink Dagger and he scouts the stack. This is important. Paparazzi has God Strength. He should be able to steal this one pretty nicely.
He wants to, right? But level 12 too.
They're bringing everyone over.
You've got you, all Paparazzi.
They have to protect this.
He's going to walk away with a good chunk of this. He's farming up the Ancients. And he's going to get the majority of it.
He sure is.
Takes it away straight in front of PSG.LGD. Paparazzi's happy with that one. X-Nova's looking to make him pay. Stun's going to be out. Stomp set up into the ult. Somnus on top of him. Hell, they've got with the horn too. Arme's ready to commit. They'll jump in the combo. The damage isn't enough to bring Somnus down. He's getting low. Ori, he's still full HP. Another stop. The control from the Ichi holding them back. Somnus and FY will be able to get out of there. Finger comes out from DY. Bursts up Chalice. Another fight where Vici Gaming, they're coming out on top. Invading LGD's half of the map, taking away that ancient stack. Sure, Paparazzi dies, but that's a lot of gold that you've denied from LGD.
That you've denied from Somnus in particular, right? He's the one who wants to farm that one with that level 2 DK form. They take that one, and they could have even gotten another kill out of it if Ori, he actually used the Reaper Sight on the mid lane trying to kill the Ogre before the fight. So if they had that one in the fight,
they would have had the Dragon Knight.
They would have had the Dragon Knight as well. So still a big play there from Vici, denying quite a lot of farm from Somnus in particular. But they only do get, what? They get X-Nova as one as Chalice, and Paparazzi does go down. So, bit of even trade, but Vici is able to get, what? All 3 of the bounty runes, it looks like? 3 of the 4.
Keeping that edge as Ori. He's nearly got the Greaves. So, these early movements, it's definitely, at this point of the game, Vici Gaming, they can get in and find these kills. Sure, the 3 cores of LGD are tanky, but if they focus their efforts down onto one, they can certainly start the fights with a quick pickoff, especially with the high burst when Finger and Reaper Scythe are available.
Yeah. And they're looking to continue getting aggressive. Every time Moonlight Shadow's up, they're looking to start making those moves. There is no haunt also for 80 seconds for PSG.LGD, so they're just really trying to take advantage of all these timings here that they can keep aggressive and keep trying to just punish the Midas.
They have
keep
to.
on punish the Midas.
And you really have to look out for if in a scenario Vici Gaming do lose a fight, that's when you've got to be incredibly worried for them.
Yeah.
You cannot afford to lose a fight against a team that's gone triple Midas.
Yeah, you have to be the ones dictating the pace. You cannot let PSG.LGD just sit back and farm. You have to be the ones just setting the tempo, getting these towers down, getting this map control. And they're doing that. They're all grouped up. Paparazzi joining the fray as well, after getting that little bit of surge increased bottom. And controlling the enemy jungle.
Another tower taken by Vici Gaming. Its top half of the map will fall in under their reign mid lane. They're looking for the connection as they'll get themselves straining onto Ame with the epicenter from Yang. They should have the damage to do so.
And his Midas is up when he dies. So a bit of a double benefit there for them getting that kill as they find Ame just a bit too far up. And Somnus, they actually saw him for a second. They have detection, or they had detection.
They don't anymore though.
He walked out of it.
He's able to keep himself away from them. Vici Gaming, they have the 5 of them pushing on mid.
They're just trying to restrict the map as much as possible.
Haunt will be back up as Ame respawns and just a few hundred gold away from having Diffusal. So suddenly the damage that Ame is going to offer in these fights will hurt. Certainly losing the mana on some of these heroes. It's going to make it a little harder for them to offer that control unless they can get that jump first. They'll look to try and fight here with the arrow. Does connect onto X-Nova. They're thinking about going in.
They've got ways to protect. These little clustered areas versus Elder Titan and Jakiro is not a place that you really want to fight. Even though you have your Sanking, he does not have his epicenter available. So those small areas are not your jam right now.
They've done a good job of fighting around Yang so far.
They have.
He's making a lot happen across the map. 116. being sort of their main initiator, and for the most part, the majority of the damage output that VG Gaming are getting these kills with.
Yang and Fade, right? Fade is 4-0-6. He's 10 of the 11 kills with this Mirana, being able to set up those arrows, and even the extra damage that does come from Starstorm with a Veil, it is quite significant. And they're grouping up. They look, yep, just keep that pressure going. They have the Greaves, as you mentioned, with that Necrophos, so they want to keep trying to put it on to LGD.
They're tanky. I mean, in the correct situation, 5v5, they definitely come out on top at the moment. So here we have the high ground positioning from VG Gaming, favoring them. PSG.LGD starting to shift themselves towards the side of the map.
They're ready to fight, though. Even Ame was pushing top. As soon as he finished Defusal, he didn't send Courier. He TP'd back to base to pick it up. So they're expecting that VG Gaming is going to look to make something happen here.
He's ready for the horn play.
Yeah.
The counter play if VG Gaming do try and commit behind this tower. 20 minutes. Bounty rune control down bottom will favor VG Gaming. They'll find the first catch as X-Nova heads up to the high ground. Elder Titan's out of the fight. Another ancient stack taken by Paparazzi as VG Gaming continuing to get themselves over to LGD's half of the map and making it very apparent that LGD with the triple Midases, they know that they're not really ready to sort of head into this 5v5. They have to give the respect to VG Gaming and sort of give them space, even though it's on LGD's half of the map. They don't want to get close to them. They've got to let them sort of get away with taking these stacks and not trying to force a fight. All LGD need is time, and that time does have to be time without them feeding away unnecessary kills. They're playing it safe.
LGD needs every single one of the heroes currently in order to take any type of fight. Once they start getting more farm, their heroes are going to be able to take fights without every single one of them, but they're about delaying and waiting for the late game. Like the panel was talking about, draft panel, they say ET, Jakiro, these heroes are about stalling the game out, letting your carries farm, and let you get to that late game. Vici, they want to be playing on these timings. They now also have the BKB finish on Paparazzi, so they want to just keep running, keep putting the pressure on to PSG.LGD. Do not let them back up and keep this farm going. Do not let them get these tanky items. Somnus almost BKB finished. They've got Pipe and almost the Vessel now done on Chalice. So now they have options and methods to be able to kill that Necrophos a lot easier if the Greaves do get popped, so we can't dispel it.
Top lane. Creeps all the way around. Vici Gaming potentially ready to make a jump. And whoever comes forward here, and yeah, Yang's going to try. He's revving up the epicenter. He's in straight away to look for Ame. The follow-up battle, the jump with the burst, they get the quick kill. Beautiful play from Vici Gaming as they set up for whoever comes to deal with that creep wave pressure. And it's pretty much the biggest kill they could hope for. Ame is the one that presents himself. And at this point of the game, you cannot underestimate the magical damage that Vici Gaming's lineup do. Yang, no fear as he jumps in, makes that play. Ame's off the map. The space is there for Vici Gaming to just continue this high-paced gameplay and say, LGD, you cannot get away with buying 3 Midases. Chalice gets jumped upon. He's a little tankier. No need to overcommit from Vici Gaming as they'll settle down, sit back, look for another objective. The tier 2 tower is taken.
The way they pressured it was, I mean, the siege creep in particular. Yang was pinging it out constantly. He's like, we have a siege creep top. Someone's going to come back to defend this one. And yeah, easy little setup there. If it's the Dragon Knight, if it's Somnus there, they probably will not be able to set up for that kill as he's very tanky and he has BKB. Immediately when Ame dies too, he queues up a BKB himself. He's like, they're all magic damage. If I just get BKB, very similar to the last game, how the hell are they going to deal with me? The Sven, sure, has that high physical damage, but it's difficult as a Sven to stick on top of a hero like Spectre, even though they have so much to say.
We're seeing some of the damage output numbers here, especially that magical. Look how much Yang and Ori are doing this game. And impressive to note, Yang being on par with Ori. A lot of that damage sort of accrued in the laning stage when the Necrophos is just sitting there. It's a lot of damage. Yang, he's able to match that. So the two of them just being able to slowly bring down these tanky cores of LGD at this point in the game.
And look at this move. Immediately they see Ame on the map and they're like, go fight at the Spectre. We want to fight where he is because then he can't haunt away. If we have all of our heroes set up around him, he can't actually get anywhere away from him.
Is Ame going to show?
That's where they want to take that fight.
He's holding himself in the trees. They'll get some wards down. Vici Gaming start to get, again, some vision over LGD's half of the map.
They're just ready with their triple stun combo, their quad stun combo for whoever does show inside of that lane.
Who's going to show?
X-Nova. He's
in.
tempted.
He's a little close. The TP's coming immediately as they'll look to try and turn God's Strength pop by Paparazzi. They'll take down the ET. Somnus goes with the Dragon Tail Stone, trying to commit on to Paparazzi. Ice Path, Macropyre's down. They're burning through him, but he gets the chance to put the BKB. Hex is out onto the Spectre. Paparazzi heads over. They're looking towards Ame. Yanks in again with the Burrow Strike. Buyback comes down from both of them. The 3-man stun. Paparazzi's holding his ground, but he's falling low. They have the damage. this time. PSG.LGD to turn around, take this fight back on their own terms. But Ori, big reap inside, cuts out Arme, but he's now being surrounded. X-Nova, Chalice, and Somnus trying to finish him off. Greaves the pot, stops it out, they'll force him to the side, but the fire of Somnus burns him out. They'll kill off Ori. And LGD, can they find much more from this? They're eyeing up Fade. Does have the movement speed to get himself away. This time round, Vici Gaming, they looked for action. They looked for a fight. But LGD were able to stand tall, turn around, and take much away from Vici Gaming as that lead that VG started to build will get shut down.
They're still just very tanky on the side of PSG.LGD. You see the Sven comes in. He gets a 3-man Storm Member with his God Strength, but rallied around the Ogre Magi as well as that Dragon Knight. They just don't really have that much damage that's coming out just from Paparazzi after his BKB goes down. There's so much control for him.
Yang is trying to get out of it with the Spirit Vessel. It's bringing him down. FY's got the lockdown. Yang's out.
The magic damage and control coming out between Chalice and FY in those last two situations was way too much for Vici to handle.
And a fight where Yang, unable to get his combo off, could not get in with the epicenter. Same to be said, of course, for DY. Didn't get the chance to pop the finger, so that extra bit of magical damage that we've seen Vici Gaming be so successful with, it didn't fall into place.
Yeah, they don't have the finger right at the start there. We see Paparazzi gets that jump, but he's getting controlled. Look at how much chain stun comes out. 3 stuns, 4 stuns, the magic damage. He's already starting to tick down. Honk comes out. It's panic. Everyone needs to start running. Paparazzi, like we said, he gets a nice 3-man stun, but his BKB is about to wear off, and he just gets completely controlled right after that goes down, and he's too low.
And FY with a fantastic Ice Path, just shutting off Yang from being able to re-enter the fight with a possible epicenter. It did not have the follow-up. And this is the warrior for VG Gaming. You know, Smiles there on LGD. They know that any time they win a fight with the greedy item builds that they've gone for, it's certainly going to be all Smiles in their booth.
Ooh, Somnus. Maybe he has to hide. They're hunting for him. He's TPing. Did they get a glimpse of him there for a second? They Oh my god! That was like point.
I think that's as close as it gets. That is as close as it gets. Paparazzi had backup. That could very well have been a good shot of finding Somnus and killing him on his own. But he's out. Successful TP. And now just trickling down to only a 1K lead for Vici Gaming. You've got to start to wonder if that timing is starting to fall away from them again here in Game 2.
It's going to get much harder for them to start taking these fights into the BKBs. Ame almost has his finish, a level 18 Dragon Knight now, so we saw those levels are really going to build up on the DK till he starts getting that level 20 talent in particular, and just continue to get that gold increase, and he's tanky. Level 18 with that extra Dragon Slow as well versus the Sven in particular. Once you get your BKB on your Sven, you're running around, you get hit by this Elder Dragon level 3, and you're just slowed. You're just going to constantly get that slowed applied to you. They're going to have to get some chain stuns into bursting some of these targets, because the thing is that LGD, they don't really have that much save on their side. They have the Glimmer Cape and they're building the 4-step on FY, but if they can get the chain stun and they can blow up the DK before he gets the BKB, that's probably the best way they can have a fight start. And Chalice, these Midases are just putting them, they're so high level, right? It's a 1K gold advantage for Vici, but if we look at the experience, it's a 4K for LGD because of those, even though they were losing some of those fights just because of the Midas usages.
And that's only going to grow as time goes on. There's no doubt about it. For Vici Gaming to keep ahead, keep on par at least, they have to try and find these catch-offs, these pick-offs. They'll go for the smoke. It's always hard to do. Anytime there's a Spectre on the opposite side, going for these smoke plays, you know that there's going to be instant reaction. You've got to make a pick, you've got to make it quick. Ideally, you've got to find Spectre as that target at the start of the fight.
You just got to kill one of them, right? Kill one of those cores before they're able to get their defensive items up or get saved. Just blow them up instantly so you can get a number advantage with Vici. Right now, they're setting themselves up around the Roche too, so if they can get a kill set up, they can easily bring that fight into the Roche pit for themselves. If they have, they have the God Strength from the Sven, so they can bring it down quickly. But it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to find anything, and this time it's time wasted, where LGD is able to farm and get that information on the map. LGD's turn to smoke and look for the fight themselves. Ori is already starting to hunt kind of a bit down bottom. They know that Ame was here. But Ame, again, we see him doing this a lot. He backs up, goes TPs to the base. He doesn't TP to any other tower. He TPs all the way back to the base to be as defensive as possible so that he does not get ganked, because he can just haunt into the fights. He wants them to fight the rest of his team.
See what sort of a catch they can get. They are going to walk into the entire lineup of VG Gaming. VG Gaming can find the setup for the trees. So it will be dispelled. Yang goes in for the first burrow strike. It's only up to one of them, but Paparazzi's fully committing onto the DK. The Hawk comes out. They've got vision on the Somnus, but Somnus can turn with his own BKB pop. F5 lines up the ice power. Four is trying to move and look for that Reaper side target. Somnus keeps himself away as the BKB starts to end. There'll be a double buyback from VG Gaming. Both DY and Yang getting themselves back in the game. They're trying to find some sort of a catch, but as the buybacks come out, PSG.LGD, they just back off. They retreat and they lose nothing.
The instant disengage. It seemed like they knew those buybacks were going to come before they even happened. They were really just dancing around the fight, ready to back away instantly. They get the kill. Ame focusing heavily on the supports, as we see. Playing support versus Spectre is just not fun. He's able to instantly get those pickoffs onto the line at almost every start of the fights. They were very close, though, there to be able to bring down, almost being able to bring down Somnus. If they had already in a better position there, he could have potentially gotten that Reaper side, and they could have started the fight at a big advantage.
They're just throwing everything down onto the Dragon Knight at the start of it all. With that little bit of a window there for him to put that BKB, and the smart, clean call to be made to just get out of there.
And Yang is the one who's, the smoke got broken, so he immediately has to stun in, but then he just gets chain controlled. He gets Ice Path, Ogre stunned, DK stunned, and all the damage just starts burning and tickling away. And Yang seems to be the really big important one for the team. He's really contributing so much damage when he does get those epicenters off.
It's almost as if Yang, rather than being the one to start the fight, he has to be the one to sort of sit back and make sure that he can get that epicenter off. They need that damage output. They've got to somehow follow up the initiation from the Lion.
They're gonna have to have another way to save him in particular. Like, they have the Force Staff for Fade, so they're probably gonna have to prioritize Force Staffing Yang. If Yang does do like a blink stun to initiate for them to get like a follow-up arrow or something like that, they're gonna have to force him away so he can back up, reset, so he can get an opportunity to get that epicenter, because they are seeming to need that damage when those BKBs go down. They're just too tanky, and the fights just get way too chaotic when there's a Spectre in the game.
So it definitely has to be respected. The fact that VG Gaming are keeping level in farm, despite themselves being up against 3 Midases. Just goes to show how much they're still able to get done. The question is if it is enough. As now with the slight gold lead going the way of LGD, you know that another bad fight for VG Gaming is going to be when they begin to fall behind in terms of item progression. LGD, have we got anything getting close to, or Manta style?
Levels. They're about to have level 20 as well.
Yep,
they have
talents.
the 21 on the DK, so that 210 GPM, we're going to see that gold really start skyrocketing forward. And yeah, the big one, like we said, the experience. That's what those Midases drive. It's a 10,000 experience lead for LGD, even if VG is keeping the gold extremely close pretty much the entire game.
Really, it's so close right now in the money.
Just like last game too, right? Even though VG wasn't able to take fights at all last game, they were at a completely even net worth the whole time in the game. So they're very efficient around the map, but we see this win probability. It's a Spectre proceeding into the 32-minute, proceeding into the later stages of the game, getting all these items built up. Not even just a Spectre with Bloodlust, and a DK also with Bloodlust, so they have high scaling potential.
Time to go with the smoke.
They want the fight.
Spectre pushing out bottom. He has the Horn Arme ready to join them.
They scan. They're a little afraid to just walk up onto a high ground just here.
Paparazzi stepping forward, get him with the blink stun. He needs help, but he needs it now. Force back will allow Paparazzi to be separated from PSG.LGD, and Somnus did commit both the Dragon Form and the BKB there. Chalice gets a nice multicast on the Midas.
Throws the Vessel onto Yang, making sure he can keep stopping the blink. The arrow. Whoop.
Juked out by Chalice. They want to try and poke back at VG Gaming. Somnus is going to be very weak for the fight without the ult or the BKB. And looks like they can't quite get a grab. Again, PSG.LGD, they're very good at this maneuver, getting in, and as soon as they realize it's not the situation, the terms that they want to fight under, they always get themselves out, and Paparazzi and the boys, they just can't grab anyone.
Chalice, the super beefy frontliner now. 3,350 HP because of that 40 strength. 36 armor. You know, we love Ogre. Just look at his damage too. Plus 100 damage down. I love it. I love watching this hero. It's Vici. Looking to get aggressive here.
Fade.
They know that this DK does not have Elder Dragon form, so they're trying to catch something. The arrow will connect.
They do have gold strength.
They're gonna have to pop.
They're gonna commit heavily for this one. He's a big boy, Chalice.
He is so tanky.
That's 3 heroes trying to have a go on him. They barely bring him down below half health.
And that's what we were saying, man. The Ogre, when you get that 40 strength talent, when you've got a solo crest and a pipe, it's not easy to bring him down. They need Ori.
They want to try and get something done with this God strength usage. They're into the pit.
It's going to be wearing out, though, and it's spotted. Doing Roche versus Elder Titan is not the easiest thing at all.
Moonlight Shadow, that's VG Gaming. They want to try and poke for a fight. The ult's going to be up pretty soon for Somnus, though.
15 seconds. Another multi-cast Midas.
He's making the money.
That was, I think that's the 3rd one in a row that he's gotten either a 4x or a 3x. Cash money.
I can see it there. 5,000 gold pretty much earned by this Midas.
Investment made it back in 2.4 times. Usually we'll not see that until way later stage of the game, but it's an Ogre. And they're smoked up. Like you said, they've got the Elder Dragon form. They're just looking to take fights now. There's no God Strength for 50 seconds for Vici. This is a very weak time for them if they do get caught. Yang actually picks up the rune. They know, Ames knows this.
He goes for the 2 bounty runes right underneath the noses of LGD. They're all around. He's going to be able to get in and get away with it without any sort of fight kicking off. FY is starting to hunt. Leaves just outside the vision. No, he saw him. Horn's going to be used. They're going to try and chase for this one. A bow strike over to the side. Macropie is down. He's trying for the TP. Anything to cancel it in time. Yes, there is. Chalice with the stun holds back Yang. As he'll get the bounty runes, cost him his life. He's dead for 90 seconds. As LGD, they can look to make a player at the least. Just be happy there's just 90 seconds more. That they can continue to work with the efficiency of their Midases.
They're gonna set up for the Roche. They have the Manta, the Diffusal. They have that high Desolate damage that comes out from Spectre if he does want to come into the pit. There's 70 seconds. They're gonna go in here for sure. With that solo crest too, even pop the DK form. He just forward.
They get the zone control. He's been forced down in the river. Will have the chance to pop the BKB.
Fade.
Turn, hit upon him. The blast set up onto Fade. Holds him in place of X-Nova's ultimate. And Oris BKB, it's going to wear off. The pop the hood, the ice path control again. By catching the paparazzi though. In on the backside, the 3-man stun. Has he got the damage? They're trying for Somnus. The finger comes out for TY. Reapers is there. Or he gets the kill. But he will fall. Paparazzi still trying his best to fight for Arme with the BKB. Can stay on the target. Double kill for Arme. Triple buybacks coming out from VG Gaming. They want to strike back. They want to strike back hard. Paparazzi leads forward on towards the dragon. The ghost round from Ori is slowing down Arme. Stop from X-Nova is going to allow them some chance to disengage. But the chase will continue. FY shuts down the escape. Ice Palm's there to block them off. They're still chasing that Paparazzi. He's in. Stun from Chalice. Holds him back. Arrow. Fade. Does he find the connection? No. Will be duped top.
Now they're all rallied around the shrine here too. Ori still looking for more Chalice. He's gonna get Bloodthorn.
See if they can get the pick off here onto the Ogre. He's so beefy, so much strength. They've already been able to turn and beat down DY. Another stun from Paparazzi comes out. Multicast onto Ori. Ghost Shroud. Guardian Grease healing him back up. War Cry from Paparazzi used to try and keep Ori safe. The BKB's back online. And they get Chalice. Yang, you hear him coming in, but another ice path here. FY. Just shutting down any chance for Yang to get in. Paparazzi's popped the BKB, but that's 2 dead on VG Gaming without buyback available. LGD, they've got the numbers. FY again, locks down Ori with the setup of the ice pump. Ori will fall, so will Fade. As these buyback plays not working out for VG Gaming, they chase back too far. And that was one of the most costly attempts of a team fight we've seen, down 3k gold after that VG.
And that was one of the most impressive disengages I've seen so far at this tournament. The way LGD just instantly backs up. The buybacks come out, they back up, but they're still kind of ready to fight. They rally themselves around the shrine, and they just keep their tanky frontliners in position there to take all the damage.
And now Roche is going to go their way. 5k lead for LGD.
These long duration team fights, the support surviving for so long. I don't even know how many stomps, how many heroes X-Nova stomped inside.
I mean, both the support combo here
is crazy right now from LGD.
So much AoE control in these team fights from X-Nova and FY. It makes it impossible for VG Gaming to chase down targets when the BKBs have worn off.
They always just seem to be living all throughout the fights because of this ridiculously tanky frontline. The Ogre, the DK, the Spectre, they provide way too much distraction. It just allows them to sit in the back and just keep chain locking people down.
They're going to take the mid-racks. There's still 40 seconds without the Necrophos, 20 without Fade. Mid-racks will fall. They'll push on for more with a good duration left on the Elder Dragon form. There's no reason for LGD to back off yet, as they will take this second set. From Vici jumping in as well, looking for a bit of a poke onto DY. There's the stomp.
X-Nova controlling the Lion. In they go with the stuns. TI9 cannot escape. Paparazzi Yang to get in. It's a big epicenter. They've killed off one. BKB popped by Paparazzi, but he has to get back. He's got to wait for the rest of the team to get in, or he's back in 10 seconds. Zhang, can he find the setup? Forest strike, looking for the arrow, but the illusion blocking the arrow connection means that Ame can very easily sneak himself away, or at least try to. He's got the BKB, should be fine. BKB in a TP out gets him back to base. As again, LGD with another very successful disengage, only losing X-Nova off the back of that.
Every single time, right? They're just so damn good at getting away from the fights. These 4-staff plays, just little defensive moves, the way that they're positioning, it's pretty remarkable from LGD. Vici has seemed to have just hit a brick wall so far in this game.
Every move it's just flawless.
Yeah.
From LGD right now.
They're not able to get the combo. Vici, like we said, the best way that they can get these fights started is they need Ori to be in position to blow a target up with that Reaper set before they get the BKBs up. But he doesn't have a mobility item. He doesn't have a way to get in with Paparazzi, which is costing them. And there's just so much control. When you're forced to go BKB on a Necrophos, you know it's tough. It's a tough game for you. As a DD rune gets found for Ame. Also has the heart finished up if he chooses to buy it. They're all rallying together. 13K gold lead. Experience approaching 30,000 lead as well.
Oh my goodness.
Is really favoring that Spectre now, of course, after such a strong mid-game with those triple Midases.
Yeah, they've got the advantage and experience in the real life in terms of making the runs here at TI, and they've got that experience advantage in-game.
That's for damn sure.
LGD showing Vici Gaming who's boss right now here in the upper bracket.
And they're all getting their level 25s. We have the 5.25 second Dragon Tail, of course, on top of the extra dispersion from the Spectre. More and more control, more and more damage.
And the Aghanims Dragon.
Did he get it? Oh, he actually got it.
He got it.
Yes! That was one of the things I've been waiting to see this entire tournament.
He's a showman, Somnus.
I mean, why not this game? You are playing versus pretty much all magic damage. I saw Paparazzi
How do you kill
him? And Paparazzi was doing like no damage to him almost at all. Now with an Aghanims, how do you bring this down? Oh, I'm so happy.
And efficiency as well. Only needs it in his inventory when he wishes to pop the ult. So he'll hold it back. But when he wants to go, Somnus.
1 minute and 30 until he will put that Aghs into his inventory. And we will see the big spooky black dragon.
He's going to be able to join his brother, FY, the double dragon strap, ready to push down towers.
Dude, his magic resist is going to be insane. He's going to be having over 50% magic resist versus this lineup.
How do you kill it? How do you kill that?
With the Satanic on top, he even puts the treads away.
Oh,
all right, let's go.
He's ready.
Black Dragon.
This isn't even Somnus' final form yet. We're ready to see it. Vici Gaming are looking for the Rat Crash. He's going to be able to find the jump on X-Nova. How much they want to commit. The hold comes out, giving them the vision of all the appearances of Vici Gaming. Ori, he's leading it straight away with the BKB with Somnus. The Dragon is out, beating down onto Ori. Ori trying to get back towards the rest of his teammates, but the BKB is going to wear off. Ori's in trouble. Stuns there. Ori's held down. Ori's dead for 90. No buyback. Ice Path. FY, he's able to get the connection onto DY. 2 taken out. As LGD chase down for more. Somnus jumps in, locked down onto Paparazzi. They have the chain stab. Paparazzi down to the game. GG is called, and LGD are 1 step closer to moving towards that Aegis. 2-0. They'll knock Vici Gaming down to the lower bracket.
They just pulled out a triple Midas
that
versus a heavy pressure damage,
yes.
just spell damage lineup from Vici. Vici, they're lacking the tower push, but they were running around looking for kills constantly. But PSG.LGD, they make the greed work. They make it work so well in this game.
I mean, that's scary. The confidence to turn up in the upper bracket, 11 minutes in, farming 3 Midases and saying, you know, we're going to get away with this. We know that you need to play fast. We're going to give you a chance. But after the game sort of went past that 30-minute mark, questions were asked, did Vici Gaming have it in them? And they did not. LGD just a step ahead. And the maneuvers that they were pulling off there, I mean, there's so much to learn from this game alone. Watching back at the way that LGD played this, I don't think they couldn't have played it any better.
No, the way that they disengaged inside the fights was remarkable, and the way that they just kept controlling. FY and X-Nova did so much work in this game. FY ending 4-2-20 in this game. I just want to see some stun, like how much stun durations we've had between these two in this game, because it seems like they always were seeming to survive, except for Xnova. He always seems to want to be the one that like sacrifices himself for the team, but they provided so much lockdown and control.
And obviously both teams loved by the fans here in the crowd, but definitely LGD that came in as the favorites and showing why they will be moving on, and the crowd here is going to be very excited to see them continue their journey towards claiming that Aegis this year. Can they continue to do it? This series looked pretty darn good for them, Rich.
It certainly did. I mean, we look at LGD now, and not only did that series look good for them, but they also are just going to have the best seats in the house, right? They definitely are going to be moving forward now in a way that they took down Vici, one of the other teams that looked incredibly dominant. And now we look forward. Do you think that this is the clear favorite to take potentially the entire tournament?
Well, they're in my bracket. That's all I'll say. You know, I got them going all the way. LGD. And as is typical for TI, the team that, you know, the series you expect to be, guaranteed game 3. I mean, come on, that's going to happen. Gets the 2-0, whereas these series maybe in the morning, you're expecting more of these kind of walkovers.
So
those beautiful game 3s.
So you're not that confident in LGD that you think they would 2-0 this? You think they're going to win the whole thing, but you didn't think they were that much better than Vici?
Well, I think if you were looking at the series today, out of the first, second, and third, this is the one you would have picked for a third game, don't you think?
I think it's a really
LGD would win. Obviously.
Yeah. I think, though, it's one of those really important things to actually mention when you are talking about it. What you are touching upon, I feel like, is the story of this TI. I've said it on other panels. I look at the field of play. We have a bunch of longtime veterans that some of them even have the potential to win their second TI. And then we have these underdog teams. And when we've looked at the underdog teams in the lower portion of the bracket, they have overperformed in pretty much all of their matchups. And I do want to take a moment here now to kind of say, when we look down in the lower portion of the bracket, who do we think the biggest threat is? Because we saw a lot of those underdog teams play really well, but we've also seen the teams that have kind of risen above. Who do you think the biggest threat is in the lower portion of the bracket?
Infamous!
You think so?
Yes.
You think they're the real deal?
I think it's always scary to play against a team that absolutely have nothing to lose. Like, seriously. There's nobody who has less to lose than Infamous. They're already overperformed. I don't think they expected top 8. They're already there. So they're scary. They can play their hearts out and be like, you know, we're just doing our stuff, see how far it goes. Apart from that, I would say the loser of the next matchup is probably the biggest threat to LGD.
True. Yeah,
we don't know who that is.
That is really true. So we have a lot of exciting stuff that's still coming up for today's games, and not only today's games, we have a lot of big reveals. I'm pretty sure we're going to have an Ogre celebration ceremony.
Oh,
soon.
come on, Rich.
That's what you're hoping
I'm
for.
Sorry.
It's been written since the very beginning of this tournament.
No. Just because Ogre is this big meta guy, he's all huge. He's got 2 heads. Wow. Very exciting. Do you know how popular Wind Ranger is? I mean, she's a hero that people come to Dota. She's the face of Underlords. She is a hero that people see and they want to play. You guys are underestimating the percentage of the population that we don't hear from.
Ogre is fantastic.
That is true.
You're not
He's
playing
very
blood
broken.
contracts.
Really good.
You are doing it all wrong. Thankfully, we have somebody who's doing it right. We're going to jump down to the floor, and we're going to hear what Casey has to say.
Trent.
We're going to talk to Ame right now about both of those games. I want to know what it's like to play a team that you are so used to playing. You know each other so well. You know your style of play, and there's also such a huge level of respect there.
首先，恭喜获得比赛的胜利。我们想问一下，就是对于一支你那么熟悉的队伍，跟他们交手是什么样的一个感觉？
就 VG 嘛，我们之前训练也打了很多把，就都比较了解嘛。然后就真打起来的话，看发挥嘛。应该就我们运气比较好吧，可能他们让我们的吧。
We played many practice matches with them before coming to TI, and we know them very well. I feel like we're a bit lucky, and I feel like they're letting us off a little bit.
Oh, really? Okay, interesting. There's a chance that you're going to be playing OG next. Are you looking forward to the potential of a TI8 Grand Final rematch?
他觉得非常有意思。你下一个对手有可能是 OG， 你对于重新上演一次去年 TI8 的决赛有什么样的看法？
我非常期待跟他们比赛。
I look very forward to seeing them in the match.
Okay, can't wait. Congratulations again, Ame. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thank you for your help too, Helen. Back to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think one of the big things that obviously we like to hear them celebrate quite a bit, but also we start to look ahead to the next matchup in OG versus EG. This one's really exciting, and we don't have much time before we have to jump down. Dendi, I want to know, do you think that OG might be the team to do it? It's a little bit early in the tournament still, but do you think that they have a shot to be not only two-time TI champs, but back-to-back champs?
They really do have chances to do it. But, you know, anything can happen. It's TI.
Infamous.
Infamous!
Infamous! All right, we are going to hear a little bit more from the folks over at OG. They sat down with Casey. Let's hear how they're feeling about this TI.
Notel, Seb. Gosh, those names sound familiar. Why? Where do I feel like I've... You know what it is? I feel like this looks familiar next to you guys. Returning TI8 champions. Is it the same way that you left it?
Looks the same to me.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a few changes on the back. I hope there better be.
It's missing also a couple of people around it. Last time I saw it, it was like...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What is it like in the days and the months following TI when you've won versus when you've left something there? I mean, everybody we've talked to in this couch talks about that being the one thing they want to do and the ability to look back and wish they had done things differently. What is it like to not have that?
Life has been very relieving for me ever since you're competent or you have the ability to do what you set yourself to do.
You dream about it, you wake up, you work towards that.
The way that you did, which was to be pretty open about what was going on. And also you didn't seem that concerned about what that meant for your longevity as a team.
Dota asks for a lot of time. It asks for all your time, more or less. And if somebody doesn't want to spend their time doing something, well, everybody should have the freedom to do what they want. And yeah, we set ourselves this crazy goal of winning the international. So once that's achieved, what do you want to do? And then, well, a lot of us wanted to play right away. And Anna decided that he's not ready to play. Like, he, again, wanted to self-reflect, spend some time at home. And that was that.
And how meaningful is it to be able to come and play TI and play in front of a different audience with it being in Shanghai and in China for the first time?
There's so many things about this TI that are different from last year's. It's a new audience. We're a different team, probably. I mean, we grew. We're going to play against 17 different teams that are very good at the game. The Chinese audience I've always admired how the fervor, like they're going to root for the teams that they're going to decide to root for, and it's most likely going to be the Chinese teams. And they're one of the very few audience that also roots against the teams that are trying to defeat their favorites. And it's rough sometimes. It gets rough. I remember my first tournaments in China. Sometimes it was overwhelming. It was getting to me. I was like, wow, but they're actually chanting against me or they're booing me, or it has happened. Not always, but it happens. It's part of it. It's competition, right? I mean, let's say we had a tournament in France and this would happen. I would be like, yeah, they're cheering up, cheering me up. TI in France, yeah, that's not going to happen. I need to get over that.
One day, man, one day. We just keep the game alive long enough. Yeah. Maybe all the other nations will fall and France will be the last one standing. Maybe. And then you'll get your TI.
Boy, that got dark. Doesn't need to be a world war for it to be over.
No, but we're just talking about the feasibility of TI happening in France.
We're just going through options, nothing more.
That's about the only option that we have. Yeah.
Is there anything else that you want to add to fans of OG and fans of Dota? Just in general, just about where we are right now, sitting here getting ready for TI9.
Just remember why you sat down to play for the first time and why you keep sitting down to play. I mean, maybe you forget along the way. I have forgotten along the way, but it's a game that I truly love, and I'm sure that I'm not the only one. There's so many players. Just the good parts again. Focus on the positivity, enjoy the games, enjoy your teammates. Don't queue for the next game if you're in a bad mood and you know it's going to be a bad game. Queue if you're looking for the fun, if you're looking for something good, if you're looking for that nice game or nice experience. And that doesn't mean winning. Some of the best games are still spent losing. And yeah, some people get caught up in that as well. Play for fun. Have fun. Enjoy it.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You're welcome.
Play for fun, says the Flower himself. It is amazing advice. It is great. You should indeed do that. Playing for millions of dollars, also great. if you can do that, I definitely advise that as well, as we have got a match coming up that is for millions of dollars, but I don't think these teams are looking at it like that. We got EG versus OG coming up, but let's put that aside for a second, because there's been another competition going on, and that is the one for the Arcana. Will it be Ogre? Will it be Wind Ranger? Let's find out. Select, you get to keep your job. I am very happy for you.
Oh my God, are we live?
Can we do synchronized?
Yeah, you're live.
Oh, I always knew it. The memes win again, Casey. We beat him again. I love you, Ogre Magi. I love this community. She got trashed. She got trashed. Yes. 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 Ogre boys. Fake boys, thick boys for life. I love you, Ogre. I love this community. We're always right. Casey, we did it. We are Ogre Magi, all of us today, this blessed day. Thank you. Yes.
All right, we actually have Jake's reaction live as well for when the vote was done. He definitely is a very, very happy man.
He was. I'm glad you didn't hit Casey.
Now the question is, would he have actually quit?
Yeah, he would have.
He would have.
Yeah, the one thing I know about Slacks is like the only thing that really affects him is the community, and I think he would have been seen as like a sellout or something like that. So yeah, he's got to do it.
Oh God, I've made a lot of promises. I've never ate socks yet. Oh man, I'm a sellout. That means.
Did you tell me you like talk to your doctor? He's like, yo, you can't do that.
Yeah,
That's
you know,
really
so I had a
bad.
doctor's note for the community, so I'm good, I guess.
You're good. You're good. Yeah, I must say, I voted Wind Ranger, but I'm happy either way because Ogre. I'd rather have a lot of Ogres in my games than a lot of Wind Rangers.
Well, have I got the tournament for you, Shiver? The International 2019. You're going to see nothing but Ogre. This hero is dominating the charts. I don't know what kind of concept they're going to go with. 3 heads? Smart Ogre? Something else?
Both are terrifying, actually.
Yeah.
Both can be very terrifying. I can't wait. However, we have to wait for a while. And we also have to talk about something coming up. We have OG versus EG coming up. And that matchup, we're going to break it down. In case you're new to Dota, which I know there's a lot of people just tuning in for the first time, and there's a lot of history between these two teams on multiple fronts. But Tsunami, you want to break down the most recent one, the most obvious one.
The one that everyone always knows of is the Super Major drama. Let me take you back a little over a year. No-Tell, Fly, brothers in arms for as long as you could imagine. They played Han together. They came into the Dota community together. They briefly separated, went their separate ways. They came back together. And then it all fell apart.
2 weeks before.
2 weeks before the Super Major, right after ESL Birmingham, which, if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend another documentary that OG recently released, which kind of shed some light on it. But 2 teammates, almost nearly family members with how close they were, they separated. And after that, it's just been drama ever since. Not necessarily, but that's the way that we like to look at it.
And it made both teams better. OG won TI, EG got third. They both did extremely well, right?
True.
So,
They would have done not as well if they were the original OG squad.
right.
I think everybody agrees with that.
Yeah.
Well, it is time for these 2 former friends to take the stage here at the International 2019. Let's get them on. Evil Geniuses will take the stage here as they get ready for an important match. Winning here would guarantee them a top 3 finish, and we know that they are waiting for that opportunity to break past the top 3 and get to first, but they have to beat a top opponent first. OG has been their roadblock before. Will it be their roadblock again? We're gonna find out as OG will take the pod opposite of them. OG taking the stage here, indeed, the defending champions of the international, holders of the Aegis. We saw them during the opening ceremony, placing that Aegis on the pedestal as they now have rings as a remembrance of that achievement, but they are not done yet. They want more. They would like to be the first team to win 2 TIs and also be the one to do that in a row. Wouldn't that be a tremendous, tremendous achievement? That would be unheard of.
It would be.
We have never had that before.
No,
We've never had repeat champions, let alone back-to-back.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, most people going into the TIs that they just won honestly don't look that good. It might have been, honestly, EG after TI5, right? They went to TI6 looking okay, and now OG, they're so close to top 3, one more match, right? It's pretty insane.
Yeah, Will, there's a lot to talk about when we look at these 2 teams. And obviously, you know, you got the No-Tail and Fly story, but I want to focus on something else. You got Topson, you got Sumail. 2 Wunder kids that basically have won TI first try. You know, you come to TI as a young kid, and you're like, okay, you know what, I'll take it. They both did it, and they're going to face each other. How important is this matchup for you in this game?
So in Korea, in StarCraft, we actually have a term for it. It's called, if you win the first major in your first ever try, you're considered a royal roader. You
roader.
Yeah, you walk that path and no one else has walked. You are a royal roader. It's like the highest distinction.
There's not many.
Yeah, it means like one of one. You were the best at the time. It's such an impressive feat too, because oftentimes like at TIs you want that veteran experience. And here, both of these guys were able to win it in their first go. It almost warps your perception. It's like, that was easy. And you just kind of stroll in. You win, you're like, okay, I guess that was no big deal. And I feel like that's stuck with them since. Especially for a guy like Sumail, I think that gave him unheard of confidence. And I feel like for Topson, it's done something similar. Because the way that this guy plays, I mean, he's completely fearless.
Yeah, and it was how dominant they did it too, right? Like Sumail was definitely the best player at that TI, and Topson, a lot of people say, I mean, a lot of people want to go with Anna, but Topson very rarely like played poorly in that. It was insane. They didn't just get carried.
So somebody... Matama Man said recently, he said, Topson is probably like the player that might lose his lane the most, but he's also like the player that'll just win you the game the most as well. Like he does it all, he does all the little things correctly. Like he plays the game the right way. His laning mechanics are like whatever because he plays very weird heroes that often lose his lane, but he'll make the game-winning plays.
That seems highly reminiscent of the critiques people had about Ana's early era into OG. Whenever they were winning majors and stuff like that, they were just like, Ana just keeps losing his lane, but somehow they keep winning, and that's sometimes what a team takes. Clearly, No-Tail and Seb know how to take advantage of a player who sacrifices themselves like that.
Yeah, you want to know about early OG days? Crit was on there.
Yeah, that's true.
He went to TI with OG, didn't do too hot, and of course he jumped ship.
The early one, yeah.
The early
the ship
one.
early, bailed. He's like,
Yeah.
we'll wait for the rest of them to come on over, but, I'll be here warming the seats.
Yeah, and he's gone through a crazy transformation, coming out from captain and then focusing again on the position 4 role Tsunami.
He had tanked quite a bit of abuse early in his captaining days as well.
Mhm.
Every single time that EG would show up to TI obviously the bar was set at PPD captaining, and you're like, well, if he's not as good as PPD, then what's EG doing? But he kind of came into his own. He has relinquished the captaining role, which I think was the best for him, especially with Fly coming in. That dude is far more accomplished, and it allows Crit to focusing on just one thing, which is just being a beast of a 4 position.
Now, when we talk about OG, and when you see them play, you've watched all the documentaries, there's one overarching factor. It is confidence and comfort, and they are just very happy to just play the game. Friendship, sure. You want to go there? That's fine. But it feels like that this TI so far, that has been the major factor in terms of win and lose. Sure, the Dota, the Dota we see is great, but I feel like that we kind of see, the auto system kick in, and then everything else, like, you gotta deal with the pressure.
Yeah, it's tough. I think OG, it's just crazy. Like, after win, after loss, you can just continuously see it doesn't matter to them, and they don't lose very much, so it's hard to see them after a loss. But it was funny. I actually took off my headset whenever they introduced the players to see, like, who the Chinese crowd really likes. And honestly, Seb was, I could not believe it.
They
Seb
were all yelling Seb.
Yeah, they were.
I'm not sure how much that chat we
Voice lines transcend languages.
There was a lot of clapping. It was pretty crazy. I was surprised. I thought it would be like no tail. And it's interesting because the 4 positions actually had the least amount of claps on both teams. I don't know what that says. Maybe they like their 4 positions more, but it was pretty crazy.
These teams are similar in the sense that you got Arteezy and you got Ana, both being big cornerstones of the squad. And then you got Jarex and Crit are kind of like, I know that they're the support, but they're also like the supporting role. They're not being as flashy as some other 4 supports. And we know that they can do it. It's just that the way they're playing right now, it might not be the case.
Yeah, I think some of the heroes are like, where's Earth Spirit? They're both known for their Earth Spirit, and you just don't really see it that much anymore. I wouldn't be surprised. It might get pulled out in this series, honestly.
It could indeed. What do you think is most important for this series, Tsunami?
I think that as easy of an answer it is, what are you going to do about IO? What are you going to do about this crowd?
Yeah.
No one has a solution for OG's crowd.
I have a solution.
Tell me.
What's that?
You ban it.
Oh,
I think that's smart.
Wow.
Unprecedented.
Hold the phone, Cheever.
Get in the booth right now.
I mean, if we're being serious, I think you have to ban the IO and the Mag, and you have to pick your poison between something like an Enchant and a Chen. Like, that's just how it is to me. You can't give them those 2 heroes.
Well, how
it's
stubborn of a captain do you think Fly is? Because a lot of people are letting Game 1 go by. We're done with the BO1s. We're in BO3 territory now. You can afford to let maybe 1 game slip by.
I think you don't risk it. Will, what do you think?
I feel like you definitely don't, because I think a lot of this game is going to come down to like the mental fortitude of both teams, because there is so much history behind both of them. I could easily see a team losing game 1, having a hard time recovering, trying to do too much to recover into game 2. So I feel like getting out of the gate early on and just trying to get a quick win is sort of the goal here.
Yep. And it's the mental aspect you talk of as well. And we know that OG actually, this TI, they have incorporated an extra member to their team.
Yes.
They now have the professional esports psychologist that formerly helped Astralis. And for people that don't follow Astralis is a CSGO team, and they struggled winning for a very long time, and then they incorporated this psychologist and they won their first major. Just like that. Just getting into the right mindset. It's so important.
Yeah, I think Astralis might need to get that coach back, because they have been on the crumble lately. But yeah, no, it definitely works. Yeah, and it's crazy. They really are just 1 game away, or sorry, 1 series away from that top 3, possibly a full-on rematch against LGD.
How crazy is it? What are the odds that OG has the near exact path?
It's true.
In the upper bracket.
Deja vu.
17-1.
As 2018.
Like that.
I've been in this place.
It's not that crazy.
What? It's pretty crazy.
No, it's a little bit, especially because most of the teams, right? This feels like the first TI where teams that even did pretty poorly just stayed together. They're like, you know what? Let's do it.
Yep.
Reddit complains we keep shoveling teams. Let's show them 1 more year and let's see what happens. Obviously, for a team like VP, didn't go too well, but now you have the EG and even OG, even though they had ILTW for a bit, but now you're back with your full roster, and let's go.
Let's go indeed. And for OG, of course, we remember the group stages, and I'm sure EG remembers the group stages too. Unfortunately for them, they started out pretty weak, and in the second day, the first matchup for them was against OG. It was the OG EG special, and we were having big, expectations of this series. And then it was a bit of a trash-in.
Yeah, it was actually funny. I was watching Boba and Sox, the coach, were just both watching on the same TV. And anytime like EG would start making a big play, Boba just start clapping nonstop, and then the fight would just straight up turn around. And I looked over, and of course the OG coach did the exact same thing, just started clapping, and they're literally right next to each other.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I'm getting out of here.
But talk to me about these two coaches, because they are so different. We didn't have Soxka with OG previous TI. He's with the team now. He's been with the team for a little while. What do you think is the main difference? We have obviously Bulba drafting Tsunami, but Soxka not so much.
Yeah, I think Bulba is more of like the judge, jury, executioner of the EG drafts. I don't really think that. Obviously, he talks with Fly and stuff like that, but the way that it seems like he sits in the pod, he puts on the headset, he's clicking the buttons a lot of the times. Whereas with Soxa, obviously he has Seb in the background, and Seb had a long storied history of being OG's coach. So it's more collaborative on the OG side, at least based on what we see outside, but we may be able to see Casey and talk to her for a little more insight.
All right, well, I know you want to make a point, Will, but you got to wait with it. You got to wait with it until after the first game of this blockbuster of a series. Let's get in to the draft.
OG versus Evil Geniuses. Game 1.
And that's the match we've been waiting for all day, the Evil Geniuses versus OG series. We have a lot in store for us. It's kind of a rematch of last year, but I feel like the paths have kind of swapped. OG had a really confident group stage this year. Last year they faltered. EG is on that pathway a little bit in some ways. What do you guys expect to see here?
Fun.
Just fun match?
Fun, lots of battling. I think could be a really fast game, or it could be a really long one. I don't think the middle ground is really what I'm looking at here for this one. I think it could just go really, really one-sided on either one of those fronts.
I mean, OG has definitely done that sometimes recently. Yeah. In their last series, had some crazy 20-minute wins with abusing the IO strat, but not this game. IO getting banned finally.
I think EG, I've looked at the majority of their games, and they have much longer games. I mean, OG's kind of just been steamrolling a lot, right, because they had such a successful group stage. But yeah, that's the one thing I'm concerned for EG. It's just getting caught off guard a little bit here and just getting kind of run over. So I think that they want to be able to take the fight to OG, because OG is going to look to battle a lot, especially from watching how EG's been playing a lot of the farm game.
I think right now EG expected OG to ban SD, but they left it open. So I think they're talking about how they're going to approach it. Because SD has been the hero of the tournament, and EG has picked it a lot.
And banning Naga Siren in the first phase is basically unseen right now, so they're just clearly trying to let a lot of Tier 1 heroes through? Is that what you're thinking?
I think they're just targeting EG's top heroes, right? They love their Naga Siren on Arteezy, and they absolutely love Sumail's Last Shrek. So they're just like, okay, these are super comfort heroes for them, get rid of them.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking too.
So, unlike the LGD VGG game series, the 3 supports left: Elder Titan, Ogre Magi, Shadow Demon.
Are they going to take the SD?
I think that's the best support right now.
It's like SD and Enchantress are in the pool, right? SD, Enchantress, and Chen if you want to go for that.
Oh yeah, Enchantress has been very contested between these two teams.
It's definitely something OG likes as well. They would have picked it if it got through.
Yeah, definitely. I think No Tail is the only position 5 that's comfortable on the Enchantress. Usually when it's run by 5s on the other teams, they're playing it because they have to be playing it. It got too countered to be put on a position 3, so that's why it's played as a position 5. But I think whenever I see No Tail on position 5 Enchantress, he looks so comfortable on that hero.
So there are ways to beat in lane. It's typically a super strong laner. It can pressure cores. That's a little bit of a turn here in OG. They've got something up their sleeve planned here. This is not at all what we expected to see based on the drafts earlier today.
I think I saw them run this one. I can't remember if I was casting the game, and I think these were the 2 heroes. I think they dual laned these, and it was Seb playing the tree, Jerax playing this Grimstroke, and they put so much pressure on the safe lane. They would just ink swell this tree and protector. We just beat on them, and then Grimstroke would sit in the back and throw constant nukes, and it was actually pretty insane how much they were able to do. And it's a lot of magic damage right off the bat from a Grimstroke, and you also have a hero that can prevent Enchantress from getting her heal off. not only with the stun, but with that Phantom that can be really obnoxious. If you don't get your heal instantly as Ench, sometimes you can get burst.
And it can be really nice as well if you have Overgrowth. You can just essentially lock her in position, land some other stuns potentially, prevent her from breaking the silence. Earth Spirit, great catch hero. Definitely going to be helpful for setting up kills. Good at punishing and catching heroes like Tree as well.
Yeah, one of Crit's signature heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I really like the OG2 picks against the Enchantress. It might not have damage, but I think it comes from the damage comes from Thompson's and Ana's heroes. So the control is definitely there with the Tree and the Grimstroke.
I've seen them run a lot of Grimstroke with the... I think they were the first ones that I want to say at the MDL Major when they were doing Grimstroke with Phantom Assassin. And I know they had Magnus in a couple of those games, so we might not see that happen. But it's great versus the Enchantress. We've seen the rise of the PA as well. And just the combo, the Ink Swell with that quick Phantom Strike to get on top of targets is definitely a devastating one that I've seen them run a lot. They really do like that combo.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good. Another team earlier in the main stage used Juggernaut, I think, in the safe lane as well against her. That can work well, because at least then you can spin the guaranteed damage, possibly kill her. But it's difficult to lane against her. We see a lot of carries that'll just kind of zone out of the lane at some point when you just kind of let her take the tower. But potentially OG could defend that if they, depending on how much tree armor they get. Since she doesn't push very well, tree armor, a little bit of defense there, it could prevent her from snowballing the lane as hard.
Wondering if EG wants something like I think they want at least some strong 5-position hero. What I'm looking at is actually, especially after that last game, even though it was FY playing it, Jakiro. Yeah. I think that's one of the heroes we see played a lot versus Tree and Protect because you have this really slow windup and it just secures the lane because Tree can sometimes just crush your safe lane. So I think that could be a possibility, and I think it's a good hero that works really well for EG with the Earth Spirit in combination.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Attack speed slows against anybody that attacks slow, and the other thing, tons of damage over time. It basically nullifies his armor if he ever wants to use it to save people mid-game. Batrider ban a potential matchup counter against Enchantress, or just good for the lineup here? What do you guys think?
I think they were maybe thinking about a position 5 Batrider from Lothair, because it provides the... It's very strong in main, the position 5 Batrider.
It's true, they have ran it quite a few times in the group stage, if I remember now.
Interesting.
Yeah, Lothair is very good at these like weird heroes that are not traditional position 5s, but it's very good at the laning.
It's always surprising too. I think one thing that OG does is they basically forge their own path. I feel like that's one of their keys to success. You could maybe say it's like comfort, they're happy, that kind of a thing. But I think it's also that even at tournaments that they lose, they're always doing their own thing. They're playing heroes in ways that only they're confident doing. Everyone else tries to adapt to the meta. Feels like OG is almost always trying to set it. And I think that's one huge advantage they have coming into TI.
I totally agree. I mean, right, last year when they're just like busting out off-lane Magnus, no one else is really picking that at all. Off-lane Tree was the same exact kind of style. Topson playing all these like kind of bizarre heroes that he just is really comfortable on in the mid lane.
And terrible mid matchups too, where like every other team's like, oh, we can't have a bad mid matchup. He'll lose the lane. Then go create space, force people to rotate against him, all to protect his team.
I had a feeling this one was coming in the third pick. Like we were saying, that Grim Stroke PA combo, they just love it, and it's such a good matchup for Xin. Enchantress, and it's going to give you that late game insurance immediately right off the bat. So this, yeah, they love this combo. I've seen them do it so many. Many times, like I was saying, at MDL Major, we saw it do it like 3 times before.
Do you think it's good enough without Mag? So Mag banned in first phase. We saw the PA Mag earlier today with a different series, even against the Enchantress. But PA's gonna have to get her own farm. Or is she just gonna do OG things and just fight constantly?
I think fighting constantly, I think they could still get a steroid, right?
Slightly towards PA favor against the PA versus TB.
Okay. What aspect of it gives them the favor? Is it just like
the alacrity?
Alacrity?
Yeah.
All right, well, that is the draft, but before we jump into the game, we're going to have the last word with Gunnar.
So I'm a mid laner. I'm going to focus on the mid lane. Both of these teams need their mid laners to have a good game. EG with Sumail, he's always their tempo setter. He's going to carry the game in the first 25 minutes to give Artoris some space, Arteezy on his TB. He's going to farm up the jungle. Sumail's going to be rotating with his team, running around, pressuring lanes and taking towers. On the side of OG, Topson is usually the tempo creator. He's going to win his lane and he's always going to rotate first. And he's not going to worry about having to carry as he has N on his back. Both of these teams, they have the 2 Earth Spirit gods. They have Crit and Jerax. EG having Crit with the Earth Spirit in this game. I think they're going to have the ability to kind of rotate around early. He's going to kind of pressure the mid lane, so I'm going to be a little scared for this Invoker on Topson to be pressured by this Earth Spirit. He's going to maybe get a little pressure. His tower might be killed early with the Siege Wagon at 5 minutes. I think there's going to be a lot of fights. The TB and the PA are both going to be farming. I think this might game go a little late. There's going to be a lot of big fights. I think our 2 casters, Tobuon and Cinderin, are going to be the 2 bigger carries of this game.
Ah, isn't that so nice? You know, we've got our
I'll
game.
carry you.
Oh, thanks, Sin. That's Sin.
No problem.
I'm small. I'm light now. I'm backpackable.
Yeah, I've gained weight, so that's perfect. There you go.
Great transference. We've got our game faces on, Sin. We're ready to go right now. OG, they're the same. And of course, you start with an OG draft. You think everything's going to be normal, but I got a thing to break to everyone at home. That is not a support ES. That is a 3-position ES played by Seb, and Notel will move on to the Tree and Protector, just for a little bit of interesting spice because OG can never conform.
Not only that, exactly. We were talking about, oh, is it going to be a Seb Treant or is it going to be a Seb Shaker and a Jerax Treant? But they swapped it out completely, putting Notel on a hard 5 Treant. They think that this Grimstroke being position 4 can have a huge impact on the game. And a possible reason for that could be the Grimstroke Ags in this game being a really, really powerful Aghanims against Terrorblade. Creating that illusion when he's used Metamorphosis, it can deal serious damage. And something we've seen out of OG in this tournament so far is they're really good at doing quirky mechanical stuff, like having these weird, creative new ideas where you use new stuff that's in the game. The IO Aghanims is new, the Grimstroke Aghanims is new. So I could definitely see that being the line of thought for them here. On EG's side, though, I love what Gunnar said. Keep an eye on mid. That is where stuff is going to be happening.
Thompson's already starting off. Just in case you didn't know, EG, look into my eyes. What do you see?
Well, they plant the flags. But it didn't scare OG or EG away from getting 2 runes at least. So I guess they planted the flags on one side only.
I was actually waiting for them to do what they did in the first series. We actually got cast on this main stage. It's like, oh, this would be fantastic. OG, that game was done. But they started off with like 4 flags, all planted around 1 bounty rune. But let's have a check of our lane. So as we had now a quick 1 minute, Thompson Invoker, he's going the course to begin with. We'll see how he transitions. The battle against Mail, it gives us an aggressive lane up on the top. Anna and Notel, they've been dual laning together for absolutely ever, but EG, they bring 3. If the first 2 doesn't succeed, you bring everybody. Pushing Anna back under the tower with a Metamorphosis damage. He's actually going to have enough. He spills the first blood. You want to send a message, that's a good way to do it if you're EG.
And this is one of the biggest benefits of Enchantress as a hero, is that you can leave her alone in the start against this lane. I don't see them killing her down here with Seb and Jerax, but at the same time, Jerax can't leave because Seb will lose the lane. So EG, with the right read on how to get the lanes to begin with, could get them off to a very nice start here.
And with the Sentry Ward down, yep. How does Jerax coming close? He's going to have to work with him. Anna being initiated on once again. That's easy. Still got a little bit more time to get that range damage in, but now lose attention to Notel. Consumables are going to be the order of the day for OG, while in mid, Thompson, he's so low. Battling against the metal, the Cold Snap will push him back.
And they have rotated Jerax top, but what this will do now is that S4 will have almost a full level advantage against Seb bottom early on, or at least a decent one. And once Enchantress gets level 6, this lane is not inhabitable for Earthshaker anymore. So OG, this top lane, when you rotate like this, you have to win it, or you need to at least ensure that Ana feels somewhat happy up here.
Yeah, actually getting some CS would be a nice way to move forward. I'm loving Thompson and Samael, just like Thompson literally requesting, Samael, come and fight me. I'm not even getting us out. There's not even one coming out. Samael able to hit these back-to-back stuns, missing uphill 2 times. Thompson, you get back under the tower. He's jumping on the ball. He's dropped them. Underneath the tier 1.
There's a region.
Thank you, Ice Frog.
I was going to say Gaben, but they're the same person, so.
Everyone's Ice Frog in their hearts.
This is a huge start for EG, honestly. Good cold snap from Thompson will at least stop half of the regen rune. Wants to high-five with Samael. Samael will high-five him, so at least there's some friendship in the mid lane.
Samael will bring his bottle in.
Never mind, no friendship.
Here comes the ES, roll in from Crit, the kick, a little bit off target, and Thompson just sends them up in the air for a quick moment.
So Samael is winning mid for sure. Enchantress S4 is winning bottom for sure. And this top lane is currently RTZ far ahead because of that first blood advantage as well. So fair to say right now that EG are ahead in all 3 lanes. And no tell is going to be from OG. They're trying to get in on fly. Lovely new cosmetic. I love this new aura.
What is this? It's just like I got a bubble. I got a frost bubble.
When you skill up Arcane Aura, every time it levels up, all of your allies have like an animation for a short time.
Oh, rolling boulder in from Crit, well off the target. As OG trying to get a little bit of space. Notel just stunning up Crit for the moment. Good protection.
So the roll misses, but Arteezy is the one having the best time regardless. Even if these spells miss a little bit, OG seem unable to make their own aggressive moves, and Arteezy is just denying creep after creep. PA, what's her CS right now? 15 for 3. It's actually pretty good from Ana so far. in this lane.
I'm loving watching this mid lane. I can't even take my eyes off it. I should be looking at the top lane because there's a tri lane up there, but Tops is just living on either a prayer or quarter HP. Maybe both. He just refuses to move back out of this lane or bring us out. He keeps getting clipped.
Oh,
an illusion rune for him, but Crit going to rolling boulder in. Tops in side sets quickly. Space to be created. He's got Cold Step and Tornado. Able to connect on both the Mail, but the Slave is able to reach up 2 levels to reach Topson on Cloud9.
And this is how this mid lane is going to be. Sumail and Topson will be trading non-stop. Invoker wants to trade so he can make use of the Quas Orbs, and Sumail wants to trade because he can kill with an ally. And that's the second kill here in mid now. Sumail off to a really hot start.
You know, I've thought that before, and then Topson's Monkey King kicked in, so not gonna, it's definitely a different style of game. There was definitely an Io and Magnus in that series as well. But I also just kind of want to think about another lane. Number 1 on the CS right now is actually Seb. He's been running this bottle on the bottom lane. He's going to try and control both the 5-minute bounty runes. S4 does not want to let that happen. So Seb will back off, and you see Crit already rotating over. And S4, it looks like he wants to try and contest.
Oh, okay. Seb didn't want to fight for it. So that's 3 runes for EG. He's respecting the rotation out of Crit. Saw him on that observer ward in the bottom area that Crit was coming. So his TP at least secures that rune. And now I'm really curious what Seb's going to do here. It's actually the thing I'm most curious about in the game now, because from my experience, this lane will be completely unplayable for Shaker once Enchantress is level 6. The only thing he can really do is take creeps with Fissure. Every time you try to melee a creep with Enchant Totem, you will take 2 or 3 impetuses your way, and it's just not feasible in the long run. So what is he going to do? He's pulling the wave for now a little bit.
Hello towards mid, rolling boulder in, Laguna Blade is up for Sumail. Hits the first Fire Striker 8, EMP Tornado. Sumail's going to lose a lot of mana. The Cold Snap, he's still just got enough to get into Topson with living armor. It has arrived, and Topson will survive the first Laguna of this game.
It's very unusual that you see a Trent not skill living.
Fly, he's back again. He may have survived Laguna, but can he survive everything else? Jirax will arrive. It's a good stroke into the stun. Now Crit's caught on the wrong side of the tracks. Nice turnaround for OG. Took 6 minutes, but now they're on the board. Off the mark. 1-3.
And No-Tail, he's ready to fight Fly on the rune, but No-Tail doesn't have Leech Seed. He's 1-0-2 build, extremely defensive Treant build, not getting even that one skill point to help in the lane, but focusing on how much can I help the other lanes with that living armor.
Do you actually think the living armor build-up is also... Oh, hello, rolling boulder down towards the bottom lane. Jirax under attack, like cramp between S4 as well as Crypt. But we saw OG when they played the Treants before. They're always looking to repair their towers. How does Arteezy actually take these towers if you level up living armor very early on? How hard do you have to commit as a Terrorblade to actually bring down the tower?
That's actually part of the brilliance in this Terrorblade pick, because first, the obvious thing is that it's good against the PA, right? You have high armor, so you're good against these hard-hitting physical attacks, but the second part, Terrorblade is a really good hero at forcing down towers from half or full to 0. So he can deal with it if they group up and make a team move. It's one of the best heroes against Treant Protector in this early stage of the game as a carry. You can't really ask for anything better than that.
Yeah. Because they will still lose that
mid.
They will still lose that tier 1 tower on bottom lane.
Fly is going to plant some enemy in mid. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I don't know those characters, so I can't tell you what they are. But there's probably some deep meaning to this. Jirax.
He's going to
into Fly. Okay, see ya. They're both backing off.
Nothing to be had here, apart from Jirax potentially killing the courier on the way back. But with the tier 1 tower dropping, S4 was just able to force the issue. No-Tail's watching Arteezy rotate over, but he's burned a large portion of this metamorphosis.
That's such an early Midas for S4. He's going to be rich this game. 730 Midas with Boots and Basilius. It's really, really good times for S4. And you look at the CS chart, all top 3 sitting on that EG side, and the Shaker who was doing well in the start, I think quite a bit of his CS is probably jungle creeps, and now this bottom lane, is he going to be able to farm here? Oh, S4 is moving, so for now he is.
EMP Tornado just pushing Sumail back a little bit further.
Absolutely perfect.
But Ana is still doing well. And this top lane, we know how important it is for OG to give Ana a good game, and his game looks solid right now. He's sitting on the 50 CS minute 8, same as the Terrorblade. They're both level 6. So both of these heroes are having a good game and are happy.
The only downside for Ana is he doesn't have like that Empower buff up he's used to, so he's having to build into the Battle Fury on the Phantom Assassin just to still keep finding that farm rate. GrandGrant is hoping for something on bottom lane. Seb's got a lot of damage to work with. Now completing up the phase boots. Potentially able to run down some of these heroes, and GrandGrant just needs to start him off. So there's the Inkswell. Okay, that's maybe not exactly the way he planned to do that. It's that was not the right target. And boots. Potentially able to run down some of these heroes, and GrandGrant just needs to start him off. So there's the Inkswell. Okay, that's maybe not exactly the way he planned to do that. It's that was not the right target. And now Seb's kind of trapped behind the tree line. Crit's wondering if he can get some help. But Seb, now he's going to find him. Starts with a totem, follows up with a fissure, echo slams just for good measure, and Crit tanks through a lot of it. Raindrops help out with that, but they'll still take the kill. That was a lot harder than it needed to be for OG.
Yep. And they don't get any structural damage in here, it looks like. They're not going to hit the tower, but it's a kill. It all helps. Gotta find what you can as OG right now, as your playmaking potential, as was talked about by the panel, is mainly coming from Topson, but since he lost his lane by a bit, the tempo is not that high. So at least you can use Grimstroke with Shaker. And, well, they're still hitting the tower. I reckon EG want to defend this somewhat.
It feels like they should, but they're gonna finish the tier 1 and then TP down? Where are they? Actually, yeah, you can't. This damage is taking forever without the creep wave. So maybe they're okay with it. They're wasting time with N0tail. He actually came underneath the observer ward under the bottom room. So Fly was just waiting for the attack to come in from Topson.
And Topson's going to walk through the same ward that N0tail just did. EG know exactly what Topson is up to. And with him starting to play between mid and bottom, they're absolutely not defending this tower now.
They've worked it out.
It takes them so long, but, you know, slow and steady, eventually you'll get it. If nobody comes down here, GrandGrant has been pushing this tower for like a full minute. And now the siege creep is going to come and help him finish it off the last 5%.
You'd actually think you'd get more levels out of this too by being in the lane. S4's attacking into the tier 1 tower mid. It's the last remaining tier 1 tower for OG. They're really having trouble controlling their map area, but normally OG sacrifice heroes in the early game. It seems the tier 1 tower is the next thing on the menu for OG. N0tail can't come close. He's in range of the sentry. S4 doing a good job not to reveal the fact that he can see him. Not reacting in any way, but now the creeps move towards him. N0tail realizes they can see me. In fact, not 1, not 2, but 3 sentry wards had to be planted in that mid lane just to see things.
But it's well worth it. They got the biggest tower of the game, and there was no fighting from OG because Treant is only level 5, so they didn't have the Overgrowth, they didn't have the Soulbind, both supports from OG sitting on those level 5s when EG supports are level 6. That's such a huge difference in power. Seb?
Yeah.
Oh, that was really good timing on the Aftershock.
He'll get the double Fissure stun out as well, but S4 enchants him up. Seb can't make it to the trees. Well, he was probably hoping he could TP away to safety. Some clever juking, but it will not happen. And Fly gives the tip back to Seb. Seb, he seems to be the master of the memes on OG. Fly gets a little bit of a rebuttal. And actually, well, Fly, that was maybe a little short-lived. OG have come back. Fight me indeed.
He's dead. Is that an Urn charge? It is. That's big. Keep an eye on Invoker's Vessel charges in this game. It's the way they're going to kill the Enchantress. Until S4 has a counter item, that is the one way they can kill her outside of using the PA for the hardcore physical burst.
Because of his great start, he's actually going in for just the Dragonlance to begin with. I don't know if it's going to be the full Hurricane Pike, but they're looking for initiation. ES rolling forward, Topson, and that movement speed. Haste Rune is up, 550 on the board. And S4 being watched by N0tail. They know he's coming in from the side, so Topson knows how much he can get away with call snaps and mail, trying to get his own stun. The silence is there from Crit, and they're not hitting every ability, meaning the back movement is possible. In fact, GrandGrant will die to S4. N0tail for the Overgrowth, but Fly starts letting it go. 2 heroes down for OG. This is not the clean Chris Dota we've expected and already seen from them this tournament.
I think the games that we saw on the main stage yesterday was also Newbie giving OG flat out their best picks. They gave them IO and Mag, and EG just come in with better preparation. They know exactly how they want to approach this first game, and they're looking great so far. I find it funny how Ana and Arteezy are literally not getting involved in anything. They've been playing top both of them for pretty much 13 minutes straight, not moving across the map. Are actually not sure. Arteezy might have been part of a push in one of the sides, on one of the other lanes.
It's fight time. It's Blink reveal over on the ESP. Ready! It's them! Fly and cringes evaporate. S4's also on the run. Seb, he's got Fissure up. S4, you're staying with your feet wet. No way to get away from the spray. And he's locked inside the pit with the double stop from Smell. Maybe a little bit extra space. S4 back to Thompson, who's the one in trouble. Seb, he'll blink over. Now he's trying to control up both RTZ, Smell, and S4. No, that ain't happening. Done up, and Seb is gone. Overconfidence with a capital Seb.
That is the most ambitious TP of the main event, I think. He TP'd right next to Alina with Light Strike already.
Maybe he's like, oh,
that's a nice blink reveal.
He's going to be out of mana, right? Maybe there's a chance.
It's a good blink reveal, but at the same time, you would have loved to get a core kill. You got the two supports. You got the Maiden and the Shaker with your Echo Slam. You get a little bit bloodthirsty on Thompson. He starts chasing. And Thompson was kind of lucky to stay alive there, too. He almost died to S4, and you see the problem they have with this Enchantress. The only way... They were 4 heroes against Enchantress, and she was Fissure locked off, and it wasn't even close. Like, they were tempted to try for it. Not possible without the PA. The Vessel will change things, but it's not there just yet for Thompson. He needs another 200 gold.
Same with the Battle Fury for Ana. Maybe he starts getting involved after this is able to arrive. The win probability is keeping it nice and close, 51-49. That's what we want to see. We've already had an amazing day of Dota 2. Let's keep the streak going late into the Shanghai night. The 15-minute bounty runes in 10 seconds.
Looks like a 2 for 2.
Yeah, it should be. EG will claim the north, OG will claim the south.
There it is.
Oh, rolling boulder. Up towards top. Crit won't have a crack at Ana. Arteezy doesn't have any damage or a stun, which is required to stop Ana. So Magnetizer will go on cooldown for a while from Crit.
Got him on Chad Wilf left.
It's kind of the issue when rolling boulder became your stun instead of just the kick.
Yeah.
Then they move in towards the mid lane. Rolling boulder once again over towards Thompson. G-Rex is nearby. Gonna put down the Ink Swell, but Thompson, the damage may just be more than enough to kill him. He turns for an EMP Tornado, but in death he'll burn mana, but that's it. Fly once again being very liberal with that freezing field.
They're immediately putting this lens to use. Sumail's lens, or well, not immediately, but in that instance they are putting it to use, showcasing how good this item can be against a hero like Invoker. Their reach is just exceptional. Earth Spirit can roll in from really far away, and the Lina can very easily follow up. Even though the Earth Spirit stun is only level 2, it's enough for Sumail to
S4, here's your combination. Seb will get the first stun off, and maybe not the greatest of chaining against this S4 Enchantress. They're trying to find the damage. Nortel has to go into the overgrowth, put the quick silence out, but Sumail's already arrived from a long way down. He's able to get the stun. There's no movement back from Seb.
I don't get it. Why didn't they just hit him?
Good question. Hey, maybe he's untouchable.
Just hit him.
So now is EG being aggressive. Thompson with the high ground. EMP Tornado. Gonna make it difficult for Arteezy. Decides not to dodge it, but he's got 21 charges.
I love that you say decides not to dodge it. There's so many clips of Arteezy Manta dodging whatever, so you're just assuming he will never fail. He decides not to. There's no way he could have failed that, right?
Hey, I put Arteezy up on a pedestal for a clip.
He is very rich, by the way. 10k net worth, 17 minutes in. It's generally a very dangerous proposition to give Terrorblade complete free farm, but I just think in this game OG barely had a choice with their draft. It's just very defensive, very slow, with both PA and Treant and Grimstroke. They need to have someone to play around, and since the other two lanes were EG favored, the tempo of the game is just completely being dictated by this EG side. Now, what I do want to say OG shouldn't do, stop going for this Enchantress. I think it's really hurting them. The kills, you have to accept S4 will be farmed this game. If you're not bringing your PA to this kill, it's too hard, and the cost-benefit doesn't favor you kind of ever unless you see pretty much the entire enemy lineup somewhere else on the map. Because the counterplay is dangerous too, right? Imagine you kill the Ench, you used everything. And then what if there's an Earth Spirit coming in with this Alina?
This is when you need, you need Stifling Dagger from range, you need Seb to be the controller, you need to create a little bit more space. And I'm actually liking this a little bit more from Seb. He's going in for the Aghanim Scepter, then he's going to build for the BKB, so he can be that nuisance that we know and love to be in the faces of EG, and give Ana that space to farm. He doesn't want to join it. This is the way OG always play. It's 4 attack, 1 farm.
Yep.
And so far, he's now ahead of both S4 as well as Sumail. But he's still got a couple of thousand gold to catch up with before he's going to get in front of Arteezy. But Ana, he's going to move quick. He's going to farm quick.
Yeah, I I think if you just mathematically let these two heroes completely free farm from the start of the game and they buy whatever items they want, Terrorblade wins. He just has better farming potential. He can farm wave while farming jungle. His first ramp-up items are just faster. The PA has to build this full battlefield before trouble starts kicking in.
Notel walking in range of the sentry ward. That dire sentry would get quickly dewarded. They had another one further up, but Ana and Jirax on the bottom lane trying to push, but Sumail's already moving down. Coming past his own shrine, TP support's on the way, so ES starts stop. Jirax gonna land out a stun over on ES, but PA can't really do much. It's Sumail! This like is coming from downtown! The Hextra help, EMP Tornado, Thompson actually catching at the back of Fly. He roots up Ana, then lets it go. No way to escape, or is there? Of course there is! It's the Phantom Assassin! Not caught out the same way as the short film contest. Is able to blink away to teammates, but she's got those. Then straight back to mid, straight back to the farm. The living armor to protect, building into this desolator.
Yeah, why didn't the PA just blink strike the vent?
Because
she
blinked
did it right
attack.
before.
Yeah.
Why didn't she have refresher though?
Cool.
30 seconds till bounties.
Why are you just not a better player?
30 seconds till bounty runes. There's no vessel charges, so this fight for OG, if they choose to run into the enemy team, will be hard. Oh, speaking of running into them, Thompson.
Yeah, Tornado is out. Fly gets sent up. Crit's going to work, but EG, they've started Roshan. That's what they want. Invoker, Living Armor's giving him some extra life. Deafening Blast gets a 3-man pushback. A quick Yule Scepter up, and the rolling bottom. No, he misses, but Sumail will not. Roshan, he's still ticking down. 3.5k, and OG are in no position to contest this. And it looks like they also have no idea.
Notel was thinking about getting this bounty rune, but it would have got him killed. Well, that's going to be Roche, as well as 2 runes. And what do they pay? They don't even pay a tower bottom. OG
Seb's trying.
Falling further and further behind.
7,500 and increasing as the net worth advantage. The experience is shooting up as well.
And this is kind of, it's a bit reminiscent of one of Thompson's Invoker games, the TI9, where I think it was against LGD, they sat on him really hard in mid and just slowed down his tempo, because OG's strategy when they play this mid Invoker with GodZ is very momentum based, and you stifle that momentum, and so all of a sudden OG's lineup just feels so much easier to deal with. In this game, it's the Earth Spirit Lina getting these couple of kills on Thompson. Now they just killed him again. No vessel charges, and it just, RTZ's having the time of his life. This is such a free game right now.
I love
Terrorblade, he has Butterfly. He's man at bottom minute 20.
RTZ's looking damn good. I love how you bring up the Sumail point, because it was Sumail who used to be the one like, oh man, this kid's really, really good. What do we do? He's playing Storm Spirit with momentum base. Let's just kill him every single time. They're faced at EG, and now they're dishing it out against OG.
And now RTZ feels confident to go in and push towers. He knows he has the Aegis, so even if he gets Echo Slam, there's that second life. Maybe we'll hit the tower. OG seem like they want to try to defend this one though. Oh. Deso is completed on Ana. This is his first peak.
Seb's doing the full wraparound. He wants the greatest clip-worthy Echo Slam of all time, but he'll take the Courier instead. That'll work. But they lose the tier 2 tower in the meantime.
It gives away information though.
Yeah.
EG know OG are coming from behind.
Thompson is looking for Sumail. He wants him in the trees. He's going to move up. And now, well, EMP Tornado. Sumail, they want to send in dry. A Yule Scepter, defensive. Nothing is burnt. And now they all turn around for the fight. And it's moving forward. The Soulbind, S4 as well as RTZ together with a double silence. Letting it go. Fly, he's doing the work. Laguna Blade. Ana just cannot stand in this fight. The rest of OG want to get the hell out there. Now they've killed Crit. But Seb magnetizes on him. The Yule Scepter is up, and Seb is down. Thompson will be able to survive. He's waiting a little longer though before he'll use his TP away.
And the MVP of that fight for me is Crit. He rolls on the Shaker. He keeps the Shaker as well as Invoker busy for a good, I don't know, 20 seconds before he finally dies. And it makes this fight so easy for EG. I wonder if we're going to get a replay of that. I think we saw the rolling boulder, but then the fight was happening on the top side. It's just excellent play.
Thompson's clearing the creep wave. He understands they can't push up high ground. The illusion is actually giving the tower health with the regeneration up. It's all backdoor protection.
But EG lost nothing there. They didn't even use meta. They didn't have it. So next tower, it's already being circled by Fly. We're going to see it now. So Thompson catches Sumail, good defensive Yules, but this roll, the Earth Spirit is going to stay down here forever. Okay, it might not be on the replay either because we see the fight up top, but you can imagine for yourself what's happening off screen. If you look at the minimap, there is an Earth Spirit just there, forcing Echo, keeping 2 heroes at bay forever. And Ana just still feels like he can't really fight. He goes in and just gets blown up by spells.
It didn't help that he ended up jumping like into Laguna. Like there's no BKB to protect him, and he jumped right on top of the Crystal Maiden to try and stop the freezing field, so the rest of the team can move, fight. But we're having this own debate as well. It's like, can the Crystal Maiden actually die? We were asking this during the drafting phase. Like, is this just going to be a massive problem? Hi, Topsim.
Historically, PA has just murdered many a Crystal Maiden over the course of Dota games, but nowadays, Maiden has a health talent. She buys bracers. Look at Maiden's health right now. Sure, it's only 5 armor, but she has 1430 health with just 1 bracer and a wand in this talent. Can buy a Ghost Scepter maybe, can buy another bracer, just tank up, and you will not be one-shot jumped by this PA. You get a chance to hold your ground. And if you get your ulti off, all this defensive armor is gonna, be super helpful for you.
Here they
High ground
come.
time, DD.
Double damage room, bottled up, ready for this right moment. The living armor won't protect this much longer. But
Holy
what do
shit,
they do?
this goes fast.
Yeah, it's gone, man, it's gone.
Yo, do you want to defend?
Maybe.
Oh, good
Send them
tornado.
up in the air, get rid of the double damage with the EMP burn. Easy again decides not to dodge the EMP. And Seb, he jumps in. He has the Aghanim Scepter up without Thunder. He's got the life up on Seb. Take that melee Rax. Take the range 1 as well. What's PA got in return? The bottom tower? That's not enough. They need more. But EG, first ones to claim Rax against OG, and they do it in under 25 minutes.
This game has been very one-sided so far. I wonder if OG can find a way back. We've seen them come back from ridiculous situations many times before, but
it's
definitely...
It's a PA crit that I never want to say is not going to work. Like, what happens once Phantom Assassin gets buffed up? What happens when you start giving her Alacrity with a BKB, putting her into the fight? Can EG then, like, hold through that blast? Thompson, what are you doing?
This is an item that'll help. The Enchantress picks up the Solar Crust, so whoever the PA jumps on, S4 will defensively Solar, or of course he can offensively Solar as well if they're going for kills, but this item is so good when you have Terrorblade in your team. Giving him that massive burst of attack speed, he's a monster in this game. Just flat out insane farm.
OG is still prepping for the fight.
Yeah, it feels like they need to wait for BKB of Ana. And then they can try to make a move with a smoke, try to find a way to get a fight inside their own vision where they can get an overgrowth. You need to overgrowth this Terrorblade, but he has both Manta and BKB, so he has 2 breaks now instead of only the 1 of Manta. It's a tall order. And probably the lowest impact we've seen from No-Tail in any game at this tournament. It's hard. Like, options don't exist.
Arteezy's going to be a full-on cannon with an MKB. You got to see that Lotus Orb actually arrive from Jirax. He does have the Ether Lens, so at least he'll have that cast range. Thompson, 400-ish gold away from having his Aghanim Scepter build up. All of this is slowly going to arrive.
It's going to help. It's definitely going to help to get this Axe. He has some good solutions for Terrorblade illusions. He has Tornado, the Deafening Blast, EMP, Ice Wall.
They're pinging out Seb. It's like, what is this guy doing down here? The creep wave's coming to a tier 3 tower. How crazy is the ES? Crazy enough that you're happy to bring Sumail back, but he can BT back to the front lines.
Yep. Well, hopefully not the front lines. That's not where Lina wants to go. Took the damage talent on Lina as well, on level 15, the Light Strike Array damage, so it doesn't feel threatened enough to take all the health. It's a pretty good pickup to get health against a hero like PA, though. You're naturally not too high armor. And I think earlier today we saw Moon when he was playing the Lina. I think he took the health talent in that game against a PA. I believe. Maybe.
I'll say yes.
Different approaches to the same problem. Aghanim's
done.
Yep. The problem for Ana now is you're like, finally I have my BKB, but the counter item's already ready. There's the Aghanim's on Lina, and there's the Terrorblade MKB. So this upcoming fight...
Oh, Seb's dead. Seb is totally dead. He's just walking right into the middle of EG. Smoked up, looking to attack. The Haste Rune is down, but he can't have enough life. Even with a jump up the hill, he can't make it. So Seb is down. Ana was hiding himself on the bottom lane, so it was Seb who was walking away. Both were there together, hoping someone from EG, just one person like Lina, would come out to try and fight. But they have no creep wave, so pushing in. They're going to fight with the Alpha Lock. Does EG actually have enough? No. You have protection on multiple fronts, Cliff, as well as 7 charges of living armor. They'll burn through it, and now you see the power of EG. The tower is gone. Femi asked, like, wait, can this guy actually keep up with the current pace of this meta of Dota? You see that type of push? Yeah, he can do it.
Got the tower, but he can't backdoor the melee racks. It's too much regen, too tanky. But he's going to take the tier 3, he's going to take the shrine, he's going to keep cutting the mid wave. Good job from Topson to make sure the mid wave was pushed out. If he didn't manage that, they could have lost racks in this instance. And OG, it's desperation time. They need to fight. The Metamorphosis is running out.
Anna walked underneath the Observer and Sentry, comes right up towards RTZ. Topson finds his own target. It's S4. Send him up. The missed timing though. Seb jumps in, Crit instantly silences him. Seb, what have you got with the Soulbind looking for the stun? Anna looking for his own point of damage. S4. Anna can't attack in fast enough. One more attack will do it. Anna's able to get down and then jump over for a double kill into flight. Rolling boulder in from the start. Break away from Samael. He plays the high ground. Obi-Wan a male. He is able to push him back. Support is all buying back right now. Invoker so low in life. These never-ending stuns come from the lead of the Echo Slam. It arrives finally in from Seb. But what space is being created? It really seems to be all for EG. A jump away for the Sunful Electric Ray still holds true as Seb runs for the trees. But he will not be safe. Under the Ops and Sentry 2, Durex has no way to run away. Terrorblade will create the mirror, staying just out of the range of the stun. Notel wants to help out. Arteezy's just diving in. Anna, at least he can get a crit, but Arteezy, remember what he came here for a while ago? It was to take the lane of Rax, and they've got the damage output, they've got the creep wave, and OG have no defense. Maybe they can kill off Samael if he comes up high ground, but the rest of EG are moving towards the mid. They want to fight Anna. He blinks out for Samael. Damn, this gets hard. He blinks away, and Lagoon is his ass. They want to go deeper into OG's base. You may have farmed Newbie, but you won't farm this time around OG. EG under the tier 4 towers. Maybe this is a little bit too deep, but there's only 2 players up trying to defend this. Here comes your meatball down, but Invoker, he's got nothing more to give. Notel into the base. They're all dead, and GG. EG take game 1. Here when it counts on the main stage.
They got destroyed. I think that's fair to say that was a very, very one-sided game. EG.
That kid, right? Samael, not a kid, he's a man. He trashed that mid lane so hard, but these long-range stuns, but you called out the ether lens, but it felt like Samael was just this permanent lockdown, but never in any trouble from OG.
It was not really fair mid either. That's the problem.
Well, they picked
it. That was not fair.
OG had last pick, right?
Yeah, but the Earth Spirit factor. What are you going to pick against Lina Earth Spirit that you feel like just can't die? Maybe Brood, but I think it might have been banned. Brood could have actually been a really good pick this game, but I don't think... Does Topson even play that hero? Not sure.
Don't know.
But yeah, what can I say? EG, I think the biggest key to the game here from them was that they placed the lanes correctly. That was what gave them the start. Ench against Shaker, they get the aggro tri-lane that OG weren't expecting, and the mid lane, they destroyed it. So excellent job from them.
Excellent job from Evil Geniuses. Indeed, the mental warfare that was at play here did not phase them one bit. If anything, it actually lit their fire, Grant.
That sure felt like, if you're gonna drop that banner in mid lane, you gotta have a better performance than that, because Samael, as they said, he just completely dominated. Obviously, Crit, came over and helped a little. Even Fly came through and helped. They really did not want Topson to have a game.
Yeah, but you know who you didn't talk about?
Who's that?
You didn't talk about S4.
Who?
And I want to talk about S4. I want to talk about Enchantress. What is this hero? What is she capable of? Allow me to demonstrate. If I may show you, through the powers of technology, we have a hero with a passive called Untouchable. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Enchantress as a hero, you see 1340 HP, you think, oh, okay, she's blocked out, 4 heroes, obviously she should be dying. Okay, maybe a lucky stun. All right, maybe she's doing a little bit too much damage. Screw it, Seb says, I don't even want to deal with this hero. S4 is just chucking out these impetuses without a care in the world. That's 6 minutes into the game, something like that. 16 minutes in the game. We slowly progress a little bit forward. S4 has a Midas. Life's good. Oh no, it's 3 heroes. You'd think that I would be dead. Oh no! You couldn't finish her off. Things are starting to get a little bit bad now because the rest of EG has shown up all of a sudden. S4 lives, not a care in the world. And one more time, in case I haven't made my point, I don't even need to know what's going on. Blitz, what's going on? Is Enchantress, is she dying?
No.
She's not dying?
Like she's got full HP.
Wait, but she got soulbound to like a Terrorblade, right?
Yeah. No, she's fine.
She's
just gonna
fine?
walk it off.
She's laughing. Unbelievable. S4, obviously, magnificent performance on the hero, but you gotta give props to that EG draft.
I'm sure there's going to be some people at home that are not too familiar with Enchantress that are like, did my computer just play things in slow motion?
Slow motion going on here. No,
What's
no.
wrong?
You're not buffering. You're operating at full speed, and so is EG.
Yeah, what a crazy game, Will. What do you make of that?
Oh, that game was... that was a stomp. That was like a stomp and a half, too. It was just every opportunity they had to go on Topson, they absolutely ruined him. I think he even got solo killed once, right?
Yeah,
in the mid lane.
so.
That's really what started that ball, and I mean, they never let go. Sumail just kind of made his mark on this game.
They poked the beast.
They poked the beast.
They did. And I was thinking, you look back to that, the second clip you showed, that was when Seb pretty much showed his blink. He got those 2 kills. If he somehow got Enchantress in that, because they were all 3 clumped up, but he was like 2 seconds too late. Honestly, it could have changed a lot of things, but the fact Enchantress ran away and you're not killing her. It really, you just could not kill her that game.
Now, this game was decided pretty fast, and I think, Will, it was you that said before the series that Topson, he loses you the lane, but wins you the... Well, how did you say it? You said it way nicer.
Oh, I said he's probably the hero. He's probably the player that loses you. He loses his lane the most, but he's also the player that'll win you the game the most.
Yes.
Unfortunately, this time he only did one of the two.
Yeah, and I mean, we haven't even talked about, right? 9-0 and 10 on Arteezy. It's a Terrorblade, right? He is just farming. He's doing his thing, but he knew when to go and he knew when not to. They backdoor through a tier 3, even when Anna was cutting creeps. He just made all the right plays. And I mean, Arteezy, I mean, everyone wants to win a TI, but this guy, right, has been favored to win so many TIs. You know it's in the back of his head even.
Oh, the hunger is showing for sure. And I love that they ran up the aggressive trialing as well. You know, it's a little bit of the mind games. You want to go head to head. You don't want to avoid fights. Sometimes that is what you try to do, but this game, they wanted to take it. They fought hard, and they made sure that they got in the action early on, which was a little difficult for OG to answer Tsunami.
This is a taste of OG's own medicine. This is what they like to do. Unless if it's a core IO, then oftentimes it will look like OG's losing at first, and they're like, oh, you know, obviously this core IO is not going to work out. And then dude gets the Aghanim Scepter, Dominator, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh yeah, that's how it works. But this time it was just pedal to the metal from minute 0.
Yeah, and it was the tree, and I'm really surprised they put it on 5. I wasn't the biggest fan of that. I was talking with Fogged as well, and we're just wondering, like, what does he do? It didn't feel like, you know, they always want to defend their towers, do their thing, and they really could not defend their towers at all.
They could not at all. I didn't realize that.
You
was
laughing at Grant?
No, I laugh at my own mistakes. That's the best way of doing it, and I hope that's what OG is doing as well. And actually, we know that that's what they're doing, most of them.
Yeah.
Most.
You think? Even against those?
They have a
against
professional esports psychologist.
That's true, but what if the psychologist saw this? He's like, oh my goodness.
I've never
destroyed him. We got to get out of here. Let's crawl us. No,
you already said they needed that. Maybe she ran away because of that reason.
Maybe. Yeah, it was just, I mean, it's tough. It really is hard to talk about that game because it was just that one-sided. Crit played perfectly middle, Sumail as well. And they just didn't kill her. If you don't kill a Terrorblade, you're going to lose the game. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. All right. You know what?
What?
I hope that OG is taking a break, taking a moment, you know, getting some time to reset. They are needing it, and I know a lot of you at home need it too. We have the perfect recipe for a reset. Hey, Casey. Hey, Slacks.
Hey, I'm really happy that you're not shoving me over in reaction to the vote like you did earlier.
I mean, I'll take any excuse I can to shove you, but I got too much excitement for the games on that last series, man. EG, oh my God. Everybody knows this team, right?
Right.
Well, they think they know them. Actually, you might not know the greatest North American squad ever, and that's why they got a little peek into their backstories. Take a look at this piece.
Esports teams always have drama. Sometimes it's real, but a lot of it is just the community making something out of nothing. For example, there was a lot of talk this year about Evil Geniuses not being a real North American team. Let me tell you something, boys. That couldn't be further from the truth.
Orders. Howdy, y'all. Who's on Reddit on that 32? Yeah! Yeah!
I mean, sure, we're both North American, but the other guys are way more North American than us, especially Crit.
And you're back in the finals.
I guess that's what it took. I guess that's just what it took.
Shoulder check. Shoulder check. Shoulder check. Hey, sorry about that, your hoser. Hope you had fun in the grand finals, eh? Shoulder check. Shoulder check.
In a way, I think the boys are actually model North Americans. They even have that classic NA salt.
All right, listen up. I'm so mad right now. Crit, off with your troll warlord. Sumail, I don't want to see no underlord middle. Gustav, if you ask for puck one more time, I swear to God, it's not TI3 anymore. Hey, I told you no more fucking cameras.
In the end, we were just some North American boys trying to make our way into this year's international. Together, united, one team under Dota.
North America.
Wow, man, what a great North American squad representing America out here in Shanghai. Did you know that kind of NA spirit they had?
I had no idea. That was quite the informative documentary you put together. Thank you.
Yes, indeed it was. But we have more actions to see today. We got an even better show because Sheaves and the boys, we got more Dota to be seeing.
We do indeed, and I cannot wait to see all the different scenarios used in all different kinds of clips and memes because there is so much potential. Thank you for that.
We have some work to do. We'll be right back.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I can't believe what we just watched, but I mean, you already knew that they were North Americans to the core.
Yeah, I did. You know, everyone on Reddit's going to always argue with me, but you know, being the ambassador of NA, I'd like to think I knew these guys were all NA from the start, and yeah, I mean, Crit, Canadian, I knew that as well, I guess. I don't know.
What was the guns? He opened the door and it was already shooting at the ground.
Well, yeah, you got to test some bullets out first.
He shot like 10 bullets out of a 6-shot revolver.
Well, Americans are pretty wasteful, don't worry.
Sure, the one thing that Tsunami looks at, 10 bullets out of
That's right. That's
revolver.
Can we say
that is the only
that's
thing
a draft panel kind
that
of thing.
cannot be true.
The rest of it made sense to me. Logically, it all added up.
Yeah,
but the bullet thing, there was some continuity errors there. I think.
Missed it for me.
Yeah. What do you? You're sneaking quietly there, Will. What are you thinking?
Oh no, I was just I was thinking I was rating like their acting. And,
who was the best?
The best was probably Crit.
Wait, they were acting?
I think Fly was the best.
Really?
Yeah. His Captain America speech.
Oh, the worst by far was Sam.
I mean, that was no surprise.
Hors d'oeuvres.
No, I think he said orders.
Oh.
Because he was carrying burgers, not hors d'oeuvres.
Yeah, but
hors d'oeuvres are filled eggs, right?
I think he was.
Yeah.
Hors d'oeuvres are filled eggs, aren't they?
Wait, is that a real
No,
thing?
hors
I
d'oeuvres
thought
are like
hors d'oeuvres were just,
appetizers.
They're appetizers.
Finger food.
Yeah, and so obviously we Americans have burgers as an appetizer and burgers as a meal and burgers for dessert.
Yeah.
I saw some fries in there too.
True.
Perfect.
All right, hey, let's talk about these two teams because they're about to be, well, at the moment, EG is about to be in the top 3 of TI. We saw them in the top 3 last year. Top 3 is not enough. The performance that they showed here in this first game, though, definitely worthy of more than top 3. That looked so dominant.
Yeah, it really did, and I think the biggest thing it's going to come down to the draft because it felt like they got out-drafted from the beginning. I said some team's going to pick Earthspirit. I actually didn't expect it to be first pick. He just roamed on middle. He roamed bottom. He was actually in all 3 lanes. Like, he played perfectly, so shout out to Bulba. You know, we all like to clown on him, but he did his job that game.
And he's coached a team to TI championship before, which also was EG, by the way. And he might just do it again here at Tsunami.
Yeah, and the most important thing is getting this Game 1 victory because OG have not been tested that much during this TI.
No.
During the group stage, they didn't drop very many games. As they've moved their way through the upper bracket, they have not dropped that many games. being able to finally show that they bleed and show some vulnerability is a huge step for confidence for EG.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the group stage, I believe they had 2 or 3 losses. I don't remember, but only one of them was truly serious to me. It was the Vici Gaming loss. And I definitely
the other
think
one was like a
EG
Techies loss or something.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you have a lot to look at. It's like, okay, this is the one loss they truly had. And I'm sure they scoured all the replays, and, well, it worked.
Will, can OG reset?
Oh, yeah, for sure they can. And they want a TI. You know they're a mentally tough team. I feel like if any team's going to do it and they're able to like walk it off and have fun, it's going to be OG. You saw No-Tail like spamming voice lines till the very end.
Spamming his face literally on mid lane.
Like, I think they're memeing it up too with like the faces.
All right.
That's like the first step, by the way, towards reconciliation. Like memeing.
Well, let's see how well they meme in the upcoming game because the teams are taking the stage once again. There you go. R&R, shoulder to shoulder. They do look ready. They do look like they are reset and ready to go. Shake it off, go.
Yeah, you love Taylor Swift, don't you, Blitz?
I do.
Well, I do hope that EG is also relaxed as they are one game up. That definitely takes some pressure off. You know what also takes pressure off? A nice, relaxing massage.
Hi, how are you? Thompson! Hey, wake up! Wake up!
Yeah, hello. Are we done here?
I know I always ask this of players, but I am fascinated by whether or not you guys feel stressed. Because this is what you do all the time.
Yeah, we take massages all the time. Yes.
The Dota playing.
I'm playing Dota isn't that stressful, but traveling, I hate it.
Why do you hate traveling?
I don't know, I just stress about stupid things.
Like what?
Like losing my phone or interviews, fucking stressful.
What can I do in interviews to make you feel less nervous?
I don't know. Players just sit home playing Dota and then suddenly they're in front of a camera. It's like, what the fuck is this?
But you're on camera while you play.
Yeah, but they're watching the game. They're watching us play. They're not watching us.
Yeah. What's the question you hate getting asked the most?
I don't have one.
Oh, really?
Sorry. Yes.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Who is the most likely person on your team to make a mistake?
That's unfair.
No.
That's a really shit question. I found it. It was easy.
How crucial is Anna to your roster? Because I know that you had to play without him for quite some time.
Yeah, we did. He's like my favorite player. Like I'm a big fan of his, and Anna understands me, and I understand Anna, and it wasn't the case with other players. So for me, it's really nice to play with Anna.
Do you feel any extra pressure coming back as TI? Coming back as TI.
I know what you're trying to say. No, not really. I mean, we have had pretty average year. We just barely made it to TI.
Right.
And we're so happy that we made it to TI, and we'll see how we feel then. But right now, we're feeling good, I think.
What are you gonna do after your Dota career ends someday?
Oh man, I'm gonna buy a house in northern Finland.
So you're just gonna live a quiet life?
Yeah, that's the dream.
Fast forward 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Ring, ring, ring.
Yeah.
You pick up the phone, and it's me.
Oh shit.
Well, there goes the answer to my next question. Thompson, thanks for doing this.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm raising my hand to ask a question. Yoo-hoo, Thompson over here.
Yeah.
I was just wondering how you're planning on beating all the other teams at TI9.
You know, you destroy the throne and then they lose. Easy.
You destroy the throne and then they lose, or then you win. That is the goal. It seems pretty simple. Can they do that here in game 2? Because if they don't, they're going to go to the lower bracket. Haven't experienced that yet in a while. Let's find out what is going to happen in game 2 of EG OG. It is time for the draft.
OG versus Evil Geniuses. Game 2.
This is where the next match is going to be determined. We're about to start the draft in game 2 here. EG versus OG. What are you guys expecting to see in this one?
I think for EG, follow the same formula. I really like the way that Sin mentioned it at the end of the cast, how he loved the way they set up their lanes and they played super aggressive throughout the game. I think that's definitely a key factor for them going into this next one versus OG, because that just looked super good, right? They just took over the whole game because they kept making those aggressive plays.
Or pick stronger lane heroes. I was a real question mark when they last picked Invoker against the Lina too. And there's an Earth Spirit roaming. And the side lanes, they weren't that great too. The PA is pretty weak. 3-5 is pretty weak, so it was a kind of a question mark for me.
Ooh, it looks like we have same band so far, so this is always fun to see. Are they going to do something different? Are they going to stick with the same heroes? One thing I feel like I see if Enchantress does make it through is they pick heroes that actually can kill her.
Yes.
They pick magic nukers, that kind of a thing, but OG did themselves no favors at all, as Tsunami showed in the last segment. They didn't have ways to kill her. And as a result, all their early movements just were completely counteracted, and it made the stomp so much harder.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Febby. Just pick some stronger lanes. I think Shadow Demon was ignored, right? That was one hero that made it through the entire draft without being touched because they opened up with the Grimstroke, so EG didn't feel like they had to go for it. They wanted the Crystal Maiden, so yeah, SD, one of the few series that we actually see it just wasn't touched.
Now, it was AA banned last game. I don't believe it was.
I think they banned ET.
Yes,
yeah, they banned ET.
So they're like having some. They're baiting the Enchantress pick, I think.
Now they're also making sure that they can get themselves ET too, right? They're like, EG, you have to ban it, otherwise we get Alchemist.
Yeah.
Right? They're switching the formula up a little bit. So they're forced to ban that Alch because of it. So now OG can get that edge himself. Yep.
I mean, it's definitely more of a comfort pick for them. It's something they've been picking consistently for Seb in the off lane, and it's putting the strong hero in their hands.
Yeah, and like I said in the first game, Notaire seems like the only 5 that's really comfortable on the Enchantress.
And this right here already, you're talking about ways to kill Enchantress, right? Elder Titan, a decent amount of magic damage, also a big amplification. Mirana, high magic damage if you are able to get on top, and good combos.
And another thing that Mirana's been really effective at so far this tournament is just like stomping games with really effective rotations and good disable setups, basically. One disable into a 3 to 5 second stun, that's almost always going to be a killed hero. And as long as they can fill out the rest of their lineup with a lot of other stun setups, EG might be able to just stomp the lanes kind of similar to last game.
Just going to go for their Earthshaker here, the way to disrupt like those type of combo plays. Still surprised, yeah. Shadow Demon's just not going to be touched, not even going for the save, which you do see a lot of times versus like the Mirana.
Yeah, it's very rare actually that I feel like Mirana gets picked well SD still in the pool because it is such a good counter there. But they let it through.
Yep.
It is a really good hero with the Enchantress. It covers the Enchantress weaknesses, which is the lack of team fight. Sure, Enchantress does have a lot of damage, but it lacks lockdown and the big AoE control, which Earthshaker provides.
And also potentially interrupt the Elder Titan combos, possibly stunning Mirana at the right time could help a lot. Drop a fissure when she needs to throw her arrow, for example. Those kinds of things could be a solution as well.
It's really less likely, but I think it's pretty cool to see some Sumer Mirana too, because I know he's a beast on their hero.
Yeah, right. Both drafts are kind of flexible right now at this point. Like you said, OG, they could be playing the Enchantress. They could move it around if they want to choose to do so. The ET is probably locked as like a 5 position, but we have seen Crit also play it. So 4/5s, Mirana also kind of flexible. So
it's probably a 5 ET Mirana for them.
That's what I would imagine, right? That's what they're thinking as well too, right? Banning out that Sand King, taking out that easy setup, also that high magic damage hero.
Yeah, that's true. And with Veil as well. If you pair ET with a common Veil builder, the amount of magic damage you're doing is massive, a lot more than even normal. So
which is Enchantress's weakness. Enchantress is really fragile to magical damage.
And it takes out a team fighter too, right? Like the Sanking provides quite a bit, so that's why they're looking to ban that one out.
Ember Spirit getting banned by Evil Geniuses. Very good hero for jumping around the team fight. Also, pretty possible to avoid things like arrow setups sometimes, because if you have even a tiny fraction of a second where you aren't stunned, you can dodge arrows and dodge other abilities. So it would be a little bit of a headache for Elder Titan to defend against it.
Getting on top of these heroes can be pretty easy as an Ember Spirit too. Like Elder Titan, I play a lot of the hero. You just get jumped on instantly. You get rooted in the middle of your stomp animation. It messes with you. Mirana, same thing. You get rooted. You can't leap the whole time. It's a long duration lockdown. Frustrating hero to play against for sure if you do have an ET or Mirana.
Kunkka, the next ban, very common setup hero with Mirana as well. We saw a lot of teams successfully use that combo just because it gives you the easiest setup ever.
I wonder what kind of damage hero EG is gonna pick. I assume like S4 is going to play some AoE magical damage control hero, which can kill the Enchantress.
What are you thinking, like a Tiny or something? Too early to tell?
Yeah, I think it's too early to tell. Tiny, I feel like Tiny's a bit too single target as well.
What about Tidehunter? Tidehunter was like first phase ban in the PSG.LGD series earlier today, but we haven't seen either of these guys touch it yet. Do you think something like that would be useful here?
Tide is pretty cool. It can like stop the Earthshaker from getting his combos off with the Ravage, but I assume like if they do pick Tide, they need more damage. I don't think it's enough damage.
What about like a typical like mid laner turned off laner, like a Lesh or a Pugna, or Lesh banned of course,
Yeah,
but
Lesh was the
something like
perfect
that
pick,
would work.
but it was banned.
Yeah, it was a very common opening for a lot of teams to actually go like ET Lesh because you amplify your damage so much. But they'll need something else instead.
I think EG, what about the gyrocopter for EG if they want to go for that for RTZ,
I was thinking
right?
gyrocopter,
Yeah.
but I don't know. I don't like the gyro versus Enchantress matchup. I think it can go both ways.
Yeah.
If gyro can get on top of Enchantress, sure, but Enchantress like by nature is a good hurricane pike buyer. It can like shoot impetuses from very far. It can outrange the gyro, so sometimes it can go the other way around.
Yeah, I've seen kind of like, it looks like teams think the exact same way, right? We've seen some teams like they pick the gyro into the Enchantress, and other teams they pick the Enchantress versus the gyro. Just yeah, it's fun. It's fun to see those type of back and forths from teams. So we get an Ogre.
Yeah, very high health, very high armor, tanky hero, can be a 3.
Potential for high magic damage.
Yeah, with especially with ET Zora.
So the downside that the part that it doesn't fit of what you want in Febby is not that much AoE damage basically. So you can't push out lanes very well, but you can just stay in your lane, live in it, not be harassed out of it, and continue to pressure that way. That's one option for the hero. And then later on, join the team fights.
Yeah, it's a natural pipe builder too, so Earthshaker is not gonna have as much impact.
How do you feel about that pick?
I was thinking Void for EG might have been good for the AoE control and especially with the ET. But yeah, OG picks Void. It's okay because Enchantress provides damage. Every time you have Void, you want damage in your Chrono. And I think Enchantress is the damage.
I feel like it might have been a bit of a steal pick, right?
Yeah,
Maybe if EG was going to look for it, because it's, I mean, with the ET and Mirana, it's amazing. So that does kind of look like they just kind of robbed that one away if EG was looking to go for that type of hero.
Yeah, because that's definitely one of the issues with the Mirana pick right now is that there just aren't a ton of arrow setups. Obviously, Stomp is amazing, but in the laning stage, it's going to be a little bit harder. Void also even good against that. If they're lacking disables, Ogre's got to get close range to land his stun. ET's got to land this obvious Stomp that Void can easily time walk. So right now, Mirana's not looking like the best 4, actually.
Yeah, they might. I mean, they still could move it right now. They have Bloodlust as well. They're keeping themselves open to switching it up still on the side of EG.
That's true.
Like Febby was saying, right? Like Sumail, he loves playing as Mirana sometimes, and we have seen a couple core Miranas. We have seen a couple of them in the mid lane. From I know Vici played it a couple of times too. They're gonna take the gyro.
Yeah, it's something that they need. Some AoE, some magical damage.
Gyro feels a little bit iffy against Chronosphere plus Enchantress to me, though. Because, I mean, he traditionally does get a lot of health, and yes, maybe he'll buy Butterfly at some point, but getting Chronosphere and not having too many saves on the back line might be really scary for him.
He's my favorite pairing, though, with Elder Titan. Favorite carry pairing, because you're a mix. You're not just physical damage, you're very high magical damage, so you work really well, and it provides you extra team fight, which I think that the Ogre might have made them lack a little bit there.
Yeah, it's a combo that EG is very familiar with. We've been seeing it a couple of times in the group stages too, the Gyro ET.
Ooh, Tiny, that looks like it's a very high potential for Topson's hero. He's been super dominant actually on the hero when I saw him playing it for the most part. Just being able to constantly run around and just wreak havoc on the map. Especially versus the squishies. Gyrocopter can tend to be a little bit squishy sometimes.
Yeah,
you do get off to a good start.
With the Axe Spear too, I think it like just inputs insane amount of damage, and I think it can be a cool new combo, the Void plus Tiny with the Tiny Axe.
That's true. I like that.
Yeah.
It's really good with Void. It helps so much. I think Maneski was running that earlier. The Chrono would come out, and then you do the Tiny Tree Toss, you get in like 6, 7, 8 trees.
Yeah, it looked like a really good combo.
Was that the same thing that did Secret have that too with the Void and the Tiny? I think mid one rushed Axe.
Well,
that game.
right? Yapstar stole Chronosphere a few times, so probably. Yeah, there's a lot of Chronospheres in those games.
Oh yeah, you're right. Actually, that's a good point. Because I remember him, he skipped the Echo Saber. He went Echo Saber after, but he went straight Axe, which was interesting to me. Because usually it's like you want your Echo because you apply the slow, but if you have something like that huge lockdown, you don't need the extra slow. You're going to be having that big damage pump into it. So that's actually pretty neat.
I'm expecting EG to throw Gyro in the mid lane myself, just because Sumel's typically the guy that plays it on their team. I mean, if you do land an arrow mid, even if there isn't a setup, and sometimes there can be with Homing Missile, it's a good hero for crossing the river and potentially getting solo kills if the stun's long enough. I don't know if it's going to be super viable against Tiny, because Tiny's health is pretty high, but
I feel like you won't get many last hits in that lane, though, if you're mid versus a Tiny.
That's true.
You can use the missile to zone him every now and then, but the base damage advantage is pretty high. But still flexible, right? They still can choose to move it around, depending on which matchup they do want to have.
I mean, one bright side is they can probably rune control maybe a little bit better with the Mirana. And the Gyro's a lot faster, so running him down, maybe lower chance of Gyro dying. Last bans here, Batrider again being banned towards OG. They are kind of lacking their 5-position hero. And then OD being banned against EG, which would have been another great hero for setting up arrows. If they throw OD in the mid lane, especially against a melee like Tiny, super easy to banish and get guaranteed arrows. So that would have been a pretty easy way for Topson to lose his lane.
Yeah, a lot of the Conquer OD bans when there's early Mirana picks, it's like you kind of just have to cover your bases.
Yeah. So what are they going to grab for their last hero? OG could play the Tiny as a 4. They could put the Enchantress on a 5. That could leave Topson up to grabbing an entirely new hero here if they really want to, but
there's so many cool things that OG can do right now. They can put 5 Enchantress, mid Tiny, and like pick a new 4 hero for Jerax. Phoenix looks okay. Even if there's a Mirana on the other team, you have Void.
It feels, I think it sounds okay, but I just feel like they're lacking easy disables and gank stuff that isn't team fight, like ultimate base. It's like Chronosphere, maybe like Blink Earthshaker or Blink Tiny, but I feel like they need something reliable, maybe.
And they're gonna go with Oracle.
It's okay.
I think it's a good Fate's Edict game. There's a lot of magical damage coming out of Evil Geniuses right now. Right now, all their damage is magical damage, and now Oracle's second spare is just gonna negate a lot of that damage.
And they can use Oracle's ultimate to just purge off a stun. If somebody, like if the Faces Void gets stunned at a crucial moment, Tiny gets stunned at a crucial moment, remove that, let him take a team fight. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I was thinking Void might need a stun, might need a save because there's a lot of lockdown from Evil Geniuses, and there was no save from OG until that Oracle pick, so they could have bursted the Void down before the team fight started.
Is it going to be strong enough to lane against an Ogre though? Like if that's an offlane Ogre, it's gonna have to slap that guy a lot to get kills.
They're just gonna go the Terrorblade again. It worked last time for them.
But now there's an Enchantress on the other side
More
of the
things, yeah.
So I don't know. I think this Enchantress versus TV matchup is pretty hard for the TV.
It should be a lot of damage. If TB is disabled, they should be able to combo him potentially.
And Enchantress can just chase down the TV and just take away the illusions, crippling his farm. So.
What about the other way around? Reflection against the OG heroes. Do the Reflections get bashes? Not sure. Anyways, that is the draft for game number 2 here, EG versus OG. Let's send it over for an interview with Sakshika.
All right, tell me how you're feeling about this draft and how would you rate it compared to what you did in game 1?
I think both games were pretty fine draft-wise. Here, I think we got a better draft than them, so I'm feeling really confident. Yeah.
What did you say to your team to help them reset heading into this game?
I mean, we were ready for this. We know EG is a great team. We were ready to go 3 games, so yeah. I just tell them to keep going, do our best, and yeah, we'll see.
All right, still confident. I love it. Best of luck. We'll talk to you soon. Bye. Back to you guys.
And we really are looking for that third game to repeat history from last TI. It was semi-final 2 that these teams met up. Of course, then it was OG who 2-1 down EG. What can happen this time around? They're confident. They're confident with the draft this time around, Sen.
There's a couple of things that can happen.
Some things working.
EG could win this game, then they're 2-0. OG could win this game, then they're 1-1.
Wow.
And then for the third game, would you believe it, there's also 2 possible outcomes in that game. So that would be, you know, if you do like a flowchart of this, it's really complicated, but yeah, you'll figure it out eventually. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about this game, specifically the Enchantress pick that they were talking a little bit about on the draft panel, because I think the logic that EG are applying this game that makes them pick the Terrorblade again is they want a carry that, first of all, that farms really well when it's given space. EG's heroes are really good at fighting early on outside of RTZ's hero. And sure, Enchantress has a good matchup against Terrorblade in the lane, but Terrorblade isn't going to lane. He's going to play there until he's level 4 or 5. When it seems like Enchantress is starting to get scary, it's going to retreat to the jungle. And if Enchantress starts hunting Terrorblade in the enemy jungle, she can get ganked by Gyro from mid. That's the whole idea here. He can go deep into the jungle, he can play the opposite jungle as well. Probably not the Radiant one, but you know what I mean. Around the triangle with Terrorblade, and have a good time. For OG, however, you have very big AoE spells and cooldowns, and if they don't connect on the Terrorblade, I just see his fights being relatively free. Like, what's actually killing this Terrorblade in this game? They don't have heavy single target burst outside of Enchantress. Tiny's okay for a while, but then Tiny's damage late game is physical.
What happens if you can't kill him before he can Sunder?
Yeah, that's always a problem.
Yeah, it's like that's your burst damage from the Tiny, which starts to wear off after a while. But they do have really great combinations. Maybe this is the reason why Soshka just feels so confident. Like, we always look for the thing that works with a Chrono. Long are the days that we just do this with the Skywrath mage. Now we toss trees. You have Thompson who can do insane amounts of damage. You've got Enchantress who can make the most of that control area too, with the impetus she can throw out. Like, there's just a lot of things that they can work with.
But I think there's something very clear in what you're saying too, is the absolute majority of the damage we're talking about is physical or physical based. Enchantress hits are physical attacks. You can get evasion against it as Terrorblade. The tree throw is physical. You get a lot of armor on Terrorblade naturally, and Void is more or less 100% physical damage too. So I think for the name of the game for OG here is play high tempo. I don't think trading farm and playing a slow game here is going to favor them in the long run. You're playing against Elder Titan late game, one of the stronger supports with the aura for a lot of damage, and of course, let's not forget the mid hero for EG also scales. It's a gyrocopter. They have plenty of in the way of late game with Bloodlust too.
And it's been one of the most popular heroes of TI9. We get our lanes up, so EG running the safe lane, the ET and the Terrorblade together.
No-Tail.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a lot of damage onto No-Tail. Trying to back himself up. The Oracle has no real save. He went Fortune in to begin with. But into the trees, only Tangos to bring his life back up again. And S4 copping the same kind of damage from Ana.
No-Tail used the Fortune's End to secure a range creep, and S4 immediately went for the Fire Blast into arrow combination with crit. Something I don't remember who on the panel mentioned this, that OG should probably look to get better lanes this time around. They're playing Oracle Void. This is also not a very strong lane, so once again, they're running the risk of getting pressured pretty hard in this Ana lane. Their mid lane is good though. Tiny is just a flat-out strong laner in general, and their other lane, Enchantress Shaker, is very strong.
Speaking of Enchantress Shaker, they're really getting up in the face of RTZ. Fly, he did the pull, that's why they're underneath the tower. Seb's trying to get as much damage in as possible, but RTZ, they're trying to bait him into using the Metamorphosis. They've even fissure blocked him out from potentially getting some kills on creeps, one of them including the range creep, and he still refused to use it. He's been holding it back. Another small thing is also the ward vision. Fly, he actually put a sentry ward down, which is able to block the camp up on the top, so there's no pull for OG to work with. And that sentry ward is actually barely out of range of the observer ward that's watching the stacking from Fly. So just a fun vision game up on the north.
It's a pretty unusual play for Elder Titans to block a camp like this. But he's too scared of the Enchantress pressure with the enchant spell, and for good reason. If Seb gets like a Satyr or a Centaur, there's play combos that could give a kill on the RTZ Terrorblade, so this way he keeps him nice and safe.
Metamorphosis has now finally been burned from RTZ. It took until level 3, and he's got 2 points up in the Conjure image. So Seb and Jirax just holding back for the moment. Crit's waiting for the next attack. He's waiting for Sumail's homing missile to come while at bottom lane S4 and Notel held him there. There's stick charges from S4. He'll get back underneath the tower.
Close call.
And has managed to at least make Crit feel like he has to move off the lane. He found the illusion rune.
He's coming in with a salve as well, so S4 will be back in fighting shape. And Notel's out of mana. He has no resources left, so this lane now plays itself for EG. They might even get the kill here if they play it right.
Be fast about it. They're focusing down on Ana. He can always just time walk this off, and he's got those 4 stick charges. Notel's gone bush, Crit. Yeah. S4, here comes your level 2 Fire Blast out, while up on top he just get away, but it's Notel stunned up into the tree line. They have the damage and they have the vision, and Ana actually being given the life from Notel. That's all he could do at the end of this. Get something to make Ana's lane work.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, he's not looking too hot down here right now. Both safe laners being punished. The Terrorblade's not having a free time. The Void is not having a free time. And that's where there's just a fundamental difference in these two carries. If Terrorblade's laning stage is bad, he's going to go jungle level 4. What's Void going to do? He has to lane. He's stuck down here. And he's playing with an Oracle who now hit level 3, so Notel is a lot stronger now than before with the 2 points in Purifying Flames. There is some kill potential.
Of how Sumail was inching for the rune, he doesn't get it. He was really hoping he would. It says a haste rune for Crit. 1/3 of his HP is up and running, but he's hoping to probably get the arrow against Topson if Sumail can just get a good homing missile off. But then again, Topson, he's saying run on top of Sumail with his own damage.
And Topson is playing this lane as expected. He's winning against Sumail. This is a very tiny favorite matchup in isolation early on. Just has way better base damage like was mentioned on the panel. But Sumail is still... He's still doing all right. Like he's getting denied for sure, which is the problem. Oh, Thompson's going to go for some damage here.
Yep.
I don't know about that, Thompson. That's cutting it pretty close.
Sumail might just have the damage underneath the tower. Thompson makes a break for the tree line. Sumail can't actually reach him. Thompson doesn't have a mana for a toss away, but he's got Shrine in 10 seconds.
Yeah,
that'll work.
We'll get a bounty rune as well, unless Fly.
He's coming over.
There's actually no mana on the Tiny.
Jirax has to stun him. And this will be mana on the Tunny now. Gets 3 bottle rune charges up. So Fly, they start with the Avalanche. Seb's moved over as well. Fly, he can get 1 punch in. But he ain't no 1-punch man.
He very clearly placed the no-tail flag. Seb was staring him in the eyes when he died. Oh, man.
Get in their minds. That's what OG likes to do.
Yeah, that's one thing you can't mute. You can't remove the flags.
Yeah, see, OG understand this. They just get around it. Ana and S4 really going hammer and tongs the bottom lane. Notel will throw the fortunes in. Just giving S4 something to think about, but S4 has got 900 HP. You're not getting through this Ogre.
It purges Bloodlust, though. It's a minor annoyance.
TC's got Metamorphosis again. No pressure into that top tower. Remember, there's no Tree of Protector in this game, but not a single point of damage has been done to that tier 1 tower on top. Crit's trying to leap himself away. I see Topson moving over. He's already used his combination. The Observe Ward gives them all the information they need. Topson, 2 seconds till Toss is off cooldown. Crit leaps up a little bit further out. Now goes for a short-range arrow. He doesn't have another leap available. Topson has both Avalanche and Toss available. Yeah.
Topson and he's dead. Tossin.
Nicely done, Tossin. Thanks, Tossin.
Uh-oh, Arteezy's in trouble too.
Yeah,
he's dead.
Jirax able to get the double stun. Fly couldn't do anything to help him out. The stomp was already used. Now Fly's moving into the tree lines. He'll go for another stomp, but Jirax just waits it out perfectly. This is that crisper kind of play you're expecting to come in from OG. They play their stun timings right, they get the chains right, and Ana gets the leap to body block S4 in the trees. You can slow him down once again. Notel, the never-ending fortunes end over towards S4. The stun's at least on Faceless Void, so Ana won't keep this pressure up.
He's getting good farm though on the Void now. The start was a bit tough, he got pressured, but Notel brought extra regen. Crit was roaming a little bit on the Mirana, which gave Ana more space, and now they might even kill S4 here.
Yeah, feeling very stranded with no Mirana to stay with him. The Priestess of the Moon is currently absent from the throne. S4, another nuke from Ana. Actually, a nuke from Notel, and a bash from Ana will do the work.
Seb top.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Seb, he's low on life. The homing missile will come in and finish the job. Jirax tried to help out.
Thompson ran down Arteezy all the way to the tier 3 and killed him.
Really?
So this
Arteezy.
dynamic is really interesting because the Enchantress will not be chasing him, but the Tiny is one of those heroes that can quickly push in the mid lane and start making a move for the enemy jungle. And he can solo kill Terrorblade this early on. Terrorblade has no health.
He's also got no net worth. Just to throw up the net worth graph, you see him, he's 4th from the bottom, not even 2,000 to this Terrorblade's name. ES currently has more net worth on the support Jirax.
Thompson does not get the rune yet. It's bottom. He will probably try to run down and take this region after pushing out mid. He knows it's there and that there's nobody going to take it right now.
And Arteezy's going to send the illusion to deny it.
Yeah, and he sent his hero into the other side of the jungle. But now he's going to maybe get smoked out. Oh, if he dies again.
Bad.
This is so good scan from Dire. They realize it's happening.
They just follow the illusion. They put down the protection. Arteezy, he needs space. He needs time. And Thompson doesn't want to give him anything. They leave an Observe Ward back behind the tier 2 tower. Jirax is waiting on the hill. Arteezy beset upon on all sides. The courier's coming out to deliver the raid band. Hey guys, I think I know where he is. He's in the trees, but you'll lose the Enchantress while all that's going on. Crit's able to get him, while OG are looking the other way.
Seb got greedy. And Dofra and...
Oh, Thompson found him. Finally, they found him. Dropped the nukes, dropped the hammer. Arteezy. They want to stay on top of him.
He's not playing Dota right now.
Fly's also in trouble in the back lines. Jirax chased him into the trees. That top fight took its toll. Jirax just needs to hit him once, and Fly, Dukin, keep moving around the rock walls, around the trees, but Jirax has towed him. It has the reach, while Ana, he has the extra life. Even getting the hit time lock over on S4. They'll toss him down, and they have the damage between the two cores.
It's looking spicy. It is looking spicy for OG right now. That is true. Their laning stage, I was skeptical in the start, especially about this bottom lane, but things are looking great right now, mainly because our team, they're actually just...
Put the flag down, build a wall, and Arteezy can't cross it. Top lane, Seb's in real trouble in the middle of the call down. The attendants will not help him. The homing missile from Sumail will wipe that smile off his face while Fly under the tier 2 tower. Jirax and Thompson once again comboing together. They're the Smash Brothers right now. S4 as well as Arteezy, the TP out, the stun, space created, and Jirax will also leave.
OG are playing really, really good Dota right now.
And now the runes as well.
They have the perfect read on what they need to do in the game with this Tiny. I think Thompson is having a huge game impact right now. Even if he doesn't kill Arteezy, he's just ruining his game.
Look what he's doing. Ana has a double damage rune. He just wants to go onto Arteezy, but the Dire Observer Ward, it scattered out the movement. So with the DD rune, he won't get the leap into Chronosphere that Ana was probably looking for.
We've been talking a lot about Arteezy having a hard game, but as far as EG goes, their other two cores are not looking too shabby. Gyrocopter almost top net worth. Ogre is ahead of the Enchantress.
Here we go again. Toss me!
Oh dear.
Don't tell the elf.
The worst thing, I mean, can you even blame him? They've like smoked him 2 or 3 times, and they have deep wards. You just keep running him down, and now Thompson.
This is his 6th kill. He's taken 50% of the kills for OG. Thompson. How fast can this guy be enabled? Phase boots up, moves through the trees, another fissure block! Jirax, this is why on support ES he is one of the greatest. And Ana's taking the tier 1 tower to boot. Keep him out of lane. The Shadows will take EG. But what can the Shadows grant them? The Observer Ward, Thompson, he actually D-wards it. He had the Radiant Sentry there. So now EG's even lost the vision. And they've got Jirax right behind him. They're ready to fight on bottom lane. The Radiant Sentry. It won't even matter. They've waited out the time. The Observe Ward. Did it see? It sees Sumail for a half moment as well as S4. Avalanche is out. The fissure from Jirax. Over on 2. Call down will arrive. Thompson, they're finally going to end the spree. It all goes to Vale.
That's a lot of gold.
Back up the tier 1 tower. It is indeed. And that's the comeback mechanic.
600 gold, and now he's top net worth. And they're going to immediately smoke again. OG have no vision here, so they don't know this is happening. This is not the easiest smoke to predict, but if they want to cross the entire map, maybe it will be predicted. Okay, the top rune, Invis rune, they're not going to grab this.
I think they're looking for Ana, but Jirax actually broke the smoke. He's already TPing over towards the shrine. He understands that something shady's happening.
Jirax saw the rune get taken here. I think this might blow this gank from OG. That S4 went and grabbed this rune. No, Ana.
He's still under obs.
Oh, he's going to...
And now he's going to time walk into S4's multicast down, combining with the arrow, put him to sleep as well. Star S4 finishes the job from Crit.
JRX pinged it out. He said the rune's gone. And all of EG's heroes were missing, but Ana still stuck around to farm that camp. A bit greedy.
Probably felt he was safe for having the Observer Ward in the lane, but man, as you said, like they would smoke up from the bottom lane and not just run directly at him.
And that's space for Arteezy. They've re-established some control in this top area, so Terrorblade gets to play a little bit now. He's still way behind par, of course, on this hero, but slowly recovering. And OG, they're going to keep up the pressure. They will keep playing fast. They have the same read that playing this slow and letting EG get space is not the way to go.
It's a great Observer Ward down. EG knew this was coming. A quick leap away from Crit will create some space. Ogre now going to go for his own son. Great Fisher coming in from T-Rex, actually trying to stop the arrow. And maybe a little bit too late. The call down. It's great from Smell, playing from inside the trees with the flat cannon damage. T-Rex has to run up high. Thompson, he'll have to save from No-Tail. T-Rex won't be so lucky. Neither will S4. Both dying over on the opposite sides of the lane. And Thompson finally now back up to full health. Just tosses away the gyrocopter. Arteezy has arrived, but up against Seb. It's not the hero he wants to fight. But as EG do this chase, the Dire Observer Ward that OG ran out under is what helped them set up for this fight. But they're not finding anything else. 13-minute, 14-minute hand of Midas in here from Ana. Meanwhile, on the northern side of the lane.
He was just, again, not involved. He's just farming. Farming. Keeps ramping up. A lot of the times, you would like your Void to at least use the Chrono when it's off cooldown, and then you can go back to farming, but not even that.
TRX. Fisher actually holds Sumail up on the high ground with the ET splitter. No-Tail has no save to this at all. Meanwhile, Ana, does he want to go for a solo kill on Arteezy? He's got no damage. He actually has nothing. Moonlight Shadow's been burnt, so they can all just walk away.
Oh, they're going to walk into Thompson.
Over the avalanche, and now Ana, time for a Chrono. He'll catch free for the Fisher. They're all caught on the other side, so Ana's only got one choice, that's to kill off Crit. Seb actually came in from the side, looking for his own damage, and Dirac tossed in the Echo. He'll finish off S4. Seb won't actually die. The one shot just means the homing missile doesn't find the kill. Ana, time walk, repairs the damage, but stays on the front line, trying to fight. They've lost Seb, they've lost Dirac. Another controller from two of them together. Avalanche and toss, fly. He's got enough life to survive. The creep never hit the deck. But Thompson's not done. You know he's never done.
Arcane Rune.
They're running for it. Up on, well, yep, nope. Arteezy never got close enough to the tier 1 tower to attack. Thompson's actually wrapping around the side, but all he'll find is illusions. Yep. Finally, that top tower takes some damage. But they're here for the bounties, they're here for the money.
And now Arteezy is catching up to Void. Would you believe it? He was so far behind, but this last sequence from EG is massive. They defend their tower. Yeah, they have win probability 2-1. It's a good Terrorblade game. What can I say? They've been shutting him down as hard as they could, but one misstep, one overextension, and that Fissure Chrono play, it just failed. They were just not in the right position with their heroes. Seb, is he just gonna... Okay, he's gonna get arrowed, but not get comboed down. They will get the deny on this mid tower, most likely.
It's a fantastic Observer and Sentry down from EG. They actually saw Thompson coming in with the Blink Dagger, so the reveal was actually found by the Observer Ward. But you do have this double jump, and this feels like a way that OG can just battle those 2-1 odds.
We need to see a lot more action out of Thompson. I think he's playing an integral role right now in the game. His one overextension, second overextension, he got saved by OG, by No-Tail, but you've got to be on your toes. Sitting back is not the play right now still.
But it still feels like he's waiting for Ana to be ready. Like, yeah, you got to be fighting, you got to be looking for kills, but how long until Ana will actually come into these fights? How long until they look for the combination arrow? Thompson's in the trees, he's fine.
Well, got rid of the siege creep, just saving some HP on the tower.
T-Rex is going to get his Blink Dagger on bottom lane as well.
They want to kill Sumail. He's such a huge kill. He's 7-0. They know this kill streak is extremely valuable, and he's going to bite. But
wait for
they don't
it.
feel confident.
You've got Crit right behind. Ana, Moonlight Shadow instantly burned. The second Thompson jumped out of the tree lines, they went for it, and Crit, he's stalking him into the tree. The TP begins. Oh! Wide ball!
Didn't you see him blink? Oh, he thought he quelling through?
Uh-huh.
Well, he doesn't have a quelling blink. Oh, I don't know what that was. All right. Probably, yeah, he overthought it perhaps, or thought the Blink Dagger was still ready. Whatever it was, he got out mid lane. We're going to have a sleep, but they're not going to be able to combo
2-point Nature's Intendants and 3 points Untouchable. Seb's going to stick around and attempt to denial. Fly. I like that from Seb. He waited it out. And Fly, he's going to get punished. Looking for that denial. S4 going to go for his own son onto Thompson, but the fissure is there from Jirax. But they can't keep the pressure up just yet. The call down from Samel, creating more space for the Ogre. Seb's willing to run into it, but for how long? And now the toss. Tiny pulling back S4. Arrow flies forward. It hits on the enchant, but he's protected. And Thompson, he'll actually have the extra life through the false promise. The flat cannon from Samel, as much damage as he can. They'll stun him up. And now, maybe with the impetus, they have enough damage. Thompson, he just missed the toss back. And the extra stun for Jirax. He'll bring in his Blink Dagger. He'll get the Echo Set. Damage, they kill, still can't kill off Samel. We're about to be split in twine. Pulling back Thompson, snapping down Seb. They're slow for the moment. Anna, he'll get the chrono. It's over on S4. That's how they began this. Thompson's keeping crit out of this fight. Jirax can't get it close enough. Finally, they bring down the Ogre. But it costs so much.
Oh, they're spellcasting. They can't be happy with that. OG. Thompson blinks and tries to get the toss on Gyro. Doesn't get it. Second attempt. He tosses out the Shaker. I think. Wasn't that what he did? I think that's what he did. That was really chaotic, but it looked like he tossed out the Shaker.
We can look at it again in a second. He's looking for another jump. Avalanche toss combination combining with a double damage rune. Thompson able just to get the kill onto Fly. He gets something back here, but yeah, having another look at that fight and seeing the series of events, it definitely feels like such a hard run for OG. But hey, they were down to 33% win odds, right? It's going to be hard no matter what.
They climbed up a bit. It's looking better and spicy. Crit will, however, be getting the Spirit Vessel now. It's going to help them have options. So here you go. There's the Enchant Echo combo. There it is. He tosses him out. They both get slept. The splitter comes down the middle. Fortunately for OG, Terrorblade is not useful right now when it comes to fighting, so they don't get punished harder than that because it's only the 4 heroes, but more space for Arteezy. He is still gaining in this game, and Samel staying alive is really, really big for them. He's such a valuable kill. They get the Ogre, it's something, but he's actually lower net worth than his Mirana now. S4 still aiming for a 20-minute Midas.
Oh, they're so close, they can smell it. Samel wants the kill on bottom lane. It was 9 time. That's why they didn't see Notel. The protection is there, and he'll have to use his own ultimate, the False Promise, trying to escape from this illusion. He's not getting the time to actually heal up in the tree line.
Jirax
will be fine anyway. Yeah.
Looked like Crit might want to try to chase him there. Oh, Samel's going to see him.
Hey, no, there's a tree, man. There's a tree.
He didn't see him.
Oh, now he'll see him.
Told you he was going to see him.
But Blink Dagger's off cooldown. He'll blink over, but hey, Crit's over here. And so is Notel. Samel, if he wants to try and chase this, there's a lot of help, but Seb hit by that long stun duration of Crit. Saw it coming, but still wanted to play catch.
Send a lot of defensive heroes here to keep Shaker safe. They do manage. But that's about all to come out from that.
This has to be the slowest Midas for an Ogre I've seen.
It's very slow. Oh, Arteezy, this will be a huge kill for Thompson.
He would love it. Avalanche, toss, he's got a lot of damage, but not enough.
Oh no, that's even worse.
The life away. Thompson's down for the count.
Arteezy knew his limits. You saw Thompson wasn't completely convinced if he could kill him, so he started hitting him first before going for the Avatos combo to get him low enough. But even then, it was still not enough. Arteezy with the strength.
Oh, Seb! Tanking for the team, trying to create space for Jirax, but they'll both still die together.
Oh, that's so bad news for them. Arteezy got the kill on Thompson. That's another 425 gold. He almost has BKB now. These 2 kills in mid lane, Samel. They're progressing so well in the game. And all of this while, again, Chrono is ready. How many Chronos have they used this game? Like 1? 2?
Yeah,
2?
1, 2, 2. I got
Maybe
2. Mid lane and like North and Roshan, I think was the 2 I remember.
This is a 21-minute game where Ana actually had a pretty good laning stage. We thought it was going to be harder than it was. And I think OG kind of need him if they make moves. The logic that they're playing the Void with just staying out of fights and farming a lot, he is a hard carry, but you have to consider what you're giving away by doing this. This is the time that your lineup is supposed to peak, where you're the ones who are supposed to make the moves. And I'm fine with him AFK farming when Chrono's on cooldown. Absolutely. I don't think he should be looking for fights with time dilation and only that and the time walk, but yeah, his team needs him right now.
Meanwhile, EG continues to farm some Males. Got Aghanim Scepter, the Maelstrom's coming out in the Courier. A full BKB has now arrived for the Terrorblade. Seb trying to go on to S4. That Hand of Midas, well, at least he got it off before he died, but S4 is down once again. Moonlight Shadow from EG did not arrive in time. And Thompson just once more, walking up blindly uphill. But Sumail will be ready to fight. This Courier still hasn't brought his item to him, but they won't care if Thompson, Avalanche, toss. Thompson's got so much damage. Help is there from Notel. Thompson just needs to get the hell out of the air. And now maybe they can Chrono. They got so much damage. The control will actually hold in the ES, but you won't care if you've got the kill first in Arteezy. Then to crit. Time dilate. Sumail's got no movement speed. 4 heroes from EG. Topple like dominoes.
There we go. That's the big fight from OG that they were waiting for. Awesome echo from Jerax, and you just see the follow through. Void was involved this time, gets an easy double kill with the Chrono, and Seb ends the streak of the Gyro, getting 800 gold, closing in on his BKB. And Arteezy had BKB there, he just didn't get it off.
Yep.
He got surprised by the stuns, got blown up, all that magic damage from the Shaker currently is enough. Later on it will be harder, but for now it gets the job done.
Probably thought he had the full advantage, and this is danger zone for EG. The items will start to roll in. He said, like, you look towards the BKB for the Enchantress, but I'm looking towards the Aghanim Scepter of Thompson. What happens when this Chrono starts to be amplified more than just Anand's Mjolnir attack? He's going for his own BKB too.
Yep.
Jirax will get a 4-star. Notel is looking for earn charges. Next items on the wish list, but EG just want to kill them all. They'll smoke up all together.
No Chrono, no Echo. This is the time to take a good fight. They have Metamorphosis as well. They might just force Roche.
They're going to go Roshan. Do they break the smoke though? Notel's just a little bit too far away, so they slip inside the pit. And OG's been checking for a while.
Oh man, they die so fast.
Roshan's at 50%.
Side Gunner.
EG Spirit's down. Is walking out. That may be enough from Seb, but it's already done. EG under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow will walk out of the Roche pit with the Aghanim Scepter. Aegis the Immortal Gyrocopter ready to fight.
That's a great play call. All right, OG, you've got a good team fight with your ultimates. Now we're going to get something for free. And I think OG, if they knew that this Roche was happening, I don't even know if they would have come there. I think that fight is extremely hard to take. You're fighting against Elder Titan in the pit. There's a Mirana that can arrow you from all angles, and you don't have your big spells to kill the Terrorblade with.
So now EG have to smoke and go again. That's kind of like their choice. But I'm not seeing a smoke on anyone from EG.
I think they want to chill until Terrorblade has meta again. Oh, Terrorblade's getting jumped.
That's not what they want. But the arrow flies forward. It does actually control.
I got Thunder off.
It's going to be free. Thunder is out. Notel still offering that protection for the Tiny. The ET Stomp is out, and there's nothing much he can do. Tiny just has to sleep through this battle, and he'll snap down as the protection is now worn off. EG moved from one target to the next. Seb can't do much here, but Ana, he can. Chrono's off cooldown. He's beaten the crap out of the Ogre. That's a lot of crap to get. Arrow. Space created. The stun won't last long enough. Ana gone disco with the sparkly shields, able just to bounce it off with the proc to get the kill on S4.
Terrorblade couldn't rejoin. And I think OG, all things considered there, with the kill failing to begin with, getting Sunder off on the Terrorblade, they'll take that 1-for-1 trade. That could have got way worse.
And still having Echo, still having Chrono. Ana gets positioned off the Jirax. He's ready to jump! Fly! He put him to sleep! Sumail will claim the double kill! Ana felt like the bait! But Jirax was not ready for those Z's!
So much damage. And that time there was no Oracle save. Didn't have the false promise, it was on cooldown, and Ana farmed up aggressively and got punished. EG are fast. They're really quick to exploit openings in this game. And while their lead might not be that big in terms of the net worth, you have this feeling that the game plan is just progressing nicely from these extra little picks they find here and there. The Terrorblade's starting to get some more health. Sanjin Yasha completed now on Arteezy.
He's got to farm and get the hell out of here. Blinks into the tree, starts his TP. They're ping exactly where he is, but no one can reach him. I'm loving this bottle swap over. Yeah, give him the arcane, get the push going.
Yep, meta ready in 5, so you imagine they're still looking for that Tiny. They really didn't think he had a TP.
Fun item for the Ogre. No auras for this Ogre. Blink, Dagger, Hand of Midas. And Fly. Yeah, give it some scream. Ana, all right, yep, that happened.
I've seen that look on someone's face before. It's the, oh, fuck face.
Didn't seem to give that many Fs.
Nope. I mean,
It's like we'll just get back to it again, right? Like, hey, next combo, that's the way to go.
OG's spirit has been seemingly unbreakable. But if this continues, they might lose a series 2-0, and then we'll see how unbreakable it will be in the lower bracket. But game, they need to look for a fight. They have all their spells. Chrono's up. Tiny combo's up. Unless they want to wait for another key item. Oh no, he got jumped.
The ward, he's going to get arrowed. Thompson continues to walk within vision and continues to get picked off. He was like 8-1 at one point. Now he's 11-4. That's not the same momentum style graph that OG was looking for out of Thompson.
And it's a big kill. Arteezy has the Arcane Rune popped with the meta, so they will definitely be looking to do some damage to this mid-tier 2 tower. Still with the Aegis in hand on Sumail. Scouting arrow will not find anything, but don't think OG are interested in trying to defend this.
No, they actually need 200 gold. Ana is trying to farm it up inside the jungle to get his BKB. Now it's 100 gold, so time walk over. Oh, that's not helping. He doesn't have a Quelling Blade. He actually has to wait out his next time walk time. But it's okay. EG's only going to take the tier 2 tower in the meantime. But don't worry, no one saw it, huh?
I wonder what Arteezy's going next. If he wants to go Scotty or if he wants to go Butterfly. Because both of the items give him really, really good HP in this game. The Butterfly giving the evasion against both the Enchantress Impetus, against the Void, and of course against the tiny tree throw, the agility armor still adds up. And he will go Butter over the Scotty. Favors the... Feels like its overall tankiness. I feel like it's comparable in this game. I think a Scotty and a Butterfly will give roughly... Maybe the Butter will even give him more health against these heroes. And Tret's switch onto Strength. He will have about 2.2k health when the Butterfly arrives later.
You could normally say, like, hey, why not both? But if OG get one good fight, he may not have that option for the second.
It's true. OG's line... OG are absolutely not out of it yet. It's not like this game is over.
You got Tiny beating the crap out of a tier 2 towers. No one's here from EG to fight this. Ana will come in to help out as well with the BKB completed. The combo is up from OG. EG does have to give it some level of respect.
The thing OG needs to make sure of is that they find a way of combining their Shaker and Void effectively. One of the weaknesses of this pairing is that to an extent they do the same thing in the fight. Shaker wants to blink Echo and stun lockdown people. Void wants to blink Chrono or jump in Chrono and do the same thing. But they can't do it on top of each other. It needs to be delayed. And if they get the idea at the same time, it can be a disaster. If they layer it perfectly, it's super nice. So, gotta pay good attention to how the fights start off.
Now this is a lot of patience from EG on the top lane. How long do they hold this? No one's coming to defend the tier 1 tower. All right, maybe we should push it. EG, up 30-minute bounty runes. Split it half and half, and another Arcane Rune. This is bread and butter for Terrorblades. And Ana, well, maybe he has to Chrono to actually save it. The Fissure holds him out. The 4-star pushes him away.
Jerax
really are trying to hold it. Thompson jumps in for the Avalanche Dodge combo. Arteezy going to go in for the BKB. The cooldown's coming as well. They have to make sure he doesn't get the Sunder offset. Has the high ground BKB protection. 3-man Chrono. Marano's the only one that missed out on it. But they take out Sumail. He's number 1. Terrorblade number 2. The Fissure. The control from Jerax is perfect. This time we're layering it like a cake. Moving towards S4. The detection was already out. Maybe with the Bastion, they have another dust available. Down he goes. OG, they're dangerous. They bite. Oh, Jerax. No! Oh, he caught him in a tree. Crit. Well, you're in a bit of a pickle. Leap away. Oh, maybe the pickle off the burger. Tree toss going to be off target. Crit. Jukes, really. He's moving around the trees. Thompson, where is he? Into the side. You can get yourself a buyback all you want. Thompson, he's volleying for the wrong direction. Crit's up north, but they're pushing the mid tower while all this is going on. Crit was just playing around the side, but Ana playing objective-based gaming with OG. They're used to entering this base around the 20-minute mark, but they'll still do it at 31.
And remember, what set all of this off was an Arcane Rune. Arteezy wanted that rune to get the Metamorphosis efficiency, and it ended up setting up OG for a perfect team fight. They played around the rune well, and they're going to be rewarded handsomely. They get a full lane of racks from this, it looks like.
It looks like it.
And then they can just back off, reset, and buy their items. No, they're not going to complete the racks. This might be defendable.
Jerax just buys a little bit of space. Blink forward, S4 going on to Jerax. There is, well, Chrono's now off cooldown.
And they did get the full lane. They didn't stop the siege creep from attacking. So S4 went for the aggressive stun.
Look at the money as well. MKB got completed already. Do you still go Arteezy in for the Butterfly?
I think he might want to change his plan now and go Scotty. I think now it's...
I don't think he's seen it though. Like in the quick buy, he still has Butterfly. Is he going to buy the Eagle Song as he walks past? Yes, he is.
Okay.
So they didn't get the information on Ana.
He doesn't have buyback now. That's bold.
They need to keep these lanes pushed out and buy RTC the time to farm.
Look at the swing and win expectancy we've just had on that XP graph over the last 5 minutes. OG have swung this game by almost 50%, from EG having about almost 80. So now OG have about 60.
So all these combinations starting to arrive for OG. Gives you confidence going into the team fights as long as they're off cooldown. But I gotta say, man, I'm loving this Durax ES more than I was loving the ES in the first game. He is just being everywhere. He feels sacrificial, but he's never properly sacrificed. Just able to live, chain stun perfectly. Scouting arrow won't find anybody. And actually, let's cease for a moment, no tell.
That's a big thing about this this combo from OG. When you say that, like, he has all these good chain stuns, they don't have a save in EG's lineup. OG, they have the Oracle ulti to save people that get in trouble. EG, however, if Arteezy gets caught in Chrono, the only save that they have for him is trying to stomp some heroes on the enemy team, but you're not stomping this BKB Void, you're not stomping the BKB Ent, so who are you going to stop? Like, these are the guys killing him right now.
Need some Ghostbusters. Hurricane Pike totally done on the Enchantress. EG, they're smoking up to move out. This could just be a ward mission. They do have 2 of them on fly. They need to get planted as we look towards the Roshan counter. He will respawn in 30 seconds. Ana is already having a peak time walking into the pit. Smoke wall breaks, sentries down. But it's the observer ward behind them that's giving the information for OG. Up on the hillside.
The smoke.
Oh, the observer and sentries both being planted at the same time. Jump in! Ooh, Ana, he was baiting out the Moonlight Shadow. He started the Chronosphere, but then he brings the arms back down again. They still see Fly under the observer and sentry. He gets out of range of the sentry, however. And Durax, that probably wasn't the order he meant to do that in. But now he can see Fly, but he won't go it. Remember, Roshan's the target. They can't expend these huge abilities on anything other than EG heroes.
Really nice dodge from EG. I think Ana's smoke got broken by the Ogre, I think it was, and he blinked away instantly, and Ana tried to chase and find something, but couldn't get it, so not fruitful there from OG, but they get control of the area, which also has value. With Roshan up, if EG want to try to get there, they have quite a ways to run. They have the smokes ready, they have plenty of them, in fact, 3 of them on fly.
But there's so much damage on Ana, they're going to get through it before EG will arrive. Having both MKB and the Mjolnir, Seb's helping him out by tanking it through, so they're not taking any damage back.
Perfect position from Thompson. He's going to break smoke here.
They'll get rid of the Observe Wall. There's going to get information, and now he just starts the tree toss, trying to almost bait out some kind of ability in the trees. Creating space. Aegis is picked up. It is in the hands of Ana, and they'll pass the cheese over to Thompson. He has the Crystallis available too. So this tree toss, just this volley, that's on Federer level right now.
And now you've got to be really, really careful as EG. The push will be coming eventually. I think a lot of pressure right now is on Fly's shoulders. Hit a good stomp, get a good splitter off. They will need every bit of damage they can get.
They're buying up. I'm wondering if the Courier can make the trek, and if Samel will want to spend the money. He can buy a Satanic right now.
BKB on Ogre. This is very unusual build from S4. But he feels like if he isn't getting chain stunned, he can perhaps provide like a pseudo save for RTZ by just going in and stunning people.
Where are actually any of their auras? This could be one of the few games that we don't see, even if Vlad's picked up. Like, there's nothing from EG.
And that's bad news for Terrorblade. He loves to have Vlads in his team.
The best thing is a Ring of Basilius. That's it.
Yeah, Crit prioritizing getting a Solar Crest. I think it's a better choice than a Vlad's too. You need to protect that one key guy that gets hit in the Chrono. And with Solar Crest, that can make the difference between life and death.
TP is coming towards the top.
There's still a bounty rune up here.
36.5 minutes in, Crit's going to show himself, and G-Rex is instantly going to jump. If he feels it's real, and he feels it strongly. The fissure, the stun, a quick leap away. Maybe there's a control. Mirana nuked down into the trees once again. Crit trying to use the Ana spot into Moonlight Shadow. He just has to wait it out. The stomp is just out of range. Crit once again, he gets visible only because of the leap away. And now G-Rex, he gets the slam down at the end. Was not there.
Trent was scared he was going to get caught. Jerax with the gem just needs to get in range. And they get him. Good read from OG, sending up these two heroes here, expecting that somebody will go and push the lane out, and they are right.
EG just trapped in the base for now. OG looking for the killer blow. Nothing but illusions to push out the lanes. Tiny trying to find trees to work with. All Ana needs to do is get that nice chronosphere with Thompson on the tree line. Ana, multicast is arriving from S4. And Ana starts to drop low, can't really time walk off a lot of that damage, but hey, Seb is there to attend to his wounds. The real mercy. Wrong game.
Yeah, I agree.
Tier 3 tower's being beaten down. Here we go again. Long stun on the arrow. Ana, remember, he's got the Aegis Immortal. But it's the low cooldown abilities. Fly getting smacked in the ball. Thompson! Oh! That tree had thistles. Buyback has to arrive. The melee rack is going to fall. Ana's still waiting for the right chronosphere time. Arteezy playing on the edge. At least he has to dodge some of the damage. Here's your jump forward. Time.
Oh, he got two matches.
And now into the chronosphere. They hold him. They toss him down. And Zemail needs to do some work. Buyback developed from Arteezy. It's now or never. The arrow, it'll connect. Thompson still just having to stand there in the middle of the EG splitter. Ana's jumped himself back again. But Arteezy, he's here to fight. Thompson, he's there to be saved. They're trying to get up the hill. The stun is actually able to get Thompson down on the hillside. He actually TP'd down in front of Arteezy on Arteezy's home. They didn't take the racks though. The melee racks dropped to 200. It's now regenning up.
But that was a really expensive hold. They had to buy back their Terrible Gyro and Elder Titan just to defend. They didn't even get a good fight out of it. They killed the Oracle.
Yeah, that was it.
It's like the worst trade in the history of trade deals. Maybe ever. That's really bad.
Someone get them a new negotiator.
Yeah, OG are feeling very comfortable right now in this game. And the primary problem is that Arteezy actually, they don't have a really good frontliner, right? You want somebody that goes in first, starts the fight so that Arteezy and Sumail don't get targeted, but the only guy you can really do it with is Ogre. But he's not tanky enough to feel like he can do it. If he blinks BKBs and goes in, he's just gonna get focused. And there's the damage with the tree volley. Jesus Christ.
Same one that killed Fly. This one almost kills S4. He'll be dreaming of having that plus 40 strength. He's a quarter of a level away from it. But even then, I don't know if it'll help. The damage just seems to get stronger and stronger from OG. Aegis will be reclaimed. But now Void has a Lincoln Sphere as well. And he's going for an Aghanim Scepter build on the Void. As many chronos as they can get every minute.
Here we go again.
Yep.
Lincoln's popped.
But where's the opening?
OG want to go because there's no Metamorphosis. So they feel like EG can't take this fight. So far they're right. They even have the save.
EG's going to smoke up, however. But what do they do? You want to wrap around the back? Smoke's already breaking on Sumail. Seb's the one on the front line. He's got BKB. He knows he can just be that attractor who wants to come in from EG. The melee barracks doesn't really stand a chance. Another sleep. This one's over on faces Void. Ogre jumping into the back lines. Ana instantly jumps back out to help his teammates. The BKB Ogre. It was a good distraction, but EG, what can they really get out of it? A call down on top of the ramp. Seb moves forward, but here comes Ana going on top of Arteezy. Where's the opening still? Fly's going down. He just cannot take this bark or bite. And now the jump in from three man in the chrono. Toss them down, Popson, and maybe they got a little bit more. G-Rex controlling Sumail on the back line. There's no more BKBs. There's no more real Titanic to work with. And Arteezy, so low on life, does not have the Thunder. And even kills him with a proc on the Mjolnir. This may just be it with none of them left. Gyrocopter doesn't have enough power. OG will not let up, and Thompson's like, okay, inside your base. I remember doing this in game 2 of my last winners bracket match. The scenario is slightly different this time around. Still objectives to take. And EG still want to try and fight. Fly jumping in for multicast. Ana once again saved. The false promise is there. Notal will sacrifice himself, or will even be a sacrifice. Sumail can't get the kills. Thompson, he starts the toss up. And that's GG. We will have a remake of the TI9 semi-final 2 going to a Game 3, a decider between OG and EG.
What a great game from OG. It looked relatively grim at one point. We were starting to consider if they were going to falter in this game, but they came online with their Void. They joined the team fights. They got a couple of really good ones. I think in this game, compared to game 1, just night and day with Thompson, finding tons of kills in the early game, keeping OG basically kind of even by doing that. They never really got far ahead early on in the game, but they secured that they could get to this mid-game stage that they were looking for with their timing. And boy, did they hit hard when they got it.
Yeah, they did. And man, that's going to hit home for Evil Geniuses. Now leveled up. They looked very, very happy at the end of game 1. I love how Nortel even just stops for a moment. Looking back, it's like, come on, man. Everybody together. Let's walk out of here. We're good.
The biggest difference between these two teams in this game, when draft-wise, there's obviously many differences, but one of the really big things, OG with the save. No-Tail has a huge impact in this game with this Oracle save. EG, they couldn't match it.
Well, let's see who can save it out. Series tied 1-1.
And that is the way we like it. A Game 3 between these two titans. Redo of last year, just the other way around, you know, but going the distance is always a joy to watch these two teams play. We're going to break down the game a little bit. Grant, I want to go start with you because, you know, you watched your boys play and they didn't cut it this time around.
No, they didn't. It was an insanely good draft from OG. As he said, right, if you last pick your 5, it better have a huge impact, and it did. Save after save. Thompson middle played an extraordinary game. I mean, Sumail did. Both middle players were probably some of the best players that game, but Thompson, he ran around, made a ton of space. Arteezy's life was hell for like 15 to 20 minutes. He had absolutely no impact.
It was a tough game for him for sure. It looked great though. What do you got? What do you got for us, Tsunami? Why are you pointing to these stats? What do you see here that you find worth pointing at?
Thompson's KDA ratio, 13-4-15. This man participated nearly in every single engagement. That last toss into the Chronosphere, and there's something very specific that you mentioned, Grant, that Arteezy's life was hell.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you exactly why it was hell.
Ooh.
Gentlemen, what do you know about vision? Blitz?
It's pretty important.
It's pretty important. Yeah. That is correct. Tell me what exactly this thing is.
That's a ward.
That's a ward. That's an observer ward. And they last for a great deal of time. So, you know, they get placed at some point in time. You move on with your life, blah, blah, blah. But Thompson always takes advantage of these situations. He sees Arteezy farming the jungle. He wants to make sure that this is never a comfortable situation for him. Kills him easy. That ward, everybody gets one. Can you get 2 with the same ward? Let me tell you something. You can. As we see here, it is yet again the same ward. And Arteezy is yet again farming the same area. This camp, it's all the same to Thompson. He just wants kills. He's going to toss in Jerax. You'd think he'd have an Aghanim Scepter. No, it's only 10 minutes into the game. That was just a tiny toss. So much vision control here, and Thompson just continues dominating the entire map. You see here, Mirana has nowhere left to go. She can't go north. She can't go east. Gets a Thompson to the face, and he's still not done. Sees Fly cruising around the mid lane. He's just going to keep on prowl. I don't even know what you would call that walk cycle from Thompson. Perfect fissure block from Jerax. Fly's cornered like a rat.
If you were a millennial.
Down he goes.
I know a lot of people talk about farming patterns.
Yep.
This TI. This is more like kill patterns.
Systematic.
Systematic slaughter.
Yeah, just, I mean, as he said, the first time Arteezy does that ward, you're like, all right, the fact that no one went out and dewarded it, like, you had to know there's a ward there, just a little bit of a misplay. 2 deaths on a TB from 1 ward is very impactful, as Tsunami just showed.
Yeah, that was crazy, actually. And we talked about, well, if OG could recover, reset, relax, and go back into this second game clean, it felt like they came back with a plan. It looked not completely clean, but definitely a lot cleaner than game 1.
Oh, for sure. And I don't know if OG games are ever really that clean. Like, they're a little bit clowny because they're willing to fight you on any terms. Like, as soon as they hit their item timings, I feel like this team is like, it's go time. We're just going to engage nonstop. So sometimes it's going to look a little bit awkward like we saw, but when it goes well, it goes really well.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to, like, the team fight, right? One side had a Void and an Earthshaker. The other side, like, what's your biggest team fight? You have a TB, a Mirana, an Ogre. You don't have these end-all, be-all spells, so eventually, if they hit those spells, you're going to lose because you're all single target.
Yep, you are indeed. Now, we have a little bit of time before we get this third game going, which means I can finally get to ask Blitz the question. What was the story?
Oh, okay.
Wait, what story?
He's been saying that he had a story, and we didn't have time on the first panel. We didn't have time on the second panel, and now finally, this is a hype building for me. What is the story?
All right, so we're at ESL Birmingham.
This year or last year?
Last year. And I heard rumblings that they were going to get... I didn't know about Fly, but I heard about S4. That was like the first thing that had happened. So, of course, OG did pretty terrible at the tournament. And I went up to Seb at the end of the tournament, and I was like I thought he knew about the kick. That's what this was about. I thought he knew about the kick.
No.
So I go up to him, and I was just like, rough times, man. And he's like, it's only ESL. Like, it's all good, man. I was just like, wait, what are you talking about? And he's just like, it's just ESL. It's not that big of a deal. And I was like, oh, shit. Like, I got to backpedal onto this. And he saw my face, and he was trying to figure it out. And then he just left it alone. And later on, he told me that's how he knew stuff went down the way that it went down.
So you're a snitch?
No, I wasn't trying to be. I thought I was trying to be because I like Seb. He was talented too. We briefly, for like 3 days, made a team together. So he was like, hey. I was trying to console him. I was like, it's all good. Don't worry about it.
He's just like, why? CSL, who cares?
Yeah,
I've never been invited to one, whatever.
So wait, is that the only TI player you've played with?
I didn't even play. Here's how it went down. It was like, he was talent. Remember at TI5?
TI4.
We were TI5 together.
At 5.
And he was just like, hey, we should play together. And I was like, okay. And then I played like 2 days, and I was like, I'm not good. Like, I'm going to hold you back.
You kicked yourself?
I'm going to be real here. Yeah, I played with Sin too for a bit, and I was like,
wow.
I was like, this is a bad idea. I shouldn't do this. And BSJ, in fact. I played with like everybody. I played with 2 of the people on that panel at some point. I played with Purge, and Febby ditched me famously in Korea.
Hey, but you were Purge. You guys were pretty successful, right?
For 3 months, yeah.
Yeah,
What about those other 9? Did you bring that? Do you want to talk about those? That was like 4.
You're a Nexon League champion, Purge.
Yeah, I got the trophy.
Okay.
I was the only one that wanted it. Everyone was like, I don't care. You can have it.
You still have it?
Yeah, of course I still. I'm not just going to throw that away. Where are you going to get one of those in 20 years?
You want to know what we did with our money? The first thing we did when we won that, we went to a Taco Bell in Korea.
Oh.
That's what Bambo wanted to do.
Yeah.
That's the way I would celebrate.
And Monte Cristo was there.
Yeah, Monte Cristo was there too.
Yeah,
I paneled with
I am
like, most of the
disappointed.
player.
Taco Bell?
I'm impressed. Purge, you're a man after Blitz, you're a man after my own heart.
We saw the EG, right, be super American. When I first got here, you know what we did? First thing I know we had to do, Blitz was with me. We hit up the Chili's in China, and it was amazing.
We actually straight up went to a chili. That was the first restaurant I've been to in Shanghai. You know that? Like, that's the actual first restaurant I've been to in Shanghai.
I am impressed and disappointed at the same time, and I did not know that was possible.
Impress-appointed.
Impress-appointed. I'm sure someone that is impress-appointed an awful lot is someone else on our broadcast team. It is Sir Action Slacks. What are you doing?
What am I doing? Shaver, I'm in the crowd. It's still electric out here. You know, it might be a little late, but Shanghai never goes to sleep when there's good Dota. And speaking of which, sir, how you doing this evening?
I come from COG and...
You came to see OG. What do you think? Pretty good comeback?
In fact, I'm the LGD fans.
You're an LGD fan, but this series
I want to see LGD Revenger.
Yes!
So I will support for OG today.
Oh, I think we all want to see that. Sir, who are you supporting?
Actually, LGD Gaming. But I'm also an EG fan.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Why do you want to see EG win?
Because I'm the fans of Atom.
Oh.
Right. I play in like 6 years.
Who isn't a fan of R-Tour? Now, I asked you 2 in particular to come up because you had 2 people that didn't want to be on camera. Madame, why didn't you want to be on camera, my dear?
Hello.
And we also had this man who didn't want to be on camera. Why didn't you not want to be on camera, sir?
Sumisa.
Oh, where are you going? Oh, this guy really doesn't want to be. Hello, my friend. Hello, how are you?
Fine.
You're fine. What do you think of the series, sir? Hello? Stay with him. Oh, my friend, I'm so sorry. Can you at least give us a let's go somebody? Who's your favorite team?
LGD.
All right. Give me a let's go LGD so you look badass.
Let's go LGD.
You did your best. All right, guys, we still got energy? Are we still awake in this arena? Let me hear it. A little bit. Woo! One guy back there's got it. All right, yeah! Whew, I was worried there, Shiva. That was a close one. Thank you very much, guys. Hope you still got energy on that panel.
Oh, we definitely do, and I'm already looking forward of seeing the guy that was videotaping the whole thing and seeing his perspective.
Oh, man. That's great. I love it. Like, yeah, I'm rooting for OG. I mean, LGD. I mean, OG. I mean, they're good.
Yeah. Why don't you want to be on camera? Well,
perfect.
Let me just put you in a headlock real quick.
All right. Well, we have a little bit of time, and I'm gonna make you guys feel old. You ready?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm always ready.
All right. We've been talking about Sumail and how he won his first TI.
Mm-hmm.
This is his 5th TI.
What? That can't be true.
It is true.
Why would that make Grant feel old? He's 19.
Yeah. I don't look a day over 16. I'm feeling great.
What does that mean?
I don't know. He's making me feel good. No, it's crazy. I remember the first time I actually met Sumail. It was a D2L, the only tournament I've ever went to in Vegas.
Yeah.
And he was so young. That's the famous picture with all the Chinese players behind him watching it.
Oh, yeah.
He looked so young, and I remember that tournament. It was not a very good tournament, and Sumail, he didn't look good. Like, honestly.
He was
picked
super
him up.
nervous.
Yeah, he was, and it didn't help that there was 40% packet loss during the whole tournament. But, like, this guy, he got last place. He lost to a team with Demon standing in on it. So I was like, this guy can't be the future. And then, Q forward 6 months, he's winning a TI, and what do you know?
Didn't EG produce that tournament?
Back to you, Sheever.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, because
no, but
Conrad
there was some affiliation.
Yeah,
true.
there was strong affiliation. Conrad was like the guy who ran production.
Well, it was just a trial tournament to get Sumail comfortable with playing.
And it worked.
On stage. It worked because after that they went to DAC 2015. They went to China. They went to Shanghai and they crushed it.
They went on a storm. That was like that was EG's best time.
Storm.
Probably.
I see what you did there. A storm. You. I get it.
Yeah. What a journey that has been. It's been actually crazy that EG always has been very high at the top in a lot of internationals. And right now, I mean, even if they don't win the next game, they're still top 6, right? Yes.
Well,
which is still really good. And I'm assuming that they're.
I don't think either team's okay with that, though, right? If you ask OG or EG, are you okay with the top 6? They're going to be like, no, it's a win or nothing. It's a win or we don't give a shit kind of thing.
Well, you tell me. We're about to see these players take the stage for the 3rd time in this series. Do they look like they will be okay at being top 6? No. That is the face of someone who wants to take a second international. Where's first?
Same
and
here.
In a second. We actually have 7 TI winners taking the stage right now, and 8 if you count coaches.
It is. That is absolutely crazy. And they both look confident, right? Like neither team's coming up kind of sad. You see Sumail leading the way, smiling. No Tail on the other side doing the exact same thing. We're just ready for some good Dota.
We really, really are. Now, we know that, the best thing to deal with OG is ban out the IO and the MAG. We've seen EG do that both times around. I'm assuming it's going to be happening again. I'm curious to find out what makes these two teams, even if they don't have the IO and the MAG, what makes these two teams be such a good match for each other, because they do tend to push each other to the limits.
They do.
Will you want to take this one?
I think it's they have like a similar way of playing. And I don't mean like in terms of like early late game. I think it comes down like to the item timings. It's when Arteezy and Anna say like we're both ready to fight at this point. So, and they're willing to push each other at different points. Like, and also they're really highly skilled too. So it just sort of leads to like a nice chess match where one team wants the game to go and end at one point, and conversely it's true too. Like if you see how they play Void, for example, and like how he rotates. He wants to hit his item timing first. He wants like 1 kill item. Same with Thompson. And that's like generally how they move around. And EG sort of similar. They're just a little bit slower paced in that way.
I think it's always Arteezy wants that second item.
Yeah.
Usually, because he went like first item BKB, right? He went like Yasha BKB this game, I believe.
Yeah, and I think it's because he realized like he probably had a fight a little bit earlier than he would have liked.
Yeah.
I like how they just push each other. And plus, like the rivalry aspect of it, I think always just makes the game a little bit more hype.
Yeah, it does. They're never just going to go down like, sure, game 1 was a stomp, but that's exactly why it comes back to game 2. It's never going to be a straight up 2-0 stomp. No matter what people think, no matter who's the best team in the world, like they're always going to push each other.
And you know how often it is, we like a good story, and we like it when there's, a little bit of spice in there too. And often the players are like, you know what, I don't care who I play. I just want to win. This time, we know they care. Yep. They all changed their profile pictures on Steam to place the banners to No-Tail's face when the handshake happened, which, by the way, there will be a handshake. We don't know which one yet, but there will be a handshake after the next game. I mean, I personally love the drama.
I mean, to be fair, that was some of the times you said that even other players want to do it for the memes. They play it up because they find it humorous as well. Almost the shipping culture that happens whenever these rivalries are formed.
Yeah, Matuma Man said that if for whatever reason, like his dream was to play against Liquid in the lower bracket, and if he knocked him out, he was gonna do like a fake angry handshake when he walked past. Yeah. I was like,
but he was expecting to be knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Shiva didn't think on 18.
But that means he didn't think that he would win.
Let me just say the expectations were, they were as is.
I mean, that being said, I do hope that people can like separate the entertainment aspect versus the actual drama aspect, because obviously we like talking about this kind of stuff. I don't know what Fly's thinking. I don't know what No-Tail's thinking. These people are real people with real families, real lives, and that kind of stuff. And so I think it's important that viewers and us can kind of separate the concept of what happens here whenever the cameras go off, when the GGs are called. These people continue leading their lives, and so you don't necessarily need to like push your drama on it.
I can assure you, after all that happened, though, it was real beef.
Yes,
there was no fake drama in that.
But it's been a year at this point.
It has been. But how would you feel about that? You just saw OG, the team was pretty much just making fun of you the whole year. Go and win that TI. A year later, you're here again. I feel like the same feelings are definitely coming back up again.
Yeah, I feel like that is true for a lot of people, the point you made, Tsunami. It's true. Like, for example, if you look at Kuro and Puppy, they are rivals, and we like to play that up. But in reality, they are respecting of each other, and they're both happy at the place they're at now, as we saw in an interview earlier today.
Although, didn't Kuro say in that interview, are we friends?
Yeah, that was a joke, though.
Oh, okay. You say so.
Invited him to his wedding.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fine.
Kuro was at Puppy's wedding.
What if it was the red wedding?
Oh, yeah. Well.
I was at the wedding. I'm still alive.
Okay, so it was good. All right, Shiva, thank you for confirming. I was getting nervous, but we're
good. It's all good. It's all good. No, I think that this is some drama that, I call it drama, some friction that is definitely real.
Things need resolution.
Yeah.
Not the player.
This is true. You know what we also... We need some Dota 2 to be played. We need a Game 3. But for that, we need a draft. We need some heroes chosen. So let's go to that draft.
OG versus Evil Geniuses. Game 3.
The deciding Game 3 coming up in just a second. The winner of this is going to go on to face LGD in the winner bracket final. A huge match. There is some crazy repeat storylines that could happen here. I don't know which way it's going to go, though. What do you guys think?
Not too sure, but it's looking like Enchantress is a pretty hot one that's going to be contested. It might be deciding quite a bit here in this matchup. As we saw, lanes were really important in that last game. Of course, also the big team fights, but it does feel like Enchantress seems to just like set you up to have that like great advantage coming out of the laning phase.
Enchantress is Enchantress, but I just realized like the mid lane is so important. I think both games, whoever won mid just had the game on their backs. Like Thompson, a super hyper aggressive mid player who, if the advantage is given, as I say that, they pick Enchantress again.
So almost exactly the same bans. The only difference is Elder Titan was in the first phase instead of Ancient Apparition, similar to the first game draft, except pick order is flipped as well.
So as I was saying, I think like this Thompson, this Sumer, these two players just love to kill heroes, and if they're given the advantage, they're just going to go for blood. So I think the mid matchup is really important between these two teams.
Yeah, I want to see, in particular, at least for OG, I want to see them playing something that just run around and make kills happen with like the Monkey King or the Tiny. EG, they're going to deny that. They're actually going to take the Tiny away this time around.
I feel like one of the strengths that Thompson has as a player is his ability to just like go insane. He makes your opponents look like pub opponents, is what it seems like. And he was able to do that last game. He got 3 kills like Tsunami showed within a matter of 1 minute. It was insane to watch. Can he do that again without Tiny? Like, what's the hero substitute that would solve that?
That's why I said
Does
Monkey
he need
King.
to do it? Monkey King is definitely one of those heroes that he does it with, but can you beat a Tiny in lane with Monkey King? I guess he has no armor at level 1. It could work.
I used to see the matchup actually a lot last year, and it was like pretty back and forth. I think the Monkey King won most of those though.
Okay.
But it's also the mid game is like concerning too, because you can also just get burst down.
And there's a roaming Mirana.
And there's going to be
combo.
a roaming Mirana.
Yeah, the Ava toss into an arrow, it can be very devastating.
Yeah.
Is this going to be Thompson Invoker again?
This is probably flex pick, right? I think it can still be Jarax's hero for sure. I think you leave it open until you see what lane you're against for sure in the mid lane. And I think when you have the Enchantress, it allows you the luxury of actually being able to go for a little bit more of a greedy 4 position, because Enchantress just is Enchantress and has a pretty good lane.
So you can put a weaker hero with her, and then it'll transition into late game well, and the laning stage won't be terrible, right?
Yeah. And like Enchantress, like I talked about, game 2 needs some AoE teamfight control, and Invoker provides that.
Yep.
On position 4, so yeah, it can be a position 4.
They're actually going to ban the SD finally. Wasn't being banned down in the last 2 games, but this time I guess because they do have that Mirana, and they're not maybe wanting to have a save this time around, because last time, right, they saved that Oracle for last pick to save versus the combo.
Yeah, that's right. Basis Void was integral for OG in the late game. In the mid game, he ate a lot of arrows. Maybe a good thing, but yeah, not going to have that this game. So it's going to be a lot harder for OG to set up guaranteed teamfight wins later on.
Yeah, Void and Invoker is such a devastating combo together. The Void Chrono into Cataclysm in the late game is pretty devastating, so I think they're just taking that out.
I love seeing, you know, TI is so great because you always like do the full circle back to like either super carries getting picked up like anti-mage, or it's just like these massive team fight lineups that just constantly are battling. Like you were mentioning in the last game, what we had 50-something kills in the 40-minute mark, or even more than that, something like that. It's just non-stop aggression, non-stop fighting, non-stop trying to take these battles. And usually the team with the better team fight at the TI main stage ends up having an easier time, at least at executing.
It just really helps when you have a hero that can grasp win. Like, you know where they are, you see them, you can jump in, hard disable them, guarantee kills. That makes a huge difference. It really helped against the Terrorblade, especially. Once you Chronosphere him, you're like, okay, if you don't have a save, you're dead, period. It makes the game a lot easier.
Especially for these teams too. I think EG, OG, compared to like these Chinese teams, they really love to fight early and just like spill a lot of blood.
We'll see if they can do the same thing. Centaur banned now. Mobile hero, burst damage, has a pretty good time getting his team on top of the enemy team. So maybe they're worried about the carry versus offlane matchup. What do you guys think?
It can be a setup for the Mirana arrow later on, and it's either Sanking or Centaur, and EG doesn't have ET this time around, so Centaur ban does make a bit of sense.
So you think Sanking's not as bad now? Because the ET's not there?
Yeah, it's definitely worse, because Sanking Mirana, the dual combo, yes, the damage is there, but it's too like one-dimensional, the damage. Like, it's bad against BKBs, it's gonna fall off eventually because the damage is linear. It doesn't scale well.
Then go for the CM that they used in the first game. I think this is also just dictating that they want to play really aggressive like they did with the CM last time.
Yeah.
Allows everyone to just be constantly on the map more, because you always have that aura, you can always keep pushing out lanes, you can always keep playing aggressive, and you can even threaten an aggro tri-lane, as we saw them do with that CM in the first series, or in the first game.
It's a good form of damage from position 5 towards the Enchantress too, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point. Our Freezing Field, our ultimate, was really useful in a lot of cases against the PA as well. So,
Lifestealer looks like a pretty decent hero for OG here.
Yeah, I believe it got banned second phase in the first game in this similar situation.
Feels good versus all these just like high magic damage. Tiny is, sure you have high armor, but very high HP hero that Lifestealer really enjoys playing versus.
Yeah, the only time it's good versus Tiny, or for Tiny, is when he gets his Ags and you can do like range heavy physical damage.
Could be a carry that OG could be looking at here, but I don't know if they'll pick it in the third. They might save it.
I mean, technically, they could have 0 supports on the board right now, a little bit abnormal.
Right. True.
Anything else really good? Ogre is still in the pool.
Juggernaut looks okay for OG as well.
Which hero?
Juggernaut.
Oh, okay. Yeah, similar as the Lifestealer.
Right.
Wow. With this Rubik pick, it seems like it's an Invoker mid, right?
Yeah, that's what you'd think. This is actually cool. We saw now what? The LGD series, they I've been seeing a lot of teams actually picking the Rubik versus the Mirana now, just because you're likely to get a pretty damn good steal. Like, everything is good. Leap is probably like your worst one, and it's a triple away to either get in or get out as a Rubik, which isn't bad to have. Arrow is a great spell because you're going to get the extra duration. Starstorm as well, you get the amplification. I've really actually been liking that Rubik pick a lot that I've been seeing from teams today, versus that Mirana in particular.
Yeah, it's against CM too, which is another, like, it feels really great playing Rubik against CM. Order spurs are pretty nice. And you kind of can't ulti against Rubik, because Rubik's CM ulti is so much stronger than your ulti.
Yeah.
And even if he stuns somebody else, he can still possibly throw them into her, interrupt her ultimate.
Yeah. So I don't know. It was a really good Rubik pick, but I'm kind of afraid for this Invokers game. Like we saw in the game 1, I feel like EG Mirana can roam to mid. Meanwhile, like Rubik cannot kind of roam to mid to kill the Tiny. And Tiny versus Invoker matchup in general, Tiny seems to have the upper edge. And we don't even know if it's I guess it's a Tiny mid. Like, it should be a Mirana for Tiny mid.
Yeah, that's what that's probably the more than likely.
Yeah.
We know Sumail loves to play Tiny as well, as we saw last year, of course, when he had the 30-something kills or whatever when he ran over the whole game.
It's like literally this match in this part of the bracket a year ago.
It's
he
the
broke
same heroes.
the all-time kill record for a single game. Got 30 kills. It was an insane match, and then Sumail still lost the match.
That was versus OG too, right?
Yes,
and that was the one. That was the
thing.
damage mitigation draft where they had Spectre, Io, Centaur, and I remember he's just running around and then he tossed Arteezy into the tier 4s. Of course, that happened in that game.
Hey man, he got 30 kills. I do not care. You cannot say that one was Sumail's fault. He messes up once. Let it go.
Ask BSJ about that. You know, he blames Sumail entirely for that game.
Really?
Yeah.
This pick's kind of throwing me off because it should be EG crit. Crit on Dark Willow is one of his favorite heroes. He's amazing at that hero too.
Yeah, wait a minute.
What about a 3 Mirana? I mean, really, Mirana could hypothetically lane in any situation.
That's true. I guess they could still do that 3 Mirana and then having this.
But 3 Mirana with a Willow, that seems too squishy. So I think it's a mid Mirana and Tiny offlane.
Okay.
That makes more sense.
That makes more sense, yeah.
Is it that squishy versus Rubik? I mean, Willow can get 2. You get Cursed Crown, toss that on a guy, that's an arrow, for sure. Plus Bramble Mace follow-up, maybe kill potential. And crits, Dark Willow is excellent.
Yeah.
And Dark Willow has tons of magic damage, so she's going to be able to kill the Enchantress. She's going to rush the Spirit Vessel. It kind of fits a lot of boxes. The only thing that's weird about it is it's going to force Mirana into a weird role, potentially. Not a non-standard for the current meta.
And they're going to go for that Jug now, especially versus the Willow.
Yeah,
I think it's so good versus that hero.
Lifestealer was an option too, I think. But I think
what makes Jug better?
I think OG, they're the healing ward. They can just keep on there's 2 heroes, the Nature's Enchantress is here and Juggernaut healing ward, so they can just keep being on the map.
So I think the Jug is better versus the Willow overall because you can actually do something when she's inside of her realm. You can actually spin and do some damage as well. It's small, but it's something.
All right, last phase of bans here. Oracle banned out once again. They are anticipating the save hero. Any other save heroes? Do they need a save hero with the Jug carry?
He can kind of protect himself. There's no BKB piercing disables on EG at all right now, so that spin is going to be really useful for himself to protect him.
And one thing EG is actually really missing this game, unlike what they had last game, was they don't have a setup stun other than Tiny. So it's going to be really difficult for Mirana to get arrows unless it's like Dark Willow. Basically, it's a delayed stun. So
They Frostbite. I mean, it's not amazing, and it doesn't usually come out like a laning phase, really. But I mean,
correct.
It's not an easier combo to hit.
Yeah, it's still
But when BKBs come out for OG, then they will have defensive options against EG's current go. So they go for Sand So that's their
5-position Enchantress, then, right?
Yeah, that makes
right. That's the no-tail Enchantress.
It's a very weird lane, but I always see no-tail pulling it off. The Enchantress and the Juggernaut lane. Usually Juggernaut wants some disable from position 5, so they have that nice disable into spin combo, but let's see how no-tail pulls this off.
Yeah, he can also, so he has also the Dispel as well versus the Willow. That can be kind of nice to, actually, what am I talking about? Sorry.
Other way around.
Yeah.
You can't dispel
Just
yourself.
kidding.
It's okay, we all make mistakes.
It's been a long day.
Your mistake was way less egregious than mine was, so I'll let it go. It's all good.
I was like, what am I saying right
so
now?
What is the carry hero needed for EG here?
I don't know, that's the question you're supposed to answer.
Maybe it's Slark. I can see Slark being okay.
Arteezy Slark. Whoa.
Anti-mage.
This is what we said, right? The anti-mages, they trickle back into the TI meta. And he's versus that potentially what the core, I mean, not potentially, but the core invoker. So high mana pool.
But I don't think it's the strongest hero this game.
Why do you think they went for it?
Jungler's pretty good against anti-mage.
Yeah.
I think they went for it because it's really great against tanking and the Rubik.
Like lane-wise, it'll be easy.
Lane-wise and game-wise. Lane-wise, I'm not so sure. Like he might have a tougher time, but I know like in-game it's gonna be pretty easy. But Jungler is pretty good against anti-mage.
All right, guys, that's the final draft here for this last upper bracket match. We've got a really good game ahead of us. Let's toss it over to Toby and Sind.
It is game 3, it's the decider, but who this time around will take the 2-1 and that winner's bracket position? OG and EG, interesting drafts once again. It's always interesting when you ban out a Magda and IO, but you're loving a nice little switch up from OG as far as the lane rolls go.
Yeah, they gave away the Enchantress again, and as the panel was talking about, this Enchantress, wait, they picked Sand King, this Enchantress has got to be support now, and that's why they picked the Anti-Mage. This is the worst match. I love playing Sand King. It's one of my favorite off-laners. I hate playing against Anti-Mage. It is so bad of a lane matchup, and that's a big part of the reason EG picked it here is to force that matchup as well as it being good against the Invoker in the game. However, OG step it up a notch. They're like, okay, we need to solve this. You saw them in the booth. They were doing their math, and they've decided that they will put the Sand King position 4, and NoTail is playing 5 Rubik. That's how important it is for them to solve this problem. It was kind of a checkmate situation almost, but they got out of it. And now it's just a matter of, can they salvage the lanes? Can this work with this support duo? It's very unusual.
The panel was already saying, like, somehow NoTail makes the support Enchantress work as well. Now, making the support Rubik work, how do you try and lane this up then to make it actually happen? We've seen Seb do his work. Jirax was, in my mind, amazing in Game 2 on that ES. He's still going to play the same team role, team stunner, team fight role that OG really need from him as well. But how do you still ensure that NoTail has a good game on this 5 Rubik?
Well, fortunately for him, he's laning with a strong carry in lane. Juggernaut is a pretty good laner, and there's no matchup in this that he totally can't deal with. So
it's not a combination, right? Like Rubik and Juggernaut together is spin and telekinesis grab. It's old, but it could still work.
But the problem with that is Rubik deals so little damage. That's the problem with that combo in the start. When Rubik hits level 3 and has 2 in Fate Bolt, sure. But if you compare it to something like Lich Jugger or Crystal Maiden Jugger, there's just way more in the way of damage from those 2 supports in the lane. So it's definitely a weaker version. But I honestly, I just love it from OG that they're doing this, because I think it's a very creative and probably ideal solution to the problem that they have to solve.
I estimate the
question is if it's good enough. And it's also about what lanes they get. Because sure, you get the core Sand King out of the problem against Anti-Mage, but guess what? Support Sand King also hates facing Anti-Mage. So you still need to get the lanes right and go from there. And it looks like EG might have the right read in this game. They've put their tiny top so far.
And Anti-Mage is down on the bottom lane with Fly.
Yeah, they want the Anti-Mage to avoid the Ench. So that will mean Anti-Mage will not play against Sand King. So there's a bit of a win for both teams in that sense. Sand King will have a better time up here, but Anti-Mage will also be avoiding the Ench.
That was nice from Fly, right underneath the Juggernaut, grabs the rune. So it's 3 for 1 at the very beginning.
This aggro tri-lane from EG is very unorthodox, by the way. Crystal Maiden, Dark Willow, Anti-Mage aggro tri-lane.
It's like, you go for the Nova, then they have to navigate the Bramble at slow speed. Like, this can't last for long, can it?
Well, it's kind of good news for Ana, because he's good against this lane. But NoTail could have a very hard time, and the question is how much farm he's going to get. Oh, that's some really good damage into Ana already, actually. They're playing without a healing salve in that bottom lane.
Yeah. Bottom lane they go ham. Samael's taking a lot of damage. S4's having a hard time walking away from Jirax on the top. Got a nice observe ward just on the other side of the trees, so they're able to see S4, any support that comes his way. Mainly the support from Fly.
He got 3 free hits in on Ana, just burning off the mana as fast as possible. So Ana has to dig into the mango to spin later, and then that's
a great grant.
That's some serious damage.
Is he gonna spin? He hasn't let that thing up, and 0 HP. Ana is down. Crit gets the reach.
He refused to skill spin because he feels like he needs healing ward to sustain.
Absolutely no sense.
And he TP's back down. He still hasn't put in his skill point and hasn't bought any extra regen. There's no salve still coming in. NoTail had the gold for it. Honestly surprised that they didn't drop some regen and bring that with Ana's TP.
And now the EG have the advantage.
Look
They're
at the
moving
CS.
flying to the top lane.
8 for 3 against 1-0. That's a tri-lane well executed in the start.
Mid. The jump came in. Thompson and Samel. What a surprise. Killing each other into the tier 1 tower.
Big
Samel gets
winner.
the kill, so he'll get the XP.
Yeah, big winner there, Samel. He got more gold, and he got the experience. So he's going to feel good about that one.
Because that's just the way the mid lane gets to work when it's a 1-1 trade.
Sometimes the guy who gets the kill second is not as unfavored as Thompson was in that exchange, but...
It's actually hilarious how they start again. Thompson's back under the tier 1 tower, beating into Samel. They both have to start munching on tangos and dropping down a half-life bottom lane. Arteezy, he's going once again on Ana. Ana still holding the spin as Arteezy drops low. They just want to get some experience into them. While S4 enchanted up, buying G-Rank some time to attack. And he's body blocking S4, trying to buy more time for Seb to get damage in, but S4 will just salve this off.
In the meantime, bottom lane, they're out of regen. OG, completely dry. Actually, never mind. Ana got a tango pack left. But no salve still. No regen, no mana, no tail.
Get the bramble. Quintus, like, working with Arteezy, you burn up the mana, and then it's just easy harassment from range.
The good news for OG, though, is the top lane is going well. Seb has great farm. They're shutting down the Tiny nicely, as they should be, with the head start they had. But the other two lanes going well for EG. And this time around, Arteezy's not getting shut down. And the way they've been playing this series so far, I think you can consider this an early lead for them. That is what they want. Anti-Mage to have a beginning that he can work with. Is that a healing? That's a Ring of Health flying out? No, it's a Wraith Band and some more regen for Arteezy. So he can keep on the pressure.
I'm just loving it. Even the fort was used. I think that was actually so the tree toss from S4 wouldn't get the kill on the range creep on top lane. They're really just trying to keep him down as much as possible. And they have. He's, as you said, he's 5 for 0. The lane's looking good, but bottom lane, Arteezy just gets more and more time to beat into him. And now another root blink forward from Arteezy. Nortel navigating the brambles. He'll get the space, but he will not escape crit. Ana was trying to stand on top of him, I think, to make it a misclick from crit. But it won't work.
And I wonder how Ana's going to recover this time around. We saw in the Void game, the lane might have been a little bit hard, but he recovered nicely. This time around, it just feels harder. Their lane, his Rubik Jugger, how are they supposed to kill in this lane? It's an anti-mage and a Willow. Maybe you can get a lift on the Willow and toss it into a spin, but it's not enough damage, and the anti-mage is just flat out unkillable. Look at Willow just leaving Arteezy even to go into mid. They're trying to get Thompson brambles.
Yeah, tornado. Oh, Thompson! He was standing almost smack bang in the middle of one of crit, and he just moves a little bit further north and dodges.
Nice movement from Thompson there. That could have absolutely been a kill.
And what does Ana and Nortel do instantly? All right, well, it's time to do some damage towards Arteezy. Hopefully I get one crit, and he got one.
Oh, he got tossed up top. Seb got tossed into the tower.
Too deep.
Oh, no, he can't die here. That's real bad for OG's laning. That is such a big kill. And now Jerax might have to... He might have to yield on the bounty runes too. He has no enchantress to help him out, so OG will get 3 runes, or EG, sorry, will get 3 runes, maybe even 4. Samel.
He's moving over for it. That's a
Seb
bottle
is too
charge
late.
too.
4 runes and a kill on the Ench. Seb was out of position and got tossed.
I like how Fly is not even grabbing it. He's waiting it out. Maybe he can even get some bottle charges if he wants to help out. Jirax waiting on the top lane. S4's nearby. They'll go for the Frost. Quick Mango. Anything they've got. Jirax, he's invis for the moment. The tree toss, a little bit off target. Jirax able to dodge. But this is some time that's being wasted by Sameo looking for this kill. He'll take the catapult up on top, but Thompson's in recovery mode in mid, while this rotation doesn't net a kill.
Are EG going to swap their lanes so Tiny goes mid now, or what's the plan here?
Like
leaving the lane empty like this is a bit odd.
I think they're trying to wait until S4 returns to the lane, and now the TP happens.
Now he's half a level behind Thompson, though.
Ana is getting forever rooted by crit on bottom lane. There's 1 tango left. He'll have to consume the mango in order to have enough to get the healing ward down, but how's he meant to be farming under here? And instantly taken care of by crit. There's no sustain at all. It's almost like there's no hope for Ana down here.
And Crit gets that extra mana coming in constantly from the Maiden Aura. He might be dying here, though, if Notel gets the lift. Jerax is in range. Not anymore now. He's going to wrap around.
Like, which one's real? I need to choose. I prefer to get the kill over on Arteezy, but it seems impossible unless they have full control. Pick up, throw down. Oh, no! The spell shield's leveled up at 4, and Arteezy just trades places with Jirax. And then into Bramble. Arteezy jumps forward. S4 survive with the avalanche. Crit. Level 2 in Shadow Realm has more than enough damage to pop Ana once more. His second death of the game.
That's going to be a Ring of Health for Arteezy now as well, coming in a sec. Going to be furthering his lead in this lane, making the harassment that bit harder.
I almost feel like Seb is taunting to try and get EG to come back to him.
Oh, I'm sure he's muted. Don't worry about it. There's no way. He's absolutely muted. So, Anti-Mage with the Ring of Health will be that bit harder to harass now for the Rubik. He's going to continue his farming down here in the bottom lane.
It really
the big
feels
difference,
like Topson's just had the last 3 minutes by himself in mid lane.
That's the biggest difference between this game and the other Invoker game, is that Topson is having a much better time this time around, and we know what kind of tempo he can set for his team in this kind of games. But does he have targets? It's hard to kill Willow as Invoker. It's hard to kill the Anti-Mage as Invoker. It's hard to kill Mirana as Invoker. And even the tiny, the targets, it's easy to kill Maiden, so that's nice.
It's almost like you need to pick up an Orchid in order to get the kills on these guys, so they don't counter you back.
He needs someone to combine with, but the best player for him to combine with is a Sand King, but he's
bottom lane.
Bottom lane, yeah.
EMP, they just need to change the chance to make sure there's no blink away, and Arteezy. Spell Shield won't help you there.
4-man gank, the lift.
And instantly back into mid lane, he'll miss one melee creep. So efficient from Topson's rotation, but EG's trying one of their own. Under their own dire observer. Seb, you've been taunting for a while. You've been asking EG to kill you. And, well, you may get exactly what you wish for. Seb gets the 1 level up in attendance, stick charges, but he's got the Cursed Crown on him. He can't walk this off, but TP's coming in from Rubik. Notel will look to create the space, and Seb, well, he can walk it off. Even with his tree toss from S4, I don't think he's got enough damage, and even Notel dewards the ops.
Topson being super annoying mid. Arteezy does have the Maiden Aura though, so we'll get mana for Blink a bit sooner. Has the stick charges if he really needs to blink.
Seb's just moving over. It's like, okay, well, Curse Crown me. Topson's ready to fight. Topson, in fact, please stun me too. S4 able to do it, but Jirax, he gets a double stun of his own. They get the telekinesis grab over on S4, but Jirax, he's focusing over on Crit, using that cold snap for the control. S4 now comes up as well up the hill, realizes OG owns this part of the map with the impetus. He actually gets the damage. He'll die from the fall. Jirax, not the perfect layer, but it'll still work nonetheless. Samel, burned out of mana. He's bottle charging up. Seb needs to give the attendance over towards Topson. Now they can turn their attack over. Fly, he's arrived as well, looking for that damage. Have they got enough? Samel has to leap distance to get away to safety. And Crit, he wants to turn around. Topson, again that Cursed Crown. It's going to get the stun. The Quast, it will not be enough life and sustain to keep Topson alive, and Samel will quite happily take that kill.
Man, there's so much happening on the map right now. And guess who the biggest winner is, as it always is with OG? Ana was bottom the whole time. So much space being made for him. He's caught up. He's actually overtaken Arteezy now after that very difficult laning stage in the beginning. The 1 kill they got bottom, and then this move mid just created a lot of time for him.
10-minute runes, here we go again. If you thought it was going to simmer down, Jirax will take the bounty to begin with. They're looking over towards Crit. Jirax looking to actually cut through. It's a level 3 burrow, so he's not in range. The Shadow Realm being used to just protect Crit for the moment. And he'll slap an extra attack into Notel for sure. Meanwhile, Topson alone in mid lane.
Yep.
It feels like the old classic. As you said, like Ana gets space, but then when you go down to deal with Ana, you deal with another lane, then Topson gets space. Like, which poison do you want to die to here? The only other choice is to kill them all. EMP Tornado from Topson in mid. Crit, he's ready to move around to work here with Fly. Samel will take the damage. He's got the 1 charge with the Curse Crown, and Boca's not walking out of here. He'll go invis, but it won't help him.
In the meantime, though, Arteezy is not getting a single creep. OG are putting their own pressure up top where Arteezy is playing. With the siege creep.
TP. Arteezy jumps in, untouchable. That takes a long time to get 1 attack into Seb. He'll move into the trees. The attendants, they're going to wear off right now. But Arteezy's blinked himself forward, so Seb is quite happy to do max damage to that anti-mage. A quick Curse Crown on Jirax. He's got Pyro Strike available, waits it out nicely, gets a stun through the Shadow Realm, and then dodges the arrow of Samel a little late. And now that leaves Crit stranded. There's little to no damage he can do to get any kind of rebuttal, and the rest of his team has left him for dead.
I think the arrow wasn't ready, or Samel would have definitely got that on the crown. Probably had a minor cooldown from the Oh, did he even use it? I'm actually not sure. That's just
on the ground. The arrow? It got thrown at the end. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a guaranteed stun if he used it earlier, so maybe it was on cooldown there. S4 will be pressuring bottom while all this is happening. Yes.
And what does Seb do?
Seb's gonna defend it for now. He just walks in.
That's fine. What are these creeps gonna do? They'll swing their arms up in the air. For Detroit. A lovely city.
Damn it.
Oh, I got it before you. Hey.
My joke.
Hey, I got you with the Ghostbusters, man. I got you with the Ghostbusters.
Oh, I was not thinking about that one.
Yeah. Does anyone even know what that song is, or are we just proving our age?
Everybody knows that song.
Really hope so. Most people don't even know what Bonanza is.
Super tough from S4. They want to try on Ana here. This kill is actually flat out impossible for these two heroes. He can spin CP out.
Yep. Problem with the Avalanche, never a permanent
He doesn't
stun.
have a TP.
Oh, Shadow Roll will take out the healing ward. Jirax is nearby. He may have to burrow to create some space, or he's just like, okay, Hannah, I'm sorry, man. You can only slash if you want to, but you're dead.
Oh, I didn't click him to check if he had a TP before that, but EG very clearly did, and they ran him down. That is a huge kill. He was the richest hero on the map. This seems to happen once or twice in every game. Ana is just being left alone and will get killed once in a while. These kills are big.
I remember the analyst panel, they're talking about like the way OG plays, like, hey, we're up on the top lane, and it was always Seb who was kind of the one who was out too far. It's like, hey, come and kill me. How many heroes did it take from EG to kill off the Juggernaut? Yeah, he's worth a lot, but then you get heavy damage into the tier 1 towers. Seb, who was the #1, they're giving more back into him, and he's going to try and return it in with a drum build early on. And just add that level of pressure. And meanwhile, Thompson also farming up. Straight into Spirit Vessel, no hand of Midas on this Invoker.
And there's another big item coming up soon. This one is for EG though. It's going to be the dagger for S4 and 100 gold. Some really good targets for him in this game. A lot of the Radiant heroes don't have too much max health. The Rubik support dies very easily. The Invoker dies really easily. The Enchantress also dies easily if there's a little bit of follow-up. Speaking of Enchantress, they're actually, again, they're trying, I mean, it's not happening.
No. There's more support coming in under the cover of smoke to both sides. Arteezy was being hunted, but Arteezy's game sense is tingling. And he just moves away and goes down to the Trinity camp we were talking about. Oh, I'm being invaded in my own jungle. The Observers and Sentries now being de-watered. Bottom lane set. Yep.
Okay.
Fly. Okay. Hey, real CMs channel full duration.
They threw everything in the kitchen at him. Not just the sink that time.
Oh, they'll get a lot of it back. Sumail's found a regeneration rune in bottom river.
Sumail not skilling Moonlight Shadow, by the way. What is this? Not a single point in it? I mean, he could only have one, but he's level 10.
He went for the 200 health instead.
It can be really useful for his team. Like, it can be the difference maker, but whether AM survives a gank or not. Is that worth 1 point in arrow? I don't know about that. Okay.
I was actually kind of wondering too, like how he would build in. We were kind of tossing up like where do you get a lot of your physical damage from? Like how do you make sure you like obviously there's no physical build coming in this time around. There's 200 health, we're not going to 15 damage, and he's going in for Aghanim Scepter. Huge lane clearance. And something that OG may not have an easy answer to. Like both cores are going for Battle Furies, but Anti-Mage as well as Mirana, they can clean waves up so quickly and they're so highly maneuverable.
Mid tower.
Yep. TP comes in. Avalanche. Quick spin from Ana. The fear will be there, and that's going to force the Enchantress to run away. But Ana's in pretty deep. Still has Omni Slash available and a heavy amount of damage thanks to the Demon Edge. And Crit, well, he'll stand there and he'll tank the entire Omni Slash. As the rest of EG back up behind the tier 2.
It was a good idea from S4, but he missed the toss on the Jugger. He tossed a creep instead that got in the way.
Seb, you're coming in deep, man. Like, they're under a shrine. He's got a lot more. Avalanche tops up into the arrow, and Thompson's trying to help out with the Cold Snap, pushing Sumail away. Enchantress now going to get the Sprite off. No-Tail still there. The Mana Boy, that's easy.
Oh, that tornado!
The EMP, they're all bone dry. It is an absolute drought of EG. Oh, Arteezy's not going to be happy with that one. The arrow from Sumail well off target of Invoker. Coldsnap's coming off cooldown right now. The Curse Crown, well, everyone stand together and get stunned. Maybe there's some damage from the Bedlam, but then the Burrow Strike from Jirax picking off Crit. And this game has escalated quickly. Meanwhile, Ana up in Norway farming the top lane.
It feels like I don't know how Enchantress manages to do this in her games, to just tempt everyone to try for these hard kills. If it's just a tilt effect, like you get annoyed, you're like, just kill the Enchantress, but...
Let's just get him. Let's just get him.
It's really costing EG here that they try to go for these Enchantress kills. They've got 2 on her, but how many have they failed, and how much time has that cost them?
It's cost them a lot. Juggernaut has finished a Battle Fury before the Anti-Mage.
Way before. Arteezy is not even close. He's 2,000 gold away from it right now.
The graph in golden experience gets to swing up. EG has obliged OG with a lot of fights, but they need to be able to settle this game down. They need the Aghanims, they need the split push, they need the Battle Fury, they need a lot of things. But what is OG doing? Not giving them the room to breathe.
No.
Already attacking into the tier 2 tower on bottom lane.
The tempo is so high now from OG. Now they can kind of do whatever they want. Sand King will get a dagger very soon. Yep, they're going to dive as 4.
Nortel stunned up continuously, but they'll still get the grab, pulling back down again. Burrow strikes the Marble, making sure S4 does not get up the hill. Frostbite from Fly can't create enough space. And there is no other support coming in from EG. Instead it was coming from OG. And now it's a 17-minute Blink Dagger for a support SK. We're wondering how you can make these two very not financially viable supports when it's so hard 5, but this works when Durex has a Blink Dagger as fast as the normal offlaners to get them.
Dire are scanning.
Sumail gets a DD.
Very uncertain about fighting against Durex even with that DD.
Yeah, he was thinking about it, but didn't want to go.
Good observers and sentries from EG. Jirax, oh, he'll cop that arrow. Still under sentry. Sumail can claim that kill nice and quick. And then S4, he'll jump in as well. They're going up the supports and they've got him. Sumail with the double kill. Turn your attention over towards them. It'll take a long time to attack into him. The EMP burn is also there from Thompson, making life a little bit more difficult for the Dark Willow. And Seb, he wants to battle. They have sentry versus sentry. Somebody get rid of that. Flies moving forward. You can definitely see them. They're sentries.
Normally.
Oh, crit.
Oh, that's a good combo.
Really good jump in. The Bramble, he'll catch out Ana. He's got Omni Slash. He can turn around right now. There's only one creep that's there. They're doing all the spin damage into S4 that he has to burn the ultimates from Ana. He'll crit at the end.
I think S4, or sorry, not S4, I think Sumail couldn't arrow because Seb just kept running in front of him, so they couldn't combo on that. They get another kill.
The observer was, bless them see. Fly, he knew he had to dodge. Moved out to the side, and then just his easy pickings.
I'd love to see a replay of that because that was so beautifully executed from EG, how they did the avalanche toss into the terrorize on the Jugger. All they needed was to connect an arrow, but I think Seb just ran in front of the Sumail Mirana and he couldn't land it. That's got to be what happened, and that's huge for the outcome of that. Instead of losing their biggest core, they get 2 kills. And sure, Arteezy's getting some space, but man, this is, by his standards, super late Battle Fury. And he had a good start, too.
Chris dead. EMP Tornado catching him up on the top, but Shadow Roll will add some protection. He's got no more mana to work with. We'll get the damage into Nortel, hung around a little longer. Arrow, it flies forward. A nice long 5-second stun. Over on the Rubicon will now go down and fly. They kill off Thompson. EG, they needed something, and that's something. Seb? Okay, I'll do this solo. Maybe I won't. Ana's nearby. Arteezy. Spell, counter spell up and running. Ana's not going to take that risk of an Omni Slash. Maybe now it's time to pick up those bounty runes. 4 of them on the field. They've been there for 30 seconds. An unusual occurrence for 20-minute bounty runes.
Yep.
But there's just so much fighting with 26 kills 20 minutes into this game.
Sumail with the scouting arrow. Doesn't find anyone. If Jerax knew, he would have taken the other one, I think, as well. He gets one. That's a, I think, 3-for-1 trade on bounty runes in total. Once Ana gets his shit together and takes this one. He doesn't want it, I don't know. He wants to push the wave first, that's fine. Now he's going to take it on the way back. Come on, big camp.
Jerax is really just trying to stay on Arteezy like a tick.
Dude, is he doing this to just annoy us? It's there. He's not baiting it either.
It's income. It's coming in value. Maybe 1 gold, but it's value.
He felt like nobody from EG was going to come and try to take that. Because it was not set up as a bait. There was nobody there that would have killed on the rim.
Your Alacrity buff ups up. Attack speed increased by 100, damage by 10. And Roshan, difficult to kill off. Once again, this Enchantress. Even Roshan thinks she's untouchable. But what does EG do? They scan Roshan. They know what's going on, but how fast can you move over? You're gathering for a smoke, but Roshan's practically dead. 1.4k, 1k, and they're instead going for what? Nothing. TP over does nothing. They stay with the lanes.
And Jarex is set up bottom. They want to connect over and try to kill RTZ probably. Never mind, he's not going to go for it. Just going to push out the wave.
Just counterspelling just in case. OG can move up through mid. It has been the name of their game throughout this tournament. 20 minutes, 22 minutes hits. Let's go high ground, boys. Anna, the front liner. Alacrity him up. Able to get quick entangle, but hey, spin's also great from Anna. Samel's getting some level of damage.
They have so much sustain. They have the Enchantress heal, they have Healing Ward. They're going to go in with the next wave. He has the spin and Alacrity. They're just going to slowly chip this down. And Arteezy, in the meantime, has to try to get as much as possible. They don't want to take this fight because, realistically, OG are not favored in this.
Here we go again. Spin, attack, Fortify has to be used. Arteezy, as he said, like, he's refusing to join this fight. EG just have to hold the high ground.
They might have to lose a Rex, too, actually, before they can fight. I think Arteezy without Manta in this game is not going to be particularly useful.
Thompson's hunting. 460 move speed inside of that Ghost Walk. Yeah, looking for a target, actually, just inside the smoke. Like, that's not
OG
Ghost
backing
Walk.
off, this became pretty obvious to Arteezy that something is up. But this is the thing about Crosswix Invoker compared to Exhort Invoker, is Invokers playing this build are generally really high on mana, so you will be looking for, okay, maybe Arteezy can come in toward the end of the fight and get a big mana void that gets kills, but if you hit the CMP on a couple of heroes, you're super high on mana the whole time. And even that won't be an option for him.
EG's coming out. Moonlight Shadow and Smoke being committed. They want to wrap around the back. They want to do something about Jirax. You probably need a ward up on this hillside to make it happen. CM's got one, both Sentry and Observer. Fly drops the Sentry to begin with, Observer straight after. But while that's been happening, there was no defense. Tier 3 tower is gone, with even a couple of creeps to help the push go. Anna spins. Now he's going to take the melee ranks. You said EG may have to pay the price. The toss, they find one in deep. Seb under the tier 4 towers. The arrow looking to connect as well, but the Omni Slash S4, he's just totally stranded. Anna will find the kill. Fly trying to let it go. Anna's taking through all of this, however. The sustain, I thought EG are meant to be Captain America, but OG, they can do this all day. And the cold snap, that's not going to follow it up. 14 HP, the Sunstrike, no, you've got no tail. He stole the blink from Anti-Mage and jumps in. Of course you can do that. Finds the kill. Nice chain stun over on top to 5 seconds up, but there's no one from EG who can get close. Jirax comes in with the epicenter, expecting EG to engage, but they're not there. As OG look for another lane of racks. Pushing through. Crit, he's getting the chip damage into Thompson. Where's your jump? Arteezy is still farming in mid lane. He will not join. Anti-Mage has not finished farming, but S4 is dead for 70 seconds. He's losing his teammates. And what does Arteezy want to do? The answer for Anti-Mage, keep on farming. What's OG gonna do?
Keep on pushing?
Sounds good to me.
There's no Tiny for 50 seconds. This is... It's over. They don't have the damage. They can't kill these heroes, I think. Jump in.
Look for your target. Marana, Samael, he's leaping the wrong direction, but he had no other choice. He tried to get the Aghanim's damage out, but now he doesn't have a way free. Arteezy's trying to grab the creep waves, but they're all pushed in. The bottom lane's pushed in, which is allowing this pressure from OG up on the top as Fly. Man, Jirax, he doesn't give to who he's got defensive Yule Scepter available. Will get some chip damage into No-Tail, but he has to fight. BKB is up for Arteezy. Now's the time, but he's getting picked up, thrown away. All that farming, and what did it achieve? Arteezy, well, will achieve one kill over onto No-Tail. He'll blink away. Regeneration is required. Salvage going up so they can get back to the front lines. They can't lose all these lanes of Brax. Tiny is back up again. The TP's coming to the sideline. Here comes S4. Avalanche. Toss. They look towards Thompson. And maybe they got enough damage. Arteezy. The Barret drop from Durex. It'll connect. The spell shield. It wasn't there to actually protect him. Now S4 is stranded. It was a hallelujah play from EG. But right now the gods are on the side of OG. Seb will get himself a double kill. The two big cores there for so long. Hagen's Immortal will give Anna back his life. They're claiming the range racks. Megas are up 26 minutes in. EG are more than on the ropes. It's a tightrope, no net. I'm fairly certain the rope's on fire.
This happened really fast. I just want to point out how fast this happened. The game was really, really even for the first 15 minutes. And then we have this one moment where OG get multiple kills, Arteezy shows up and dies. And since then, it's been OG all the way. They get the Roche. They go push with their invincible Jugger with healing.
Oh, Samael. Up in the air, Call Snap, he can leap away. This is the last chance for EG. All 5 players up. There is no Raxus, no tier 4 towers to really speak of, just the one. Mirana jumps in, but Anna still stands his ground. Where's the attack? EG gather on the no-tail flag, looking for an opportunity, and Anna, he's begging for it. He's got Mana Style, he's ready to dodge. They're into the trees. Arteezy blinks away, and maybe tops him. He'll be set up towards the air. The Curse Crown is there. He'll be able to get the nice chain stun. Chris low on life. Arteezy getting some cleave damage. They're sent away by the Terrorize. Arteezy, the Mana Void is good, but is it good enough to sustain from OG? It continues to run. Arteezy protected by the BKB. He has to jump back in again. Crit, S4. They even get the Tornado onto Arteezy over in the tree line. Goodbye. The lights are going out for EG right now. Luckily, this is a winner's bracket, but OG, they will push forward to the winner's bracket final, repeating the history of TI8, 2-1ing EG in this semi-final 2.
That's, you know what? This game is anti-mage in a nutshell right now. If you have a good start, you have a good landing stage, this hero, it needs time, it needs space. Arteezy, with just these 2 deaths and the limited farm that he ended up having, just gets overtaken. He gets eclipsed by this Juggernaut super quickly. And then when it comes to defense, well, guess what? You have an anti-mage. It's kind of 4 and 5. OG run them over. They put so much pressure. They take the Roche. They go for all the racks in one streak. And they made it look really easy. But in this replay for EG, there's like 1 or 2 moments to go and look back on and be like, man, if we don't go for the Enchantress, this game is so different. And this hero is proving to be a huge problem. They won all 3 games in the series. It was a big nuisance to the other team in all 3 of the games. But you got to, against OG, you got to choose. What do you want to ban?
And you got to do something. OG, they're looking absolutely amazing. Even without Io, even without Mag, they are a world-class team looking to potentially be the first team to get back-to-back victories. Will it be possible? They look good. They look amazing. Doubters, if you thought last year was maybe a fluke, OG are looking to prove it right now. They're cool, calm, and most definitely happy.
Very happy indeed. A year in between, 2 of the same rosters meeting on the grand stage of the International. The same result, OG moving forward, EG dropping to the lower bracket. May I just also say, the handshake wasn't as hype as I was hoping it would be.
What were you hoping for?
I don't know. Maybe, either the turnaround where they, go hug each other.
Yeah. Or Fly walks up, suplexes No Tail, WWE style.
Or that, probably not that. But, I was expecting something, and it felt like, last year there was a lot of emotion boiling. No Tail talked about that in the documentary that came out recently, and this time it felt like, he has it all worked out. All his emotions are, worked out. That's why you got a psychologist on your squad. That works.
Yep, sometimes you got to control your emotions. It worked for you one time, but, maybe try something else out. And now guess what? OG is guaranteed top 3.
Guaranteed top 3. Tsunami, I believe you have something to close out that series with the stats or with the replay. What do you got for us?
It's a bookending. If you recall, the very first set of clips that we had featured a hero that you may know as Enchantress. Now, Sind had a great question. He saw a combination in the works, and you can see it already developing here. This is Dark Willow. She's about to terrorize this spot You may see some little rocks lingering around. It was just freshly avalanched. Seems like a real recipe for success, right?
Mm-hmm.
In comes Enchantress. You see this little harmless little Enchantress? Well, she seems harmless until she, oh, what's that? There was an arrow. There was an arrow coming in from Mirana. It should have just directly hit S4. Life would have been grand. No, instead, Enchantress tanks it. And everyone's just like, well, screw that. I can't do anything to her. Sumail's running around. He has no idea what to do. He's canceled like 5 auto attacks trying to go through Untouchable. Ana gets out okay. Sumail's he's still trying. He's still trying to auto attack. It's not going to happen. Enchantress, please, can I get some, wait. Let me, what does a frog look like? It's like this, and then little eyes, and then it's a little mouth, and a little nose. O-S.
So
frog.
Okay.
Yeah, a pretty good hero, right?
Pretty good hero.
You heard Sin talk about it, right? It's like, I definitely think you have to ban the IO mag, and it's pretty much pick your poison after that, right? We've seen Chen's ban versus some Enchantresses, EG ban the Elk, all 3 games versus them, and you know what? That game, like, OG just looked dominant. I would say going into that series, they're probably 70-30 favorites, and they showed it in that last game.
Yeah, after that first game, though, I was a little worried, but we shouldn't have been. That was a dominant performance in that third game coming out from OG. And cornerstone of the OG squad is with Casey right now. It's Jarex.
Ooh, I love that title. Shaver